Marshall Peak, Chapter 4981, War Materials Haul. Who would have known that cleaning up the battlefield would result in realizing such an important plan that could change Blue Sky Pass' future? The 4 army commanders passed down orders, and men immediately swarmed out of the inner sanctum to the battlefield to rapidly clean it. Only when the battlefield was fully cleaned could Yang Kai open the various portals to the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. After that, they would let those who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays enter them and get to work. Because the battlefield was so vast, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to clean it no matter how many people were helping, so Yang Kai had nothing to do in the meantime. He had to wait until the battlefield was cleaned up before he could start working. Thus, he followed Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. It was only then that Yang Kai was registered at Blue Sky Pass and officially became one of the members of the army. Yang Kai arrived here in the middle of a war, so no one was available to help him get registered. After the war, he went into retreat to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and then he was punished to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, he only had the time to go through the registration procedures now. Now that he had his own identity token, Yang Kai felt a weight on his shoulders. Throughout the ages, every human master on the black ink battlefield had an identity token, yet so many had died and the only way to trace their existence was to search for this token. He had witnessed how fierce the battles here were, and knew how difficult it was for an open heaven realm master to survive on the black ink battlefield. The more he learned, the more he resented the Black Ink clan. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had registered him suddenly handed over a jade slip with a smile. Yang Kai, here is a letter of appointment authorized by the 4 army commanders. Please accept it. Letter of appointment. Yang Kai took it curiously and was shocked when he used his divine sense to read it. The content of the jade slip was very simple. It said he had performed well and worked hard during this battle, so he was being promoted to squad leader as a reward for his valor. Also, the jade slip had imprints from all 4 army commander, which no one could and would dare to fake. So, I'm a squad leader now. Yang Kai was confused. First, he was punished and made to clean up the battlefield, and now he was rewarded. What was this all about? Was this what they call the carrot and stick approach? Senior Sister Feng also has one. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master added while handing a jade slip to Feng Ying. Feng Ying took it curiously and nodded lightly after checking its contents. Yang Kai wanted to ask Feng Ying about her jade slip, but if it was something bad, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask, so he kept quiet. However, Feng Ying directly turned her head to look at him and said, "From now on, I am your deputy." Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. After putting away the jade slip, Feng Ying reiterated, "You heard correctly. From now on, I am to serve as your vice squad leader." Yang Kai was surprised, "But, aren't you a battalion commander?" A battalion commander ranked higher than a squad leader. Feng Ying also performed well in this battle, but not only wasn't she rewarded, but she was demoted from battalion commander to deputy squad leader. What were the army commanders up to? But on second thought, Yang Kai figured it out. The 4 army commanders made this arrangement to 1, let Feng Ying protect him, and 2, to keep an eye on him. After all, he had disobeyed their orders, disregarded his own safety, and ran straight to the battlefield, which greatly frightened the 4 army commanders. They weren't certain if he would do it again, so they had Feng Ying stick close to him to make sure this didn't happen a second time. Among all the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters, Feng Ying was one of the strongest, so even if they did get into a dangerous situation, she could protect him. All this happened because of me. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Marshal Ant, I'll go talk to the 4 army commanders and ask them to rescind their orders." Feng Ying shook her head, however, and declared, "There's no need. I have someone in mind to take over my place in the battalion." Also, this decision was jointly made by the 4 army commanders, so they can't change it at will. You, on the other hand, do need someone to watch over you. Her words meant that she didn't mind monitoring Yang Kai, which made him blush. Feng Ying frowned again and added, "But, there is something strange about this letter of appointment. Is it a fake?" Yang Kai cheered. He didn't care about being a squad leader, but it didn't feel good to have someone watching him all the time. While glaring at him, Feng Ying said, "There's no way this is fake. What I mean is, the army commanders appointed us as squad leader and vice squad leader, but they didn't say which army, wing, division, or even battalion we would be joining." Only when she said this did Yang Kai realize what the problem was. It was true that the letter of appointment only said that he was promoted to squad leader, but it didn't mention who he would be serving under. He hadn't been on the Black Ink battlefield for long, but Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years, so she knew exactly what should be included in such letters. However, something vital was missing from both their letters, so both of them felt doubtful. "I'll ask them when I have time." Feng Ying said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Merit Hall and War Materials Hall. You've just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so take advantage of this free time to consolidate your cultivation." The Merit Hall and War Materials Hall were in the same central building, so there were many cultivators coming and going. This place was usually packed because one could check their military merits and exchange them for supplies here, thus, this was naturally a place that many cultivators would frequent. Especially now that the war had just ended, the place seemed even more lively than normal. The two first stopped at the Merit Hall to check out their military merits and soon received a detailed report. Yang Kai wasn't clear on what the number of military merits represented. After all, he was new to Blue Sky Pass and didn't know how such things were calculated, nor did he know how much they were worth. After asking Feng Ying though, he found out that his military merits were quite high, and that the military merits received by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders after a major battle would only be this much as well. The military merits Feng Ying had earned after the last war were only about 20% of Yang Kai's, but even so, it was already beyond her expectations. According to her previous estimates, her military merits this time should not be this high. After a moment of silence though, Feng Ying suddenly realized something and posited, "I think they've also taken the hundreds of people we brought back into their calculations. When they fought their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, they saved hundreds of Black Ink disciples, which was also a great merit. Now that they had their military merits, they went to the War Materials Hall to exchange them for resources." The manager in charge of this matter handed them 2 jade slips, which included all the materials they could exchange for military merits. Yang Kai used his divine sense to look inside and saw that the first item on the list was a profound Yin spirit fruit. The number of military merits needed was not too high, but it wasn't too low either. However, there was a limited supply note beside the profound Yin spirit fruit. Obviously, Blue Sky Pass was short of profound Yin spirit fruit. Even taking all the great passes into account, profound Yin spirit fruits were scarce. During every battle, there were countless cultivators who had to sacrifice parts of their small universes. If they wanted to repair the damage, they needed a profound Yin spirit fruit, which could only be found in special sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. Whenever a profound Yin spirit fruit appeared anywhere, it would be exchanged for immediately. What Yang Kai found surprising was that the second item on the list was actually profound Yin bamboo. However, there was also a limit supply label behind it. He was planning to contribute a batch of profound Yin bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Previously, he had accumulated too much heritage in his small universe, so he had to use up a large amount of world force to grow profound Yin bamboo, which was of little use to him. He had the world spring in his small universe, so there was no need for him to have profound Yin bamboo too. It seemed Blue Sky Pass had gotten word that he would be contributing a batch of profound Yin bamboo, which was why they added it to the list of exchangeable materials to boost the army's morale. The various resources following profound Yin bamboo were for cultivation. Additionally, among the materials that could be exchanged for were artifacts and even secret techniques from all the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai searched through the list and found that among these secret techniques were the Demon Eye of Annihilation and the Black Purgatory Eye. The amount of military merits required for these two secret techniques were enormous. Even with the military merits he had gained today, Yang Kai barely had enough to redeem for one of them. Even so, Yang Kai was still a bit shocked. Those two secret techniques were the core secrets of Myriad Demons' heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, only the most elite core disciples were qualified to cultivate them, with ordinary disciples never even having a chance to see them, let alone disciples of other sects. But here, on the black ink battlefield, these two secret techniques were actually purchasable by all. How could he not be shocked by this? After thinking about it though, Yang Kai understood. Such a different situation existed here because this was the black ink battlefield. Since ancient times, human masters who stepped on into the black ink battlefield never returned to the 3,000 worlds, so even if they had exchanged their military merits for these two secret techniques, Myriad Demons' heaven wouldn't have to worry about them leaking to the general public. If someone did manage to cultivate these two secret techniques, it would benefit the humans as well because they could at least improve the strength of said cultivator. Yang Kai was still curious and asked the manager while holding the jade slip, "If I exchange military merits for these two secret techniques, how will I receive them?" The manager smiled and said, "We don't provide the cultivation methods here in Blue Sky Pass. If you want to exchange for them, you will need to go to Myriad Demons Pass. The old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven resides there, and he will personally teach you the two secret techniques." Yang Kai now understood the situation. He thought there was a prepared cultivation method here in Blue Sky Pass, but he did not expect that would need to head to Myriad Demons Pass to find the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. It was obvious that all the procedures were the same if one wanted to practice the specialized secret techniques of all the cave heavens and paradises. Yet, to get a chance to be taught by an old ancestor was definitely a blessing. Feng Ying looked at him curiously, "You want to exchange for these two secret techniques?" "I'm just asking," Yang Kai shook his head. There was no need for him to exchange for them because he already possessed the demon eye of annihilation and black pupils of purgatory. Before coming to the black ink battlefield, a Myriad Demons Heaven ancestor, Mo Sha, had personally taught him those techniques. If he had time to cultivate these two secret techniques and reach the highest possible level of mastery, he would have another trump card to fight against the Black Ink clan. Feng Ying nodded and said from the side, "Those inside the inner sanctum exchange materials according to a principle. Only exchange for what you need. Resources are scarce, so don't take anything you don't plan to immediately make use of." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4982, Dawn. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't need to exchange for cultivation materials because he had already prepared enough of them before coming to the black ink battlefield. The cultivation materials piled up in his small universe were enough for him to cultivate until the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and still have some to spare. However, the War Materials Hall did have some good quality spirit pills, which would be used for quickly healing injuries, restoring strength, and accelerating cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai exchanged a small amount of his military merits for some pills to try out their effects. Meanwhile, Feng Ying also quickly exchanged for materials she needed. In Blue Sky Pass, each cultivator had their own living space, and the higher their rank, the better the conditions of their accommodations and the more extensive the area. Since Yang Kai was promoted to the position of squad leader, he was entitled to a small courtyard. Perhaps someone had forgotten about it or deliberately did it on purpose because though Yang Kai received a letter of appointment, he wasn't actually assigned a place to stay. Fortunately for him, Feng Ying had a spacious place, and she didn't mind sharing it with him. While Feng Ying returned to her place, Yang Kai went into retreat. Before he entered retreat, he took out most of the profoundine bamboo from his small universe and gave it to Feng Ying so that she could hand it over for him. Having just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed some time to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his new strength. For the next few months, Yang Kai would be in retreat and refining cultivation materials of all orders to enhance the heritage of his small universe. When others cultivated, most of them would opt to use Open Heaven pills. Even if there were some that chose to refine cultivation materials, their orders wouldn't be very high because they had to gather resources of all 7 elements to be able to safely cultivate. If any of the 7 materials were missing, there was a high chance of causing an imbalance in the cultivator's small universe, which would lead to future dangers. While materials from the 5 elements were easy to find, yin and yang element materials of higher orders were rare and difficult to acquire. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this. The yellow and blue crystals he obtained in the chaotic dead territory were beyond count, and although they were essential for purifying and dispelling black ink strength, it didn't matter if he used a few of them for cultivation. That way, the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation would be incomparably faster than others. In addition, he still had living beings inside his small universe, especially the countless small stone race members, which were constantly enhancing the heritage of his small universe. Also, because he had cultivated the Tao of time, the flow of time in his small universe was 4 times faster compared to the outside world. 1 year outside was equivalent to 4 years inside Yang Kai's small universe. If he used that advantage well, it would save him a lot of time cultivating. One could imagine that the time Yang Kai needed to advance from 7th order to 8th order open heaven realm in the future would be considerably shorter than average. Now that he had advanced from the 6th order to the 7th order open heaven realm, the volume of his small universe had increased dramatically, and the amount of heritage he could hold had increased proportionally. According to his estimation, the heritage of a 7th order open heaven realm master was at least 10 times more than that of a 6th order open heaven realm master, and he had only just advanced. As time went by, his heritage would only grow stronger as he continued to cultivate. At this point, he deeply appreciated the huge gap between the 6th and 7th order open heaven realms and was secretly glad that the 7th order open heaven realm masters he had conflicts with were not very strong. If he had made an enemy of someone on Feng Ying's level, he wouldn't be alive today. Months later, the cultivation chamber's seal was knocked on. Yang Kai woke from his meditation and opened the door with a wave of his hand. Right then, Feng Ying stepped inside and reported, "The battlefield has been cleaned, and Martial Uncle Zhong is waiting for you." Yang Kai got up and said, "Let's go." A short while later, the two of them exited Blue Sky Pass. While looking around, they saw that all the black ink clouds were cleared from the surrounding battlefield, and even the small universe fragments were disposed of. The whole void was now clear and empty. Only Zhongliang was waiting for Yang Kai there. When he saw them, he beckoned them over. Yang Kai and Feng Ying approached him and saluted. Zhongliang nodded lightly and said, "I'll leave it to you to find those universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are not stained by black ink strength. After you find one, leave the portal open and we'll dispatch specialists to handle the rest." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Understood." Zhongliang nodded, "Many thanks to you for your hard work. After you are done with this, there is another matter you'll need to handle. You will be quite busy for some time and won't have much left to cultivate. Take care and don't overwork yourself." While saying so, he reached out and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. Feeling doubtful, Yang Kai asked, "What other matter?" With his hands behind his back, Zhongliang casually replied, "You'll know eventually. There are still things I need to take care of in the inner sanctum, so I'll be heading back now. Feng Ying will assist you. Let her know about anything you need." After that, with a flicker, Zhongliang rushed back to Blue Sky Pass in a stream of light. Yang Kai and Feng Ying watched him leave, and after his figure disappeared from view, Yang Kai turned his head to ask, "Martial Aunt, do you know what the other matter Senior Zhong was talking about is?" Feng Ying shook her head, "I'm not sure, but it's probably related to black ink strength somehow." Although Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th order, there were many such masters in Blue Sky Pass, so the matter Yang Kai needed to deal with was most likely related to black ink strength. "But I did ask about your promotion to squad leader," Feng Ying quickly changed the subject. "Really? What did the army commander say?" Feng Ying replied, "Martial Uncle Zhong said that your identity is special, so you won't belong to a specific army or division. The team you'll be leading will be a special operations squad, and we are currently the only members in it. In the future, we will only answer to the 4 army commanders directly. In addition, you can recruit anyone in Blue Sky Pass that is under the 8th Order Open Heaven realm up to a limit of 50 people. Hearing those words, Yang Kai raised his brow. A special operations squad. This was quite a surprise to him, but it also showed how much the 4 army commanders valued him. Whether it was in Blue Sky Pass, or the other great passes, the structure of the army was basically predetermined. A squad had about 10 to 15 soldiers, while a battalion had up to 100. The maximum number of personnel Yang Kai could have in his special squad was 50, which was equivalent to having half the strength of a battalion. In addition, the army commanders allowed him to pick soldiers with strength below the 8th Order Open Heaven realm at will. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to, he could create a squad with a lineup of 57th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Such a lineup would be quite terrifying. If such a squad were to fight on the battlefield, it was very likely that they would produce unexpected results. Along with the power of a warship, they could even kill a territory lord if they encountered one. Yang Kai questioned, didn't the army commanders disagree with me entering the battlefield? What's the point of having this special arrangement? If they couldn't fight, there would be no meaning for this squad to exist. Feng Ying said with a smile, they don't want you to risk your life, but after what happened before, they probably know that you are the impatient type. If another war breaks out, there's no way you will just stay still on the sidelines, and it's impossible for them to always keep an eye on you, so rather than letting you find a way to sneak out on your own, it's better to give you enough power to protect yourself. Moreover, you have already proven your strength. There aren't any weaklings on the Black Ink battlefield. Everyone going into battle has braved through many difficulties. After listening to Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai thought her words made sense. If another big battle broke out, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Of course he had to fight. He even survived an attack from a royal lord, so there was almost nothing he needed to fear on the Black Ink battlefield. You were in retreat back then, so I didn't have the chance to tell you about it. If you have any suitable candidates in mind, do tell me, and we'll see about recruiting them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, there were several 7th Order masters who followed us back from the Black Ink clan's domain. Feng Ying nodded, Shen Ao, Ning Qi Ji, and Qi Tai Chu. They are all quite strong. All 3 of them were corrupted by Black Ink strength and degenerated into Black Ink disciples. After being saved by Yang Kai though, they each consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit to repair their damaged small universes and fought their way back here. In a way, they were now companions who had braved life and death together. If Yang Kai and Feng Ying recruited the 3 of them, it would save them time familiarizing themselves with each other. I'll head back and ask for their opinions. If they are willing to join us, I'll report to the higher-ups and register them into our squad. But before that, you have to decide on a name. A name? Yang Kai asked. Since it's a special operations squad, it has to have a name, otherwise, we won't be able to register it. What do you have in mind? Yang Kai asked curiously. Feng Ying smiled and said, you are the leader here, so you make the call. Yang Kai squinted and looked into the depths of the void. All he saw was endless darkness, so after a long while, he finally spoke, Dawn. Feng Ying murmured, Dawn, as in daybreak. I hope I can see that someday. I'm sure you will. Yang Kai grinned at her, it might be late, but dawn will definitely come. After a pause, he urged, Marshal Ant, I'll have to trouble you with the recruitment of personnel for our squad. Besides the 3 I just mentioned, if you have someone in mind, just ask them. Since we are a special operations squad, we should focus on quality and not quantity. It's better to have fewer elites than more troublemakers. I understand. Feng Ying nodded, you can rest assured that I will strictly screen everyone that I recruit. Now that they had reached an agreement, Yang Kai began his search for Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises to open. This was an extremely long process, and it took him almost half a year to get them all. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, he had opened portals to all the universe cave heavens and paradises hidden in the void within a 500,000 kilometers radius. However, many of the universe cave heavens and paradises had been stained by black ink strength and could not be used, so Yang Kai had to reseal them. After careful counting, Yang Kai found that there were about 1,000 universe cave heavens and universe paradises that could be used. Yang Kai felt his heart sink when he realized this. One had to know that those who left these universe cave heavens and paradises behind were all high-rank open heaven realm masters, so 1,000 corresponded to the fall of at least as many high-rank open heaven realm masters. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4983, Guests from Other Passes. Countless years had passed, so it was impossible that only 1,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters had fallen outside of Blue Sky Pass. There were even more high-rank open heaven realm masters who died with their small universes ruptured, leaving nothing behind. Also, there were even more universe cave heavens and universe paradises that were completely stained with black ink strength left behind but were resealed. Yang Kai estimated that only about 1 in 10 small universes that were preserved after a high-rank master's death could be used. In other words, at least 10,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters had died outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages. That was an enormous amount of casualties. One had to know that in the 3,000 worlds, each of these high-rank open heaven realm masters was at least an inner elder of a cave heaven or paradise, a master who was famous across the world. Outside Blue Sky Pass, the 1,000 opened universe cave heavens and universe paradises had countless spirit array grandmasters busy working on them. They were arranging arrays in all of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises in hopes that they could give the Black Ink clan army a decisive blow in future battles. However, this no longer had anything to do with Yang Kai. His sole task was to find and open these universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Everything else would be taken care of by others. But just as he was about to return to the inner sanctum with Feng Ying, Yang Kai suddenly saw two figures coming towards him. Once they were in close proximity, Yang Kai hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Elder Lu." One of the two men was Luan of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, while the other was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but his face looked unfamiliar, so Yang Kai didn't greet him immediately. Luan smiled and stroked his beard. "Oh, Yang Kai. Are you done with your work here?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "Everything has been taken care of. I'm heading over to report to the army commander." "Many thanks for your hard work," Luan nodded lightly. Yang Kai said, "It's my job." "Is he Yang Kai?" The eyes of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside Luan lit up as he swept them over Yang Kai, looking quite interested. Nodding as a confirmation, Luan said, "Exactly." Then, he introduced this newcomer to Yang Kai. "This is Tang Qiu, my senior brother. By generation, you should address him as Grand Marshal Uncle. He's from Yinyang Pass." Yinyang Pass. Yang Kai's heart stirred at those words. Judging by Lu En's words, Tang Qiu was most likely also from Yinyang Cave Heaven. As he thought of that, Yang Kai saluted again, "Greetings, Elder Tang." Tang Qiu smiled and nodded, "I've heard much about you. After meeting you today, I can indeed confirm you're a talented young man. Not only are you faring well in the 3,000 worlds, but also on the Black Ink battlefield. Why can't our Yinyang Cave Heaven produce a rising star like you? It seems like the old farts back at the sect should give up their positions." Those words made Yang Kai break out in a sweat. "Elder Tang, you're flattering me." Tang Qiu changed his tone, "Are you interested in coming back with me and joining Yinyang Pass?" Yang Kai was stunned. Feng Ying, who was standing beside him, put on a wary look and cupped her fist. "Senior, Yang Kai is now a member of Blue Sky Pass, so what you just said is inappropriate." Tang Qiu looked at her lightly. "What's wrong with my words? He's part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. What's wrong with him following me back to Yinyang Pass?" With pursed lips, Feng Ying remained silent for a moment before saying, "I will report what you've said to the army commanders." Tang Qiu snorted, "They can't do anything to me." Then, he looked at Yang Kai, "All you need to do is say the word and I'll go and negotiate with Zhong Liang and the others." Meanwhile, Luan let out a bitter laugh, "Brother Zhong will definitely not let him go. Senior brother, don't make things difficult for the younger generation." Still feeling a little reluctant, Tang Qiu added, "Fine, fine. Go back and think about it. I'll be staying in Blue Sky Pass for a while, so it won't be too late to tell me your decision after you think about it." Luan eyed Yang Kai, who cupped his fist and said, "Elders, I must take my leave." "Go on." Tang Qiu waved his hand, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Su Linggong came with me on this trip. He's waiting for you back in the inner sanctum. Go and meet him. Marshal Uncle Su is also here." Yang Kai was surprised, and when he turned around to look, Tang Qiu and Luan had already gone far away. When we parted with Su Linggong back at the star boundary, the latter said that he was going on a mission and had to leave. Later, when Yang Kai went to Yinyang Cave Heaven to look for Chu Huashan, he did not see Su Linggong there and thought that his so-called mission had not been completed yet. It wasn't until he gradually got to know about the matters of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink battlefield that Yang Kai found out that Su Linggong had long since entered the Black Ink battlefield. At that time, Chu Huashang was still serving her 100-year confinement. When Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield, the thing he wanted to do the most was to find Su Linggong, because Su Linggong was the only person he knew there. By coincidence, Yang Kai ended up in Blue Sky Pass. When Tang Qiu said he had heard of him and that he was faring well in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai wondered how Tang Qiu even knew about such things when he was here, the Black Ink battlefield. Now, it seemed like Su Linggong must have told him. Knowing that Su Linggong was waiting for him in the inner sanctum, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and asked Feng Ying, "Martial Ant, how do the great passes communicate with each other?" Feng Ying replied, "If there aren't many people to transport, we can use the hyperspace array. If there are a lot of people to transport, we can only fly slowly." Then, it suddenly dawned on Yang Kai, so, there are indeed space arrays connecting the great passes. He had suspected as much before, but had not had the chance to confirm it. Now that he heard Feng Ying's explanation, he confirmed he was right. There were more than 100 great passes on the Black Ink battlefield, so it was impossible to leave each one isolated from all the others, otherwise, every great pass would be like a lonely island, unable to remain secure for long. Thus, there had to be some method of communication between them. As Feng Ying knew that he was still uninformed about the Black Ink battlefield, she patiently explained, "You should know that though the distance between the great passes is not too great, they aren't close either. Even with the help of a flight-type artifact, it would still take a few months to get from Blue Sky Pass to the nearest Great Pass, and it's more or less the same situation for other Great Passes. Also, there might be dangers on the way, so we generally use the hyperspace array to transit between Great Passes." Yang Kai nodded his head. Feng Ying continued, "The human race has more than 100 Great Passes, and each one is connected to several Great Passes nearby. Take Blue Sky Pass as an example. With Blue Sky Pass as the center, we can be directly transported to a total of 4 Great Passes to our left and right. If you want to go to a further Great Pass, you would have to transit again. But as you know, it's not easy to get supplies here in the Black Ink battlefield, so under normal circumstances, the hyperspace array is only used to transmit information and supplies. We won't easily transport people if the situation isn't dire." "Why is that?" asked Yang Kai. After laughing bitterly, Feng Ying explained, "It only takes 1 jade slip to transmit information, or 1 space ring to transmit supplies, so it's not resource-consuming to use the hyperspace array. The Black Ink battlefield does not have anyone under the 5th Order Open Heaven realm present, so every time we transport a person, it consumes a lot of energy in supplies. Who would have so many spare resources? It was then that Yang Kai remembered that when they were exchanging materials at the War Materials Hall, Feng had said those from the Great Passes adhered to a strict principle of only exchanging for what they needed immediately. The reason for that was that cultivation materials were hard to come by, so no one dared to waste any. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to use the hyperspace arrays to casually teleport people? Moreover, the higher the strength of the cultivator being transported, the more resources it would consume. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, in that case, it is difficult for one great pass to reinforce another in large numbers. And, Feng Ying nodded, teleporting an 8th order open heaven realm master consumes a lot of supplies, so we opt not to do so under normal circumstances. In dire situations, we can still support the other great passes in small batches of course. After all, a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe has materialized, so it can accommodate living beings. Sending a few 8th order open heaven realm masters is akin to sending a whole division. Yang Kai understood what she meant. They could let soldiers enter those 8th order open heaven realm masters' small universe and then use the hyperspace array to send them to the other passes. In such situations, the supplies consumed would only be for transporting the 8th order open heaven masters. Although they still had to consume a significant amount of resources to do this, it was acceptable in comparison with the potential loss of a great pass. Nonetheless, even if they sent 8th order open heaven realm masters, the total volume of their small universes had a limit. Thus, it was impossible to accommodate unlimited reinforcements, which was why Feng Ying said that they could only send small batches of troops. If the situation did require large-scale reinforcements, their only option would be to fly by warship, which was time-consuming. The cost of sending an 8th order open heaven realm master over to another great pass was not small. Moreover, according to the universe chart, the distance between Yinyang Pass and Blue Sky Pass was of multiple great passes. In other words, people from Yinyang Pass had to transit 4 or 5 times just to get here. This would cost a significant amount of resources. Tang Qiu from Yinyang Pass had spent so much to come here, so it was impossible that he was just sightseeing. Yang Kai vaguely understood why he was here though. Also, he finally realized what Zhong Liang meant when he said there would be another matter to get to after finding and opening the universe cave heavens and paradises half a year ago. The following task was not complicated or difficult, but it definitely was a matter that consumed time and energy. What's more, he was the only one who could do it, so Yang Kai felt obliged to cooperate. But before that, it was time to meet with Su Linggong. Yang Kai was certain Su Linggong would be interested to know the latest status of the 3,000 worlds. There was a reception hall in Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were occasional visitors to this place, so there had to be a place for guests to stay. Feng Ying went to report to Zhong Liang and the others about the universe cave heavens and universe paradises while personnel from Blue Sky Pass guided Yang Kai to the reception hall. Many cultivators had gathered there, and all of them were in the 7th order open heaven realm. The lobby was full of long tables with groups of cultivators sitting together and talking. After sweeping his gaze around the room, Yang Kai did not see Su Linggong, but after listening to the conversations from the others, he realized that all these people were not from Blue Sky Pass. All of them had rushed here from various other great passes, which confirmed his suspicions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4984, Meeting Su Linggong Again. After asking someone, Yang Kai learned that Su Linggong had gone to his own residence to wait for him, so he didn't stay at the lounge much longer and went straight to Feng Ying's residence. Not long after, Yang Kai reached Feng Ying's courtyard and saw a man standing outside it with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. The man was stout, and he was wearing a large cloak while anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. Who else could it be besides Su Linggong? Noticing movement, Su Linggong stopped and turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction. When he saw Yang Kai's face, he had a complicated look in his eyes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and when he got close, he bowed respectfully. Junior greets Marshal Uncle Su. Su Lingdong reached out to hold Yang Kai's arm and heaved a sigh. It's really you. When he heard that there was a boy named Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass, he thought it was just someone who had the same name, but the information he got stated that the Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. At that time, he thought it was too much of a coincidence. So, when Tang Qiu asked Su Lingdong if he wanted to come to Blue Sky Pass, he agreed to come and see for himself if the Yang Kai here was the one he knew. They had been at Blue Sky Pass for only a few days. Since Tang Qiu had Luan accompanying him, Su Lingdong went to search for Yang Kai's residence and soon arrived here. He waited for a few days, but didn't see Yang Kai. After asking around, he found out that Yang Kai was busy with something outside of Blue Sky Pass. He could not go to look for him, so he could only continue to wait here. Now that the person he was waiting for was finally back, Su Lingdong was sure that Yang Kai was the brat he knew. Why did you come here? Su Lingdong looked at him with some distress. This was the black ink battlefield. How could he return to the 3,000 worlds after coming here? Over the past few days, he had been hoping that the Yang Kai from Blue Sky Pass was not the one he knew, but the more information he found out, the less hope he had. Now that he saw him, his hopes were immediately dashed. Su Lingdong couldn't understand why Yang Kai would come to the black ink battlefield. It's a long story. Yang Kai let out a bitter laugh. Squad leader, why don't you invite the guest inside? Feng Ying suddenly spoke up from the side. Su Lingdong turned his head to look at her. You are. Yang Kai introduced her. This is Martial Aunt Feng Ying. She has been taking care of me since I came to Blue Sky Pass. Martial Aunt Feng, this is my wife's honored master, Su Lingdong. Feng Ying smiled and greeted, greetings, brother Su. Su Lingdong greeted back, sister Feng is too polite. This brat is not very obedient, so I'm sure he has caused you a lot of trouble these days. After a short laugh, Feng Ying answered, brother Su, you must be exaggerating. Squad leader saved my life, and he made a number of great contributions during the previous battle. Also, he is deeply respected by the army commanders. Even the old ancestor has called him for a chat. Su Lingdong nodded lightly. I heard about these things, but I don't know the details. We came to Blue Sky Pass because of this as well. Martial Uncle Su, please come in. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Feng Ying opened the door, and the three entered. When Yang Kai and Su Lingdong were seated, Feng Ying said, I'll make some tea. You can talk in the meantime. Su Lingdong thanked her politely, many thanks, Sister Feng. After Feng Ying's figure disappeared, Su Lingdong suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice to say, Brat, why does she keep calling you squad leader? Yang Kai explained, I earned a lot of military merits during the battle outside Blue Sky Pass, so the army commanders promoted me to squad leader and placed Martial Aunt Feng as my deputy. Su Lingdong was dumbfounded. You? A squad leader? But your cultivation is... No wait, you reached the 7th order. At that point, he suspiciously checked Yang Kai. Yang Kai revealed some of his aura while calmly explaining, I had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle. Then, I went into retreat after the fighting ended and successfully broke through. Su Lingdong's face suddenly twitched. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since you advanced to the Open Heaven realm, right? He knew a lot about Yang Kai's background. After all, Yang Kai was the husband of his treasured disciple, so he naturally had to know more about this young man. The news of Yang Kai being forced to advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven had spread far and wide, so Su Lingdong had naturally heard about it. How long ago was that though? After a rough calculation, it should have only been 300 to 400 years. These 300 or 400 years might be a few lifetimes for a mortal who never cultivated, but for Open Heaven realm masters with a long lifespan, that was like a snap of the fingers. It was unheard of for someone to advance from the fifth order to the seventh order in just a few hundred years, even taking a mid-rank world fruit into account. Su Linggong had never heard of anyone spending only a few hundred years to achieve such a feat. To go from the sixth order to the seventh alone required a long process of accumulating heritage in one small universe. Even with abundant cultivation resources, it would still take at least 1 to 2,000 years at the minimum. And that was under the premise that everything went smoothly for the cultivator. If anything happened, it wouldn't be surprising if the cultivator had to spend a few thousand years to advance. However, there was a living, breathing example right in front of his eyes, so even if Su Linggong didn't want to believe it, he had to. After a long time, he calmed down, nodded lightly, and said, "A seventh-order open heaven realm master is enough to serve as a squad leader." Yet, there was still an uncomfortable feeling rising in his heart. He had also spent a couple hundred years on the Black Ink battlefield and participated in battles with the Black Ink clan, gaining some merits along the way. Also, because of his strength and performance, he was promoted to vice squad leader a few years ago. However, his disciple's husband was already a squad leader. Wouldn't that mean that Yang Kai was a rank higher than him? It did feel bitter when comparing oneself to others. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, a higher position meant greater responsibilities, which was not necessarily a good thing. Su Linggong then raised his brows slightly and muttered, "Sister Feng is an interesting person." Yang Kai felt doubtful and asked, "What do you mean?" With a wave of his hand, Su Linggong said, "It's nothing." He came here to find Yang Kai with a mission to persuade the latter to return to Yinyang Pass with him. His legacy disciple was Yang Kai's wife, so they already had a connection. Therefore, Su Linggong was the perfect candidate to persuade Yang Kai, which was also why Tang Qiu brought him in the first place. However, as soon as they met, Feng Ying addressed Yang Kai as squad leader. It was an obvious sign for Su Linggong to back down. Blue Sky Pass thought so highly of Yang Kai that they directly promoted him to squad leader after just one battle, so of course they wouldn't let him leave so easily. "Tell me, why did you come here?" Su Linggong looked at Yang Kai in confusion. This was what he was really curious about. As Yang Kai had previously said, he had a flash of enlightenment during the previous battle and broke through to the seventh order open heaven realm. In other words, he was only at the sixth order open heaven realm when he came to the Black Ink battlefield. He wasn't directly from any of the cave heavens or paradises, so logically his cultivation wasn't high enough for him to be sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai kept silent for a good moment before saying, "Martial Uncle Su, it's a long story, and inconvenient for me to tell you." Su Linggong frowned slightly, "You can't tell me." Cupping his fist, Yang Kai declared, "Martial Uncle Su, please forgive me, but I have a compelling reason." If he wanted to explain why he came to the Black Ink battlefield, he would have to mention the Void Corridor. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't trust Su Linggong, but the words Meng Qi said before he died were true. Everyone besides the Ninth Order Open Heaven real old ancestors were at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Once the Black Ink clan learned about the existence of the Void Corridor, it was bound to bring disaster to the 3,000 worlds. Although the Void Corridor had only been opened once and was now hidden and sealed, with the small sealed world containing it having been ruptured, it was still there. As long as it wasn't destroyed, someone could still find it and reopen it. Su Linggong was silent for a moment before nodding, "You must have your reasons for not talking about it, so I won't insist." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. How are things at home?" Su Linggong changed the subject. "Before I came here, everything was well. Martial Uncle Su, you can rest assured that I have properly married Senior Sister Chu." After sighing, Su Linggong asked, "As her honored master, I did not attend her wedding. Xiao Huashang must have felt sad. I thought after I entrusted her to you, I would have nothing to worry about, but I didn't expect that you would come here too. How would she cope with being alone there?" Yang Kai said, "I have made all the necessary arrangements before I left home, senior sister Chu will not suffer any grievances. Su Linggong suddenly glared at him, smelly brat, why do you have so many women for no good reason? The fights between women are the most troublesome. Faced with Su Linggong's reprimand, Yang Kai could only remain silent. Feng Ying came with tea just in time to ease the embarrassment. After thanking her, Su Linggong sipped on the tea and was very impressed. Feng Ying smiled in response. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Su Linggong said, let's get down to business. I came all the way from Yinyang Pass with Marshal Uncle Tang because I heard that Blue Sky Pass has come up with a powerful weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan. I believe that people from other great passes will gradually gather here. Though Yang Kai had already guessed the truth when he saw the many cultivators from other great passes in the reception hall, he was still surprised to hear the scope of things and asked, all the great passes know about this already? Su Linggong nodded. Since ancient times, the human race was helpless against Black Ink strength. The purifying Black Ink battleship that the Blue Sky Pass created is new, and is the sole method to deal with Black Ink strength. All the great passes are allies, and if one suffers, all suffer, and if one prospers, all prosper. All the great passes would share good things with each other. Blue Sky Pass sent messages to all the great passes the day the first purifying Black Ink battleship was launched. We at Yinyang Pass were skeptical when we received the news. After confirming with Blue Sky Pass a few times to make sure the news was correct though, we immediately started constructing our own purifying Black Ink battleship according to the blueprint provided by Blue Sky Pass. We've managed to complete 4 purifying Black Ink battleships just a few days ago, and Master Uncle Tang has brought them here. Yang Kai nodded his head in understanding and suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. The composition of the great passes was basically the same, with each great pass being divided into 4 armies. Just like Blue Sky Pass, each army needed a purifying Black Ink battleship to function optimally. In other words, each great pass needed 4 battleships. With more than 100 great passes, they had to refine more than 400 purifying Black Ink battleships. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4985, Completing the Purifying Black Ink Battleship. They had to make 400 purifying Black Ink battleships, all of which required Yang Kai to personally seal purifying light inside them and arrange universe arrays aboard. Sealing purifying light was not a hard task as he only needed to trigger the 2 marks on the back of his hand to draw out the power of the yellow and blue crystals, converge and fuse them together, and form purifying light. However, personally arranging a universe array on every purifying Black Ink battleship would be a huge project that Yang Kai estimated would take him 3 to 5 years to complete at best. And that was just the start, he couldn't rest easy after that. Purifying light would be consumed in battle, and if the purifying light of a great pass was depleted in the future, they would have to come to Blue Sky Pass to replenish it. Even though Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals in hand, he was still a bit worried. At this rate of consumption, no matter how many yellow and blue crystals he had, they would eventually be used up. By then, what would happen to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield? Maybe he could return to the 3000 worlds and find Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. However, this wasn't an urgent matter as he had enough yellow and blue crystals to last for some time. Yang Kai also asked about Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, but Su Linggong only said that they were staying at Yinyang Pass and did not come with him this time. After hearing that they were fine, Yang Kai felt reassured. After chatting for a while, Su Linggong left without mentioning that he wanted Yang Kai to accompany him back to Yinyang Pass. The next day, Yang Kai was ordered to go to the central square with Feng Ying accompanying him. When they arrived, they saw Ding Yao waiting for them there, and beside him was a lofty middle-aged man wearing golden armor. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and he was clearly also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging from his looks, this man came from Great Battle Heaven. Behind them were 4 brand new purifying Black Ink battleships lined up in a row, all of similar shape and size to those refined by Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai knew these were the purifying black ink battleships they had brought with them. After Blue Sky Pass successfully built their first purifying black ink battleship, they sent a message to all the Great Passes, informing them of the purpose of the purifying black ink battleships along with the blueprints to build more. When the Great Passes received the message, they paid a lot of attention to it and immediately began refining their own purifying black ink battleships after confirming that the message was accurate and authentic. Once they were done building the battleships, they used the hyperspace arrays to send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the completed purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was the only one who could finish the refinement of these ships. When they got close enough, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Ding." Ding Yao nodded lightly and said, "Do you know what you are here for?" Yang Kai nodded, "I do." "Good." Ding Yao said flatly, "The purifying black ink battleships made great contributions in the previous battle, and proved their immense value. It is now a fundamental weapon for us to win this war against the Black Ink clan, so you will have to work even harder in the future." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will not disappoint you." "Very good." Ding Yao gestured to the middle-aged man next to him and said, "This is Wei Junyang from Great Battle Pass, my senior brother from Great Battle Heaven. Great Battle Pass is currently engaged in a war with the Black Ink clan army, so he urgently needs these purifying Black Ink battleships to be readied for battle." Wei Junyang looked solemn and cupped his fist at Yang Kai while speaking quickly, "Martial nephew, the safety of the 30,000 soldiers of Great Battle Pass depends on you. Senior is exaggerating." "I will do what I can as it is my duty," Yang Kai said humbly. "Since Great Battle Pass is currently fighting the Black Ink clan, we cannot delay this any further. May I begin now?" "Very good." Wei Junyang nodded his head hastily. "Have you brought the necessary materials?" Yang Kai asked. Hearing that, Wei Junyang hurriedly took out a space ring. "The materials for the universe array are all in here. If you need anything else, just let me know." Yang Kai reached out, took the space ring, checked it with his divine sense, and nodded, "I think this will be enough. I'll let you know if I need anything more." After saying that, he moved to the nearest purifying black ink battleship and used the space array on the deck to teleport into the cabin. Great Battle Pass had done a good job of preparing the purifying black ink battleships. Basically, everything that could be built had already been done. Now, all that was missing was the universe array and purifying light. These were the things that Yang Kai had to add personally. The moment Yang Kai dashed inside, Wei Junyang exhaled slightly and turned his head to look at Ding Yao, "Junior brother, how long will it take to finish?" The battle was raging over at Great Battle Pass, so he naturally wanted to return as soon as possible. Ding Yao replied, "It shouldn't take long. Though, I'm not exactly sure." While saying so, he turned his head to look at Feng Ying who was standing to the side. Feng Ying understood what Ding Yao wanted and spoke up after a moment of contemplation, "We can probably complete a purifying black ink battleship within 6 or 7 days. Wei Junyang raised his brow, 1 in 6 or 7 days, so all 4 ships will take at most a month. 1 month was not too long for a battle that could take decades to end, so they could afford the wait. Then, Ding Yao persuaded, "Senior brother Wei, why don't you head back and rest? You can return to collect them once they're ready." Wei Junyang waved his hand, "No, I'll wait here. I must return to Great Battle Pass as soon as the ships are ready." If he could return even a moment sooner, he would be able to save more people. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to rest at such a moment. Knowing his senior brother's character, Ding Yao stopped trying to persuade him. Wei Junyang said, "You may go if you have something to do. I'll leave as soon as these are done." Ding Yao nodded, cupped his fist, and said, "Take care, senior brother." Wei Junyang returned the gesture without saying anything. They had known each other for thousands of years and had entered the Black Ink battlefield together, but since they came to the Black Ink battlefield, they had met only a handful of times. After they parted today, there was no telling when they would see each other again, or if they ever would. Such a situation was not uncommon on the black ink battlefield. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai didn't leave the purifying black ink battleship while Wei Junyang and Feng Ying waited outside. Perhaps news had spread around the pass because someone sped over and stopped before them a few moments later. "Brother Wei." The visitor cupped his fist and greeted them. "Brother Ma." Wei Junyang recognized the identity of the man and returned the salute. The visitor, like him, was an army commander of one of the great passes, and his identity and cultivation were not inferior to his. "Has it begun?" Brother Ma took a look at purifying black ink battleship and asked. Wei Junyang nodded his head. Brother Ma said, "I'll go in and take a look." While he said that, he dashed into the purifying black ink battleship from the space array. Wei Junyang frowned, but he could not say anything more. In fact, when they came to Blue Sky Pass, they had already seen the interior of a complete purifying black ink battleship. The pure white light inside was astonishing, and the universe array was even more exquisite. The battleships they visited were already finished products, so none of them had been inside a semi-finished battleship like this one. It was natural that they would be curious. After a few moments, Brother Ma came out of the purifying black ink battleship, nodded lightly at Wei Junyang, then rushed off again. He seemed to have only taken a short visit and then left, so both Wei Junyang and Feng Ying did not pay much attention to him. However, this was just the beginning. The news seemed to have spread quickly because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the other great passes found out that Yang Kai had started to complete a purifying black ink battleship, so they ran to Central Square one after another to take a look. Even though Wei Junyang had a straightforward personality and might even be considered simple-minded, he still noticed that something was amiss. These old fogies all wore solemn yet subtle expressions when they left the battleship like they were plotting something. Yang Kai exited the purifying black ink battleship with a bitter face soon after one such guest left and stood on the deck while looking at Wei Junyang. "Senior Wei, I can't focus with people constantly interrupting me. If I make a mistake, those from Great Battle Pass will not be able to use the universe array." Wei Junyang raised his brow at these words and came to the deck in a flash. Then, he announced, "From now on, I will stand guard here. Whoever dares to trespass will have to face my wrath." The man's face looked murderous as he stood there. His tone made Yang Kai break out in cold sweat, so he hurriedly waved his hands. Of course, of course." After he said that, he glanced at Feng Ying and silently sent a message to her. Feng Ying understood and nodded imperceptibly. Yang Kai turned around and re-entered the cabin. A few moments later, someone else arrived, but what they saw was a menacing Wei Junyang standing on the deck with his sword in hand. The visitor cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Brother Wei, I heard that the completion of the battleships has started. I would like to take a look inside. Would you?" Before the person could finish his words, Wei Junyang unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the newcomer. "You will have the opportunity to take a look when it's your purifying black ink battleship's turn to be completed, but right now, Great Battle Pass is in a difficult battle and urgently needs the support from these battleships. It's a race against time, so no one is to disturb the process, otherwise, that person will face the entire Great Battle Pass." The man was stunned and didn't say anything more. He just wanted to take a look at the purifying black ink battleship, not make an enemy of Great Battle Pass. People from Great Battle Cave Heaven generally acted more fiercely than others. Also, they always stuck to their word. Judging by Wei Junyang's attitude, it seemed like a fight would break out if he defied him. Laughing sheepishly, the man said, "Brother Wei, you must be exaggerating. I just want to take a look at it. You will have a chance to look at it later, but not now." The man looked at him for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. A few more people arrived one after another, but they were all stopped by Wei Junyang and reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Zhong Liang, who was discussing important matters with Liang Yulong, suddenly received a message. After reading it with his divine sense, he was furious, those ungrateful thieves. Blue Sky Pass kindly let them come over to complete their purifying black ink battleships, but now they try to poach one of our people. This is going too far. Feeling shocked by the sudden outburst, Liang Yulong asked, Brother Zhong, what happened? Martial Peak, Chapter 4986, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. Zhong Liang snarled angrily, those old bastards used inspecting the half-complete purifying black ink battleship as an excuse to see Yang Kai and secretly offer him all kinds of benefits. They're trying to poach him. After hearing what happened, Liang Yulong was also furious. He smashed his fist on the table in front of him and snapped, shameless thieves. How dare they try to take advantage of us? Zhong Liang pondered for a moment, turned his head, and ordered his adjutant, send a message to those old bastards and tell them to come to the conference hall. Just say that Blue Sky Pass has something to discuss with them. The adjutant received the order and quickly turned around and left. Meanwhile, Liang Yulong looked at Zhong Liang and said, Are you going to? Zhong Liang grunted, since they're being so shameless, is there any point in showing them respect? An hour later, 2 rows of seats inside the main conference hall were filled with people, all of them 8th Order masters from other great passes. The scene could be described as a gathering of talents and a luxurious lineup. There were roughly 50 people gathered inside the hall, all of them representing one of the great passes. There were only these few because there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters from other great passes who had not arrived yet. They were either in the middle of building purifying black ink battleships or were on their way here. Although there weren't many people, the hall was silent, and there were only divine senses flying back and forth as the masters conversed with each other. After everyone had arrived, the 4 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass came out from the back and took their seats in the front. The scattered divine senses calmed down, and the group looked forward, wondering why the army commanders of Blue Sky Pass called them here. As they had already discussed this prior to coming here, they didn't spare any time after taking their seats, and Ding Yao, the Eastern Army commander, spoke first. I heard that many of you went to take a look at the purifying black ink battleship in progress today. The moment he said that, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters immediately understood. All of them were old foxes, so how could they not notice that the hidden annoyance behind Ding Yao's tone was because word of their actions had spread to the ears of Blue Sky Pass army commanders. Some of them felt restless, some closed their eyes and pretended to be sleeping, and some smiled but didn't say anything. No one spoke a word. Noticing their silence, Ding Yao continued, I also heard that you all have promised Yang Boy a lot of benefits and are trying to poach him for your own great passes. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, Look at you. Is this something an honorable person would do? The day the purifying black ink battleship was created, Blue Sky Pass was still being besieged by the Black Ink clan, and was in a precarious situation, yet we still immediately passed on word to all the great passes and told all of you about this wondrous news. We know that on the Black Ink battlefield, if one of us suffers, we all suffer, and if one of us prospers, we all prosper. We share whatever advancements and advantages we have and never hoard them from other great passes. With the purifying black ink battleships supporting up our armies, we humans will no longer be at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. This is a heaven-sent blessing for all of us. He took a pause to glare around the room before continuing, this was proven during the previous battle. Before Yang Kai arrived at Blue Sky Pass, our soldiers were still at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength, but since his arrival, no one from Blue Sky Pass has suffered from black ink strength anymore. This is especially true since the birth of the purifying black ink battleship. We of Blue Sky Pass have always been open and honest, but what about you all? How could you think of poaching him away from Blue Sky Pass? Don't you have any conscience at all? If it were a normal open heaven realm master, they would have been frightened by Ding Yao's roar. However, the guests here were all 8th Order masters, and none of them was afraid of him. Of course, many of them were showing guilty expressions. What they did was indeed unrighteous, so they couldn't refute Ding Yao's words. Only one person chuckled and said, "Brother Ding, don't be angry. I don't know what the others are thinking, but Yang Kai belongs to Yinyang Cave Heaven. As his elder, I naturally want to bring him back to Yinyang Pass. He holds the purifying light, which is the only method we have to counteract black ink strength. It is the key to breaking the stalemate between both races. Most importantly, we can better protect him after bringing him back to Yinyang Pass." The person who spoke was none other than Tang Qiu from Yinyang Pass. Ding Yao turned his head to look at Tang Qiu and said indifferently, "Who says that disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven must serve in Yinyang Pass? Blue Sky Pass also has disciples from Yinyang Heaven, and disciples of my Great Battle Cave Heaven are serving in Yinyang Pass. Since ancient times, once someone from the 3,000 worlds is assigned to a pass, they belong to that pass. This is the rule, and it has nothing to do with the person's master sect. Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass first, so he is a member of Blue Sky Pass, and he has already registered as a member here. Also, he is the squad leader of Blue Sky Pass Dawn Squad." Nodding slightly, Tang Qiu argued, "Of course I know that, but Brother Ding, you might have misheard me. What I said just now is that I want to bring him back to Yinyang Pass to better protect him. As for his military merits and his position as squad leader, we at Yinyang Pass can give him what Blue Sky Pass can give him as well." Those words angered Zhong Liang, and he roared, "What are you trying to say? Are you saying that Blue Sky Pass can't protect him?" Tang Qiu said slowly, "That's not what I meant, but I heard that Yang Kai was only a 6th order master when he rushed out to the battlefield during the previous fight. Also, he was even attacked by a royal lord and almost lost his life. Is this true?" The crowd was shocked at these words because most of them didn't know about this. Even Tang Qiu only knew about this because he had overheard Luan speaking about it. Luan did not mean to expose all this, he only spoke of how Yang Kai had excellent aptitude, braved life and death during the last battle, advanced to the next order, and had his purifying light. He felt he would be of great use in the future. When the crowd heard about this from Tang Qiu, they were greatly alarmed. Everyone knew the importance of Yang Kai's existence. He was the only one who could use purifying light, which was the only means to purify and dispel black ink strength. "Brother Ding, is this true?" someone asked urgently. Ding Yao was dumbfounded. There was no way to deny this, and Tang Qiu's words had hit the nail on the head. Faced with stares from everyone, Ding Yao could only nod, "It is true, but Yang Kai also gained something from the disaster. He advanced from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm." Shaking his head, Tang Qiu disagreed, "He was lucky this time, but he won't always be lucky. He found an opportunity in the crisis this time, but who knows what might happen next. If he has an accident, the implications are unimaginable." Zhong Liang turned to look at him and asked, "Brother Tang, let me ask you this. If you take Yang Kai back to Yinyang Pass, how will you protect him?" Tang Qiu replied, "I will place him in the inner sanctum. I will grant him anything he needs and won't ever let him be in danger." Nodding, Zhong Liang retorted, "This was the same idea I had before, but, that brat might not agree with that. To tell you the truth, Brother Tang, he joined the battle last time by sneaking out onto the battlefield. This is an important matter, and it doesn't matter if he's willing or not. Throughout the ages, how many elites from the cave heavens and paradises shed blood on the black ink battlefield? How many of them fell into this vast void? For the greater good of the human race, everyone must make sacrifices. He is in control of the purifying light, and he can determine the fate of the human race, so he must sacrifice his freedom." Zhong Liang smiled and said, "Why don't you talk to Yang Kai about this and see if he will agree?" Hearing that, Tang Qiu laughed, "How can we leave it to him to make the decision?" This meant that if Yang Kai was brought back to Yinyang Pass, he would not be able to leave the pass under any circumstances ever again. Zhong Liang frowned and said nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Tu Mo, who had been keeping silent, suddenly spoke up. To him, all of you here are highly respected seniors. No matter whether it's our seniority, strength, or status, we are all far better than him, yet we, the seniors, are now placing the hope for our entire race on his shoulders. Don't you think that is too cruel? The crowd was silent, and Tang Qiu frowned. Shen Tumo continued, the future of the human race cannot rely on just one person. For countless years, the Black Ink clan has wanted to invade and conquer the 3,000 worlds, but they are still being held back by us in this very Black Ink battlefield. What did we do in the past when there was no purifying light? Did we just stand back and allow the Black Ink clan to attack us with impunity? What would we do without purifying light in the future? Will we have no way of fighting the Black Ink clan without such means? In my opinion, we can rely on purifying light to fight against the Black Ink clan, but we cannot be fully dependent on it. Fellow brothers, don't put the cart before the horse. There was a silence in the hall as all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into deep thought. They had to admit that Shen Tumo's words made sense. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Shen Tumo added, in the past, we didn't have Yang Boy and his purifying light, but all the great passes were firmly united, but now, you are all sitting here arguing over who gets to keep him. Won't such an argument destroy our unity? Furthermore, as far as I know, Yang Kai's purifying light requires two unique types of materials called yellow crystals and blue crystals, which are only produced in the chaotic dead territory. I don't know how many yellow and blue crystals he has, but he has to seal his purifying light into 400 purifying Black Ink battleships, which is a huge number. There will inevitably come a day when he runs out of these resources. When that happens, who will you ask for purifying light? Yellow and blue crystals. The chaotic dead territory. The others only knew about the wonders of the purifying light, but they did not know about the materials needed to create it or the source of those materials. Shen Tumo was only repeating what Yang Kai had said to them before. Many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately frowned at those words. If that were true, the purifying light was not inexhaustible, and there would be a day when it ran out. By then, the human race would return to their previous situation. As Shen Tumo said, purifying light could be used as a tool in battle, but they couldn't fully rely on it. On the Black Ink battlefield, the unity of the entire human race was the key to confronting the Black Ink clan. It would indeed be putting the cart before the horse if they only had their eyes on the purifying light. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4987, Dawn Battleship. Brother Shen Tu has a point. Someone nodded lightly. Following that, another spoke up, Brother Shen Tu has thought about this matter more thoroughly. We feel ashamed. Shen Tumo's words dissuaded many people from the idea of poaching Yang Kai, which was already a bit unorthodox. They couldn't argue with the others because they didn't have a reason to, and their chances of succeeding were slim. Now that they heard Shen Tumo's analysis of the pros and cons of this matter, they thought he was right and cancelled their current plans. Meanwhile, Ding Yao and the others were observing the crowd, so they knew Shen Tumo's words had persuaded them and immediately felt relieved. Zhong Liang looked toward Tang Qiu after a moment and asked, "What do you think, Brother Tang?" Tang Qiu frowned and said, "I still insist on bringing Yang Kai back to Yinyang Pass. If he is willing to come back with me." Although he said that, his tone was not as insistent as before. Smiling, Zhong Liang spoke up, "If you ask him in person, that brat might not be able to refuse. After all, you are also his elder, so why force him to make a decision? I don't think it's necessary to ask him that, and I think his presence in Blue Sky Pass is just right." Tang Qiu raised his eyebrows, "How is it just right?" Zhong Liang answered, "We have more than 100 great passes that form a barrier on the Black Ink battlefield, blocking the Black Ink clan's invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Blue Sky Pass just happens to sit at the center of this barrier, so no matter which great pass you all come from, the distance to here does not vary much. But if Yang Kai goes to Yinyang Pass, the situation will be different. The distance between passes will vary greatly, so I believe it is best for him to stay in Blue Sky Pass. And, no matter which Great Pass he's at, he will still be serving the human race, so why does it matter which Great Pass he belongs to? 1 month later, the 4 purifying black ink battleships of Great Battle Pass were completed and delivered. Wei Junyang, who had been waiting at the central square the whole time, thanked Yang Kai and put the 4 purifying black ink battleships in his small universe. Then, he immediately left. Great Battle Pass was engaged in battle with the Black Ink clan and needed the purifying Black Ink battleships to aid them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had no time to rest before another 4 purifying Black Ink battleships from another Great Pass were ready and waiting for him to finish. He had no idea how the others negotiated it, but every time Yang Kai finished the purifying Black Ink battleships from one pass, he had to work on the ones from another. After huge amounts of supplies were consumed, and all the universe arrays were arranged, the purifying Black Ink battleships that were filled with purifying light were taken away by their respective Great Pass representatives. Once the purifying Black Ink battleships were introduced into the battlefield, they could greatly curb the problem of Black Ink strength, and at the same time, the universe array inside each purifying Black Ink battleship could allow the humans to return to their lines quickly. Repeating this process day in and day out was incredibly dull, yet Yang Kai was meticulous because he knew that the tedium he endured today could save the lives of many tomorrow. Gradually, he even forgot about the passage of time. Except for resting for a few days after exhausting himself, he continued working in the central square. Almost every month, one of the visitors to Blue Sky Pass would leave while feeling satisfied. The purifying Black Ink battleships that were brought back to the Great Passes blossomed like a beautiful flower, with Blue Sky Pass as its stem. Finally, after Yang Kai delivered 4 more battleships and saw them off together with an 8th Order Master from one of the Great Passes, he suddenly realized that the square was empty. In the past, before he finished his work, there would be 4 new purifying Black Ink battleships waiting here for him, and he had long gotten used to this kind of life, but there seemed to be something different today. Soon after, Zhongliang came over. He smiled and nodded when he saw Yang Kai looking at him. "You've worked hard these past few years. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Kai was slightly dazed, and only then did he respond, "Is that all?" "Yes." Zhongliang patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "Now, more than 100 Great Passes have their own purifying Black Ink battleships. In the future, we no longer have to be afraid of being corrupted by Black Ink strength when facing the Black Ink clan, and it's all thanks to you." Yang Kai silently nodded before taking a moment and calculating things, soon realizing that some 7 to 8 years had passed. In other words, he had been busy in this square for 7 to 8 years. Although a few years was nothing to an Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still surprising that time had passed so quickly. "Go back to your residence. You've only recently advanced to the 7th Order, so you need to stabilize your cultivation." Zhongliang waved his hand and said. "Yes, sir." Yang Kai took orders and left. When he returned to Feng Ying's compound, Yang Kai opened the barrier and entered. He sat alone in front of the porch steps and suddenly felt a little dazed. After being used to a busy life, he somehow felt like a fish out of water when it was all peaceful and quiet. Zhongliang had asked him to consolidate his cultivation, but he was not in a hurry to do so. Since his advancement to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, although he hadn't had the time to cultivate properly, the special situation of his small universe made it possible for his heritage to continuously increase. Now that 7 or 8 years had passed, his cultivation had long since been stabilized. However, after checking the situation of his small universe, Yang Kai let out a faint sigh. Over the past 7 or 8 years, he had completed more than 400 purifying Black Ink battleships. While he did not need to bother with the materials for the universe arrays as each Great Pass had prepared them, he had to consume yellow and blue crystals to seal purifying light into each purifying Black Ink battleship. Finishing 400 purifying black ink battleships had depleted roughly 10% of his yellow and blue crystal stockpile. Before he left the 3,000 worlds, he had divided half of the yellow and blue crystals he received in the chaotic dead territory to be used by High Heaven Palace. Still, he retained an enormous amount. Even after all the work he put in, he only consumed about 10% of it. Although there were still huge amounts of yellow and blue crystals left, they would be consumed sooner or later. By then, there would be no more purifying light for the human race to use on the black ink battlefield. When that day arrived, where would he find more yellow and blue crystals? Yang Kai looked up and saw a stream of light falling straight down towards him. Once the light cleared, Feng Ying's slender figure was revealed. "You're back." Feng Ying was surprised to see him. Yang Kai nodded his head. "It's good that you're back. Come with me, I'll show you something good." Feng Ying beckoned with a mysterious expression. Feeling curious, Yang Kai wanted to ask what it was, but Feng Ying had dashed away already, so he had no choice but to follow her. Soon, they returned to the central square, and Feng Ying waved her hand. Then, a portal to her small universe flickered, followed by a large ship-like warship that appeared in Yang Kai's view. The ship was approximately 100 meters in length, 25 meters wide, and seemed to have 3 levels. It was much larger than the smallest warships, but definitely smaller than the biggest ones Yang Kai had seen on the battlefield. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly as he asked curiously, "What's this?" Feng Ying smiled, "This is the Dawn battleship." Astonishment filled him as he asked, "Dawn battleship?" Feng Ying nodded and explained, "Blue Sky Pass provided us with this. Each squad has its own warship, and since Dawn is also a squad, and a special operations squad at that, of course we have one." Yang Kai questioned, "Is that why this warship has such an odd size?" "A battalion's ship needs to accommodate 100 people, so it has to be bigger. This is a ship for a squad, so it's not comparable to a battalion's. In large-scale battles like the previous one, it's safer if we move in battalions, which is why you didn't see many squad warships," Feng Ying explained. Yang Kai nodded in a daze, "So, that's how it is." He looked at it with interest. After all, it belonged to Dawn and was considered a great weapon allocated to the Dawn squad by Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying gestured to him, "Want to go up and take a look?" "Indeed." Yang Kai dashed up onto the warship, followed by Feng Ying. The large ship-like artifact was not too big as it was only 100 meters long, but it was not small either, and it had all the necessary features. Feeling surprised, Yang Kai said, "The power of this thing seems to be a bit unusual." According to Feng Ying's introduction, a squad warship only needed a few open heaven realm masters to control their direction and speed across the battlefield. This ship, however, had 8 offensive arrays with an extremely powerful array artifact as a core. It only took 3 6th-order masters working together to bring out the power of a 7th-order open heaven realm master with the help of one such offensive array. Therefore, 8 arrays were equivalent to, and could display, the power of 8 7th-order open heaven realm masters. There were also several grand arrays dedicated to defense, each one with outstanding array cores which required the combined efforts of 3 6th-order masters to bring forth the defensive strength of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. This warship had incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. Feng Ying explained, "The warships of ordinary squads are naturally quite different from this one. I went to ask someone from the refining hall to custom make this ship, and all of the grand arrays were specially designed to best suit it. If we have the proper amount of personnel on our ship, the power it can display will be far greater than average. With a few 7th-order open heaven realm masters with us on board, we can confront a territory lord." Nodding incessantly, Yang Kai repeated, "Good, good, good. This is amazing." Then, Feng Ying added, "But this ship has cost a lot of military merits, your military merits in fact. They've basically been depleted." "My military merits?" Yang Kai was stunned, then suddenly remembered that a few years ago, Feng Ying had asked him for his identity token. Back then, he was so busy arranging universe arrays for the purifying black ink battleships and sealing purifying light in them that he gave it to her without asking any questions. At that time, Feng Ying must have already had the plan to build such a powerful ship using his military merits. Feng Ying explained, the inner sanctum gives each squad a ship, but that ship only has the most standard configuration. If you want to modify and enhance your squad's warship, you need to spend military merits to get help from the refining hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4988, Not More Than Thrice. On the black ink battlefield, military merits were extremely important. Not only could one exchange them for cultivation resources, artifacts, pills, or even techniques, one could also ask for guidance from powerful masters. If one had enough military merits, they could even ask to be taught directly by an old ancestor. Of course, the costs for such opportunities were basically unaffordable for the average cultivator. A warship like the one before Yang Kai naturally needed a massive amount of military merits to construct. Basically, every squad and battalion would slowly customize their warship in order to best fit its members. Moreover, the members of the squad or battalion were happy to spend their military merits on such things because a better warship would give them a better chance of survival and make it easier to kill the enemy. Since Yang Kai was new to Blue Sky Pass, of course he didn't know about these things, however, Feng Ying knew them very well. Yang Kai was Dawn's squad leader, so she had spent his military merits without batting an eyelid. Yang Kai had no objection to this of course and nodded, good. My military merits aren't of much use to me anyways, so this is just the right thing to use them on. While others might need to exchange military merits for cultivation materials, he didn't, as he had enough to cultivate until he reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm with extra left over. After taking a few more looks at it, Yang Kai suddenly became serious, but what are we going to do with this warship? The Black Ink clan has been driven back, and wasn't it said that they wouldn't return for at least 100 years? Feng Ying laughed, it's true that the Black Ink clan has retreated, but they will definitely return, so we will need this warship at that time. Moreover, after every battle, Blue Sky Pass will send out some personnel to collect cultivation resources and monitor the Black Ink clan's movements, which requires approaching, if not entering Black Ink clan territory. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he parroted, gathering cultivation materials and spying on the Black Ink clan. Nodding, Feng Ying added, while you were busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, others have been carrying out these tasks, generally with squads as a unit. After all, the Black Ink clan just suffered a serious defeat a few years ago and is still recuperating. As long as one doesn't venture too deep into Black Ink clan territory, there is basically no danger. On top of that, if you come across Black Ink clansmen while gathering resources, you might even be able to earn more military merits. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel eager, so he quickly asked, are these tasks assigned to specific squads or can anyone go? Glancing at him, Feng Ying immediately knew what he was thinking and she smiled and replied, as long as you apply, you will not be rejected. Yang Kai suddenly said with excitement, have we applied? Don't we have to wait for you? Feng Ying glared at him. At that comment, Yang Kai nodded, good, very good. Marshal Ant, let's go apply now. The smile on Feng Ying's face slowly faded before she said with some concern, we can apply, but I'm not sure if the army commanders will let us go. Let's give it a try, if they don't let us go, I'll find the army commanders and talk to them directly. Yang Kai suddenly remembered one more thing, by the way, how many people have you recruited for our squad? Immediately after Dawn was ordered to be established, Yang Kai started to work on the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. Later, he was busy with the purifying Black Ink battleships, so he didn't have time to deal with this matter and instead left it in Feng Ying's hands. Therefore, he didn't know how many members they had and who they were. I'm almost done recruiting members. I'll have them meet with you later so we can all get to know each other better. After she said that, she pointed at the cabin, I left a space inside for you to arrange a universe array, and I have prepared the materials necessary, so you can work on that first. Also, you have to name this warship. Martial Ant, you're too thoughtful. Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Feng Ying. A few moments later, she left, probably to apply for the mission, while Yang Kai stayed in the square and entered the cabin to set up a universe array in the space that was left for him. As he had been arranging universe arrays for 400 purifying black ink battleships for a few years, Yang Kai was now traversing on a familiar path. In just a few days, the warship's universe array was operational, and Yang Kai had branded the large ship's bow with 2 large characters. Dawning Light. After putting the ship into his small universe, Yang Kai returned to Feng Ying's place. Half a day later, Dawn Squad's members arrived and met with him. Shen Ao, Ning Qi Ji, and Qi Tai Chu were the 3 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought their way back from the Black Ink clan with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. As for the rest, there were 30 others who had been enlisted. When Yang Kai was appointed as Dawn's squad leader, Zhong Liang publicly announced to the inner sanctum that any cultivator under the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm that Yang Kai chose could join his squad, and the limit for that squad was 50 people. In other words, if Yang wanted to, he could create a squad with 57th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if he did that, it would be a waste of manpower because there was no need for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to manipulate a warship. 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would suffice for such roles. Thus, under careful consideration, in addition to the 3 Yang Kai had previously mentioned, Feng Ying did not take in any more 7th Order Masters. The other 30 members were all in the 5th and 6th Order. The entire Dawn Squad's configuration, including Yang Kai and Feng Ying, was 5 7th Order Masters, 26th Order Masters, and 10 5th Order Masters. Such a configuration was quite reasonable. Not only would it not reduce Dawn's combat power, but it also wouldn't squander valuable human resources. Moreover, the 5 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the team were enough to ensure Dawn Squad's fighting capability. Feng Ying kept the remaining 15 slots empty so they could recruit members they needed when suitable opportunities arose. What's more, everyone here was someone Yang Kai brought back from the Black Ink clan's domain, therefore, they were already quite familiar with each other. In Feng Ying's courtyard, a banquet was prepared, and the atmosphere was lively as everyone exchanged pleasantries and drinks. If it hadn't been for Yang Kai's help in dispersing the Black Ink strength within them, they would have still been working for the Black Ink clan and would likely have died on the battlefield during the last war. They thought about their future battles, like how they would kill the Black Ink clan and spread Dawn Squad's reputation far and wide. After a few rounds of drinks, some began to sing, which attracted cheers from the others. At that moment, Feng Ying's expression suddenly changed. She took out the communication artifact, looked at it, and looked at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. Noticing her gaze, Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. "What is it?" Feng Ying said, "Our request to sortie on a mission has been rejected." The noisy courtyard instantly fell silent. They were just chatting about Dawn Squad's future fame, but now their request to go out mission was denied. How could they realize their dreams if they couldn't even leave Blue Sky Pass? Generally speaking, such requests wouldn't be denied. In the years after the Great Battle, countless squads would leave the Great Pass to go out on missions. As long as they were prepared, their applications would be accepted. After all, the Black Ink clan had suffered a crushing defeat in the Blue Sky Theater and were now busy recuperating. As long as they took great care and did not wander too deep into the Black Ink clan's territory or encounter a strong enemy by accident, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, everyone knew that the reason why Dawn's request was denied was because of Yang Kai. During the previous war, the army commanders did not dare to let Yang Kai freely set foot on the battlefield, but he snuck out and upended the entire situation alone, forcing Zhong Liang to borrow troops from the other 3 armies. Although a series of lucky coincidences allowed them to expose the royal lord's resting place and aided them in achieving a great victory, that was only a random bout of good fortune, not a carefully planned out strategy. How many lucky coincidences could one person have? The army commanders and the other higher-ups did not feel safe letting Yang Kai leave Blue Sky Pass. If they had a chance, they wouldn't even want Yang Kai to take one step outside the inner sanctum. While the crowd fell silent, Yang Kai drank his glass of wine in one gulp and coldly snorted, "I expected as much. I'll go make my case to the army commanders." After saying that, he stood up and flew off into the sky. A short while later, in front of Zhongliang's office, Yang Kai landed straight down from above. Someone was guarding the door and stopped Yang Kai. Yang Kai explained his intention and asked the guard to report his arrival to Zhongliang. Moments later, the guard came out, cupped his fist, and said, "Brother Yang, the army commander is busy at the moment and won't see any guests." Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "When will the army commander be finished?" The guard shook his head and answered, "I don't know." "Why don't you go back and wait?" Yang Kai took a deep look at the hall in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, "Fine, many thanks." Then, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, Zhongliang sat behind the long table while perceiving the situation outside with his divine sense. Yang Kai was gone, but the direction he left in seemed to not be the way back to Feng Ying's residence. It seemed like the way to the Eastern Army's headquarters. Knowing that the brat was probably going to find Ding Yao after not seeing him, Zhongliang snorted lightly and took out a communication artifact to send a message to Ding Yao. A few moments later, Yang Kai arrived at Ding Yao's office and asked to see him, but the guard there didn't even go inside to inform Ding Yao. Instead, the guard told Yang Kai that Ding Yao was not in Blue Sky Pass and that he did not know where he had gone or when he would return. Yang Kai was speechless. He went looking for Zhongliang, but couldn't see him because the latter was busy, and now he couldn't find Ding Yao because he was out. Yang Kai began to suspect he wouldn't be able to see the other two army commanders either. As Yang Kai expected, when he went to see Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo, the guards at their doors also told Yang Kai that the army commanders were not in the inner sanctum, and their whereabouts and return dates were unknown. At this point, Yang Kai knew they were intentionally avoiding him, and they wouldn't give him any chance of meeting them. That realization made Yang Kai furious, and he thought that the tricks those four old men were playing were too shameless. Shut out from all directions, he had no choice but to return to his residence. The next day, Yang Kai asked to see Zhongliang again, but he still failed. On the following day, Yang Kai went to see Zhongliang for a third time only to be told by the guard there that Zhongliang had left the Great Pass as well. Yang Kai was so angry he thought he was about to explode. After lingering in front of the door for a long time, he finally clenched his teeth, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Army commander, I won't do things more than thrice. Since you won't see me after I've been asking to meet you so many times, I'll gather my men now and leave the pass." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4989, Let's Make a Bet. After Yang Kai said what he had to say, he turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a furious shout came from behind. "Though, brat, you dare leave the pass without authorization." Yang Kai did not look back and stubbornly said, "Try me." He then walked forward with large strides. Zhongliang, who was pretending to have gone out, couldn't sit still any longer and stormed out of the hall and stopped right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a derisive expression. "Sir Army Commander, didn't you leave the Great Pass on a mission?" Shamelessly keeping his expression, Zhongliang calmly declared, "I just came back. It's just a coincidence." Yang Kai let out a chuckle. "What a coincidence. Since you're here, I need to ask permission to lead my squad." Before he could finish his words, Zhongliang waved his hand, "Rejected." Feeling like half of his words were stuck in his throat, Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a deep breath, gazed helplessly at Zhongliang, and pleaded, "Army commander, I've fought my way up from my youth, and killed so many I have lost track of their number. I'm not some weak and delicate greenhouse flower." Zhongliang answered flatly, "It has nothing to do with your strength or weakness. Your existence is of vital importance to the human race and cannot be treated carelessly. I understand your feelings, but young boy, I hope you can put the big picture first. Hanging his head, Yang Kai said, I've just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and the bigger picture of the black ink battlefield is too much for me to care about. I can only do what I can. Zhongliang raised his brow and ordered, stay in the inner sanctum. That's what you can do, and what we want the most. After Zhongliang said that, Yang Kai fell silent. Of course he knew what Zhongliang and others were thinking and understood why they had such thoughts. If he were in Zhongliang's shoes, he wouldn't be willing to let himself be in danger by leaving the pass either. However, understanding their situation was one thing, but he still had his own insistence and plans. With a world spring, Yang Kai was not afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength, and he also had his purifying light which could safeguard those around him. He had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and his strength had increased greatly, so he should have been able to move freely around the black ink battlefield. If he were trapped inside Blue Sky Pass, he would lose his vigor in the long run, which would not be beneficial to his future growth. If he wanted to keep striving for greater heights in the martial Tao, the only option was to go out and fight. The black ink battlefield has more than 100 great passes and millions of masters. I am just one of them. I can do what others can and go wherever the others go. I don't want to receive any special treatment, and I hope you all can realize my wish. Yang Kai looked solemn and cupped his fist. Zhongliang sighed, life never goes the way you want it to. There are always people in this world who have abilities that others do not, so they have to bear the responsibilities that others cannot. You said you don't want any special treatment, but you have a unique ability, so it's impossible for you not to have special treatment. Feeling unresigned, Yang Kai argued, they always say that the older a person gets, the more stubborn they become. I originally did not believe it, but seeing how you're acting now, I have to believe it. A few guards nearby couldn't help but laugh at those words. Zhongliang gave a light tsk, brat, you're acting reckless again. Then, he glared at the guards to shut them up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, Army Commander, I am proficient in the Tao of space. Zhongliang nodded, yes, I know. What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that if I insist on leaving, you cannot stop me unless you lock down the entire Blue Sky Pass. Otherwise, I can easily leave at will. Zhongliang felt his face twitch as he snarled, don't forget that you are an official member of Blue Sky Pass. Disregarding orders is punishable by military law. Yang Kai snorted, obviously not taking his words to heart. How about this, Army Commander? Let's make a bet. What kind of bet? Zhongliang frowned at him. Using Blue Sky Pass interior as the boundary, if you can catch me before an incense stick burns out, I will stay, but if you can't, you have to approve my application. How about that? Zhongliang was immediately exasperated as he quipped, are you that confident in yourself? He did know that those who were proficient in the Tao of space were good at escaping, and if it had been the limitless void outside, he wasn't confident if he could catch Yang Kai within an incense stick. However, with the inside of Blue Sky Pass as the boundary, it would be a simple matter for an 8th-order master to catch a 7th-order junior. With his nostrils pointing up towards the sky, Yang Kai looked at Zhongliang arrogantly, I dare you to make a bet with me. It's fine if you don't, I won't laugh. Even though Zhongliang knew Yang Kai was trying to provoke him, he was still furious and said through clenched teeth, good, I'll take that bet. But boy, if I catch you, it won't be as simple as you staying in Blue Sky Pass. I'll beat you black and blue until you beg for mercy. With a wave of his hand, Zhongliang ordered, light up an incense stick. One of the guards who had been watching the fun hurriedly took out an incense burner from his small universe. Yang Kai glanced at the half-human tall incense and incense burner, and he couldn't help but snicker, Army Commander, your methods continue to astound me. This incense is much, much bigger than any I've ever seen before. No matter how shameless Zhongliang was, he couldn't help but blush at this moment. A normal stick of incense was a bit longer than a palm's length, so the time it took to burn through was naturally not too long. This giant incense stick was several times bigger and would probably burn for at least 5 times as long. This was not something Zhong Liang had prepared in advance, of course, it was something the guard had done of his own accord. Although it felt like he was cheating, it was exactly what Zhong Liang had in mind, so he choked down his embarrassment and instead laughed and taunted, "If you think it's inappropriate, we can stop the bet and you'll have to obediently stay in the inner sanctum, otherwise, you would know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Taking a look at the big incense, Yang Kai knew that there was no room for him to retreat at this point, so he clenched his and said, "Let's begin." Zhong Liang smiled even more cunningly than a fox as he raised his hand and shouted, "Light it up." The guard got the order and immediately prepared to burn the incense. Zhong Liang smilingly looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. You can start running now. Once the incense is lit, I'll be making my move." While saying so, he stood in place and began to stretch and loosen his muscles. Before he finished his sentence, Yang Kai turned around and ran. Behind Zhong Liang, the incense was also lit at the same time. The moment the incense filled the air, Zhong Liang rushed in Yang Kai's direction like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. He wanted to take this smelly brat down in one fell swoop and cut off anything thought of leaving the pass, so Yang Kai would obediently stay inside the inner sanctum from now on. Suddenly, Zhong Liang felt a sense of crisis, and when he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai, who should have been wildly fleeing, had actually turned around and was looking at him with a fierce grin. Yang Kai raised his hands high into the sky, and above him a great sun around with a golden crow was cawing rose. Above his other hand a shimmering full moon had manifested. Both the sun and moon shone together. The two celestial bodies began circling one another, radiating rich time principles as they orbited faster and faster. Yang Kai surged his space principles next and merged the two images together to create a new, mysterious force. The rapidly rotating sun and moon enlarged and soon filled Zhong Liang's field of vision. Even though he was an 8th order master, he couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine at this moment. The power of this divine ability was beyond his imagination, and it was definitely not something that a 7th order master could perform. With such a divine ability, even though he was at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm, he would not escape unscathed if he just stood there and took the hit from Yang Kai. Zhong Liang never expected Yang Kai to turn around and attack him instead of fleeing, so he was caught completely off guard and didn't have time to dodge. In addition, under the influence of this strange divine ability, time and space around him distorted, and even his thoughts and perception became a little blurred. This whole situation was too absurd. Zhong Liang made an immediate decision, and with a loud shout, the power of an 8th order open heaven realm master exploded forth. World force exploded from his body as he threw his fist out at Yang Kai. A loud bang was heard, and violent energy surged throughout the space. The entire blue sky pass was shaken by the shockwave, and all the humans inside the inner sanctum were so shocked that they thought the Black Ink clan was attacking, so they all came out to investigate. All of a sudden, the sky above Blue Sky Pass was filled with people. Meanwhile, inside the Eastern Army's headquarters, Ding Yao leapt up into the air after noticing the movement. He looked around and frowned when he saw Zhong Liang suspended in midair. However, the current Zhong Liang looked a bit haggard. Although the sun and moon divine will didn't injure him, it wasn't easy for him to take the blow. His vitality was churning slightly, making it impossible for him to chase after Yang Kai immediately. Moreover, under the dazzling fallout from the clash, he had lost sight of Yang Kai, and didn't know where to find him. Frowning, Ding Yao flew over and soon arrived in front of the Western Army's headquarters. Together with him were Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo, who were supposed to be outside right now. The 3 army commanders gathered together, and Zhong Liang's adjutant hurriedly greeted them. "What's the meaning of this?" Ding Yao asked with a frown. As soon as he spoke those words though, he turned his head up towards Zhong Liang. In his vision, Ding Yao clearly saw a ripple in the void, followed by Yang Kai's ghostly figure appearing less than 100 meters behind Zhongliang. Yang Kai was holding his azure dragon spear and fiercely thrust it out at Zhongliang's back. Ding Yao's eyes widened at Yang Kai's action, but he also saw that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent. Moreover, Zhongliang was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so although this spear attack was unexpected and powerful, it couldn't do much to Zhongliang. What Ding Yao didn't know was that Zhongliang's senses had been scrambled somewhat after being struck by the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, so when Yang Kai launched this sneak attack, he was not able to detect it until the spear tip was almost touching his body. Only then did Zhongliang sense danger and turn around to throw out a punch. Yang Kai's body flew out like a paper kite before plunging into the void, disappearing between the ripples as his voice lingered in the air, as expected of an army commander. My greatest respects to your strength. Zhongliang grabbed at him, but missed. His face now as black as the bottom of a pot, he could not help but roar, "You little bastard. You better hide well and not let me catch you, or I swear your end will be miserable." He was the army commander of the Western Army, one of the most important figures in all of Blue Sky Pass, only ranking below the old ancestor himself, but now, he was being played by Yang Kai, who had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in front of everyone. What's more, he actually suffered 2 losses because he was repeatedly caught off guard, furthering his humiliation. Zhongliang was angry, but he was also forced to admit that he admired Yang Kai's boldness. He simply did not expect Yang Kai would dare act so recklessly and decisively. If it had been an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven realm master, that person would have already died twice by now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4990, I'm Not Beaten Yet. Meanwhile, in front of the Western Army's headquarters, the adjutant gulped and finally had the time to answer Ding Yao's question. After finding out about the bet between Yang Kai and Zhongliang, Ding Yao then turned his head to look at the giant burning incense and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a large incense stick might take almost an hour or longer to burn through completely. Blue Sky Pass was not a small place, but with it as the boundary, even if Yang Kai, who just advanced to the 7th Order, had his space secret techniques, he might not be able to escape from the palm of Zhongliang's hand. No wonder Zhongliang agreed to the bet. If it had been him, it would have been difficult for him to refuse such a bet too. Zhongliang could have ignored this provocation completely, but Yang Kai was bound to not be convinced, and there would only be further disputes. Thus, it was better to take this opportunity to stop Yang Kai from having such thoughts and prevent any future problems. However, the commotion had grown far too big, and the others in Blue Sky Pass were in turmoil at the moment as they didn't know what had happened. Ding Yao thus issued a series of orders to control the situation. Soon, the people floating around Blue Sky Pass came down and watched the show from the sidelines. It wasn't a big deal for them as long as it wasn't the Black Ink clans invading. Meanwhile, somewhere in the west of Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai was running away in a hurry, pushing his space principles to the limit. However, no matter how hard he fled, a divine sense was able to lock onto him from afar. It was Zhongliang. If Yang Kai didn't find a way to cut off this divine sense, no matter how exquisite his instantaneous movement was, he would never be able to escape from Zhongliang. But with their difference in strength, how could he cut off Zhongliang's divine sense? Yang Kai's repeated attempts failed to achieve his goal, so even as he ran using instantaneous movement, Zhongliang followed close behind him. Yang Kai knew that his 2 sneak attacks had pissed off Zhongliang, and the army commander was now determined to teach him a painful lesson. Instantaneous movement was the pinnacle of escape techniques. There were thousands of secret techniques to increase one's speed, but none of them could be compared to instantaneous movement. Soon, Yang Kai's figure could be seen in all corners of Blue Sky Pass, but he never stayed in one spot for more than 3 breaths because Zhongliang, who was like a ravenous beast, was always hot on his tail. With one chasing and one escaping, time gradually passed. The incense in front of the Western Army's headquarters was now a third burned down. Ding Yao and the others were now becoming a bit anxious. Initially, they thought that Zhongliang would capture Yang Kai on his own, but now it seemed that it would not be so easy. They had all heard how the Tao of space was unparalleled when it came to escaping, but it was only now that they learned how difficult it was to deal with a master proficient in it. It was a good thing that this incense burned for a much longer time than a normal incense, otherwise, the time limit would have already been reached. Even if Yang Kai was caught in the end, it would still be a hollow victory for their side. On the other hand, seeing that he hadn't captured the infuriating boy after so long, Zhongliang was feeling quite annoyed. He intended for this to be a quick battle, but he did not expect that not only were things not going as he expected, but it was actually taking him so long to capture one little brat. Moreover, if he lost the bet, it would be a terrible conclusion. Suddenly, Zhongliang's body stopped in midair. Noticing that Zhongliang was acting differently, Yang Kai quickly dodged away, but the divine sense locked onto him remained. He didn't know what Zhongliang was up to, but he figured that the army commander was about to make some kind of big move, so he became alert. As expected, a strong burst of word force came from Zhongliang's side, followed by ripples that started from Zhongliang's location and spread out in all directions. The speed of the ripples was not fast, but it wasn't slow either. As the ripples passed through the air, the surrounding space was gradually undergoing a noticeable change. It was a heaven-sealing earth-locking technique. When Yang Kai saw this scene from afar, his face paled as he cried out in anguish, "Army Commander! You shameless cheater!" Zhongliang was preparing to spread out his small universe and envelop the entire blue sky pass. Yang Kai had no doubt that Zhongliang had such an ability. After all, Zhongliang was a peak 8th order master, so once his small universe was manifested, it could easily encompass all of Blue Sky Pass. If that happened, the entire Blue Sky Pass territory would be inside his small universe. By then, Zhongliang would be the master of this space, and Yang Kai would have no way of escaping. He would become a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of Zhongliang. Though it was a superb tactic, it was more akin to cheating than a clever strategy. It also showed how determined Zhongliang was to take down Yang Kai. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Zhongliang's face did not blush, he simply laughed wickedly and declared, "In battle, there is no such thing as cheating. Why don't you try shouting at the Black Ink clan that they're being unfair in battle and see if they will let you go?" As he spoke, his small universe's frontier spread in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai retreated in haste, but he was limited to the inside of Blue Sky Pass, so there was no place to hide. He could only watch as the ripples swept past his body and enveloped him. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned blue. Zhongliang laughed loudly and approached Yang Kai in a flash. He looked at Yang Kai calmly with his hands behind his back. "Are you going to admit defeat voluntarily, or will I have to capture you first? Let me make it clear, if you willingly admit defeat, you will be spared from a beating, but if you make me come and get you. I'm currently in a bad mood, so I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength very well." Yang Kai immediately gritted his teeth. "You're quite brazen, Army Commander, but I'm not beaten yet." Saying so, Yang Kai's fists flashed and began blasting towards Zhongliang. Smiling, Zhongliang thought that although Yang Kai was quite strong, such an attack was nothing to him. He was wary of the Sun and Moon Divine while Yang Kai used it as a sneak attack, and if Yang Kai had brought it out here and now, he would certainly be wary of him, but this kind of haphazard flurry of punches wouldn't cause him any harm. "You're too arrogant. It seems you won't regret it unless you see your coffin. Good, I'll let you understand the consequences of your actions." As Zhongliang spoke, the palm of his hand reached forward, transforming the world around him into a seemingly solid projection as he moved to capture Yang Kai. However, in the next moment, Zhongliang's face changed dramatically. The attack that seemed so unthreatening to him suddenly felt like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart, shaking his entire small universe. "Huh? What the?" When Zhongliang cried out in dismay as the power of his small universe was greatly disturbed. For a moment, his strength became disordered and his head became dizzy. An open heaven realm master would not easily spread out their small universe when fighting because their small universe was their very foundation. Once their small universe was damaged, they would suffer grave consequences. The only time open heaven realm masters would choose to use this method was when they were truly desperate. When Yang Kai besieged Sui Quan Hui in the new Great Territory, Sui Quan Hui laid down his small universe in the final battle as he had no other choice. Zhongliang was also forced to take a risk today because he had no choice. But he also had his own considerations. With the heritage of his small universe, a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai should not be able to do anything to him in short order. In other words, as long as he took him down swiftly, there shouldn't be any danger. How could Zhongliang have expected that Yang Kai's seemingly ordinary punches would be able to shake his small universe? Once his small universe became unstable, his world force stopped flowing smoothly, leaving him essentially defenseless. Zhongliang, who had been hovering in mid-air, fell headlong to the ground. Although he was able to stabilize his body and withdraw his small universe in a flash, even a moment of weakness would be enough to determine life or death in a fight between masters. Zhongliang's face suddenly became blacker than the bottom of a pot, for when he looked up, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace. Worse, because he was temporarily dazed, his divine sense lock had been cut off. This is bad. Feeling his heart clench up, Zhongliang became worried because he was only able to chase after Yang Kai because he locked him down with his divine sense. Now that Yang Kai had escaped this lock, how was Zhongliang supposed to track him? Turning his head towards the Western Army's headquarters, Zhongliang saw the incense stick in front of the door was already half-burned. Also, Ding Yao and the others looked at him with intrigued expressions while standing before the incense burner, making Zhongliang blush. Up until now, he still could not understand how Yang Kai shook his small universe. Those seemingly ordinary punches were definitely not as simple as they seemed. They should be some kind of secret technique that was used to directly target small universes. He was right. Yang Kai did have a secret technique to deal with small universes. That secret technique had worked wonders since he first discovered it, and it gave Yang Kai the ability to fight against masters above his cultivation realm. If he tangled with the enemy for long enough, he could trace the opponent's internal chi back to their small universe, and then, using space principles, he could bombard it directly. That was the essence of his cow punch. Originally, Yang Kai didn't have the chance to use this technique because of the wide gap between him and Zhongliang, making him unable to hold off Zhongliang long enough to use cow punch. However, Zhongliang took the initiative to spread out his small universe, which allowed Yang Kai to skip over the entire tracing process, so he immediately used cow punch. In the end, he was able to hit Zhongliang and escape from him. He even had the strength left over to cut off the divine sense which was locked onto him. Once all of that was done, Yang Kai was like a tiger that had returned to the mountains. It would be difficult for Zhongliang to find him again. In a few moments, Blue Sky Pass flew into an uproar. Zhongliang's vast divine sense swept through the entire Blue Sky Pass but could not find any trace of Yang Kai. He even ran to each army headquarters and personally searched the purifying black ink battleships in case Yang Kai was hiding in them. But he ended up empty-handed again. After a few more moments, he had searched every warship in Blue Sky Pass. Seeing that the incense was getting shorter and shorter and would soon be finished, Zhongliang could not help but feel a cold sweat on his forehead. He had turned the entire Blue Sky Pass upside down and searched everywhere he could think of, but there were still no signs of Yang Kai. Just where was that little brat hiding? What if he had left the Great Pass? But that would be like admitting defeat, and Yang Kai would never do that. As he thought about it, Zhongliang suddenly thought of something and looked in a certain direction. That fool finally figured it out. In front of the Western Army's headquarters, Ding Yao reached up and rubbed his forehead. When Zhongliang's small universe shook just now, he was dazed and unable to maintain his focus, so Yang Kai took the opportunity to escape. Though Zhongliang had no idea where Yang Kai had gone, Ding Yao and the others saw it all clearly. However, it wasn't their place to give Zhongliang any hints, nor could they do that. Martial Peak, Chapter 4991, No Objections. In the center of Blue Sky Pass, there was a tall solitary mountain, and on top of the solitary mountain stood a majestic palace. For the tens of thousands of members of Blue Sky Pass, this solitary mountain was both a restricted area and a mental support. That was the place where the old ancestor would enter retreat, and no one was to disturb him without being summoned. A stream of light swept in from below and soon arrived in front of the palace. The figure that landed was none other than the Western Army commander, Zhongliang. He took a quick glance at the surroundings, but only saw a few familiar figures standing guard, with no traces of Yang Kai. Is he not here? Zhongliang was a bit stunned. He had just turned almost the entire Blue Sky Pass upside down but still could not find Yang Kai's whereabouts. The only exception was this solitary mountain, which he did not dare to pry into because it was not a place he could simply search at will. If there was any place Yang Kai could hide, it was definitely here. Who would have thought he still couldn't find Yang Kai's whereabouts after coming here? The situation made his head spin. If Yang Kai was not hiding here, where else could he be? After greeting Senior Brother Sun, who was guarding the front door, Zhongliang turned around and was about to leave. It was then that Senior Brother Sun suddenly said, "Junior Brother, are you here to find Yang Kai?" Zhongliang stopped and nodded, "Yes." Senior Brother Sun smiled wryly and said, "If that is the case, you can wait here." Zhongliang was puzzled, "Huh?" Senior Brother Sun said, "Yang Kai has been summoned by the old ancestor and is in the inner room. He will be out in a moment." The news made Zhongliang's jaw drop in shock as he was astonished and speechless. The old ancestor summoned Yang Kai into the palace. How could he continue his search for Yang Kai? It was impossible for him to rush inside and catch Yang Kai now. In other words, as long as Yang Kai hid inside the palace until the time limit was up, he would definitely lose the bet. That brat. He's too shameless. But when Zhongliang thought back on the act of him spreading out his small universe, he couldn't help feeling he was just as shameless. Why did old ancestor suddenly summon him? Zhongliang asked with a bitter smile. Senior Brother Sun laughed and said, "I don't know. That brat suddenly came here in a hurry like he had some urgent business, and as soon as he landed, the old ancestor summoned him inside to talk." Those words made Zhongliang gnash his teeth and secretly curse him for being so sneaky. He must have run all the way here after cutting off my divine sense, which was locked onto him. Still, Zhongliang had not expected that the old ancestor would summon Yang Kai at such a moment. The boy's original intention should only have been to use the uniqueness of this place to hide for some time. As for Senior Brother Sun's description of Yang Kai being in a hurry, as if he had something urgent, Senior Brother Sun might have already learned the reason for that matter. Although his duty was to guard the old ancestor's place of retreat, he must have known about what just happened because they had caused such a huge commotion, otherwise, he wouldn't have laughed so mockingly. Zhongliang suddenly remembered one more thing and asked urgently, "Have old ancestors' wounds fully healed?" It had been 8 years since the Black Ink clan army was defeated, and the old ancestor had been in retreat since then to heal his injuries, so there might be a chance that his injuries were all healed. Senior Brother Sun unfortunately shook his head and said, "I don't know, but this is the first time in recent years that old ancestor has sent a message to the outside world." After hearing those words, Zhongliang immediately understood the situation. It seemed like the old ancestor had yet to make a full recovery. After all, it wasn't easy for a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to heal his injuries. However, the old ancestor's situation must have turned for the better, or else he wouldn't have called for Yang Kai to head inside. After taking a look at the big incense in front of the Western Army headquarters, Zhong Liang noticed there was still about a fifth of it left, so there was still some time. He didn't want to leave just like that, and since there was still some time left, Zhong Liang could only stay here and wait to see if Yang Kai would come out before time was up. Silence fell in front of the palace. Meanwhile, inside, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of an old man with an all-white beard and hair. The old man was thin and full of wrinkles. He wore a plain robe and was currently barefooted, not giving off the air of a ninth-order open heaven realm master at all. Yang Kai did not even feel any energy fluctuations from this old man. If they met without knowing each other's identities, Yang Kai would definitely treat him like an ordinary old man and not a ninth-order old ancestor who stood at the very peak of the martial Tao. The old ancestor's cultivation had probably achieved a state of serenity in the extraordinary, otherwise, he would never have given Yang Kai such an impression. Yang Kai was very surprised to be summoned by the old ancestor. When he first came here, he had intended to meet the old ancestor, but since the latter was in the process of healing from his injuries, Yang Kai wasn't able to meet him. At this moment, Yang Kai was demonstrating the creation of purifying light in front of the old ancestor, which was naturally something the latter requested of him. During the process, the old ancestor watched carefully and even reached out his hand to take the purifying light after it was formed to have a better look at it. Yang Kai did not dare to say much and just quietly waited. After a few moments, the old ancestor nodded lightly and instructed Yang Kai to stretch out his hands so that he could check the two marks. Though Yang Kai couldn't tell what the old ancestor had seen from the marks on the backs of his hands, the latter was clearly meticulously investigating them with an extremely serious expression. Moments later, the old ancestor nodded lightly and suddenly smiled. This purifying light is indeed profound and mysterious. The burning light and serene glimmer are truly worthy of being called ancient great experts. Their strength is far beyond my reach. Yang Kai was astonished by his words. You're too modest, old ancestor. According to the old ancestor's words, he seemed to be admitting that he was inferior to the burning light and serene glimmer. How could Yang Kai not be surprised by that? The ninth-order open heaven realm was already the peak a human could achieve, and Yang Kai had always thought that such a master could compete with the burning light and serene glimmer. The old ancestor, however, shook his head. I'm not being modest. I speak only the truth. When this old master first advanced to the ninth order, I went to the chaotic dead territory to exchange moves with those two. I remember that experience well. He did not say what the result of the sparring match was, but Yang Kai had a vague feeling that the old ancestor had suffered some kind of loss. I know about what happened in the inner sanctum. This purifying light is a method to remove black ink strength, so since you have gotten this opportunity, you should work hard to safeguard others well. Yang Kai said respectfully, Junior will abide by your orders, old ancestor. After a pause, he added, Old ancestor, I have one more thing to report. Go ahead. Old ancestor nodded lightly. This junior did not enter the black ink battlefield through the no-return pass. Instead, I came here through a void corridor. Once he said those words, the old ancestor's eyes narrowed. Tell me more. Yang Kai then went on to explain what happened in the black prison. He began his story after the death of the royal lord, then described how the void corridor was formed, how he went in alone and sealed the void corridor with space principles, and then found himself in a sealed world which existed on the black ink battlefield. I have sealed the corridor with my secret technique, and that sealed world has probably ruptured by now, but the void corridor might still exist. How many people know about this? Old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai answered, I met a black ink disciple named Meng Qi in that sealed world, and after saving him with purifying light, he told me the importance of this matter, and that I must report it to you and no one else, so I haven't told anyone else about it. And Meng Qi? Old ancestor asked. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, I wanted to bring him with me, but he refused and immediately sacrificed his life after I left. The old ancestor was slightly stunned. but soon understood and sighed, his loyalty to the human race is praiseworthy. His name will be recorded on my Blue Sky Pass Heroic Souls Monument. The Heroic Souls Monument was something Yang Kai knew about. One such monument was located in every one of the great passes, and it recorded the names of all those who died in the war against the Black Ink clan. The Heroic Souls Monument in Blue Sky Pass, which was 1,000 meters high, had recorded countless names, each one representing a human life. The matter of the Void Corridor ends here. Do not mention it to anyone else, the old ancestor declared. Junior understands. The old ancestor nodded before suddenly giving him a deep look. You have done a great service to the human race by sealing the Void Corridor, saving the 3,000 worlds from a catastrophe. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, those who have been battling to the death with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield are the real heroes. Countless ancestors gave their lives in exchange for peace in the 3,000 worlds while this junior is still alive and well. The names on the Heroic Souls Monument are the ones who deserve the credit. The dead have merit, but so do the living. As the old ancestor spoke, he suddenly lifted his hand and extended his finger towards Yang Kai's forehead. His movement was obviously very slow, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it seemed incredibly fast. Before he could react, the finger was already on his forehead. As soon as old ancestor's finger touched his forehead, he smiled and said, the incense outside has burned out, you can leave now. Yang Kai was stunned to realize that although the old ancestor was in retreat, nothing in Blue Sky Pass could escape his gaze. He must have known about his bet with Zhongliang, or else he would not have said these words. Perhaps the old ancestor had summoned him inside with the intention of helping him. Yang Kai got up and said respectfully, many thanks, old ancestor. The old ancestor closed his eyes and said nothing while Yang Kai bowed and exited the palace. After leaving the inner room, Yang Kai touched his forehead and fell into deep thought. Just now, when the old ancestor's finger touched him, he did not notice anything unusual. Though he didn't know what that action meant, as an old ancestor, whatever he did must have a purpose. That was why Yang Kai was confused. Outside the hall, Zhongliang looked resigned as Yang Kai walked out. Just now, the incense in front of the Western Army headquarters had completely burned out. According to his bet with Yang Kai, he had lost. His heart was full of discontent. If the old ancestor had not intervened and summoned Yang Kai inside, he wouldn't have lost. However, he did not dare to say this out loud because it was not his place to complain about the old ancestor's actions. Yang Kai first went to greet the senior surnamed son before looking at Zhongliang. With his nostrils pointing high up to the sky, he arrogantly declared, Army Commander, I am going to gather my men and head out of the Great Pass. You have no objections, right? Feeling his face twitch, Zhongliang wanted to slap Yang Kai half to death and force him to stay in the inner sanctum. But that was impossible now. Suddenly putting on a smile, Zhongliang made another attempt at negotiation. Oh, young boy. Let's sit down and have a good chat about this. Why do you want to head outside the Great Pass? What's so good about the outside world anyway? Isn't it more free and easy inside the inner sanctum? Hearing that, Yang Kai cracked his neck and retorted, No, I want to go outside the Great Pass. Army Commander, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4992, Going Out. Nonsense. Zhongliang blew his beard and glared, this king is an army commander in charge of the Western Army and has never gone back on his word. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Zhongliang added, but there's no rush. Why don't you stay in the inner sanctum for a few more days and I'll tell you about the situation of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai glanced with askance at him, even though Army Commander has fought on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, I have also lived in Black Ink clan's territory for at least 2 years and understand them well. There is no need for me to trouble you, Army Commander. Saying so, he raised his foot and was about to step forward. However, Zhongliang caught him by the arm. Yang Kai turned around to look at them. Four eyes met, and Zhong Liang gritted his teeth. Fine. This king won't stop you if you want to leave, but this king must draw up some rules with you. If you do not agree, then I won't let you leave no matter what. Yang Kai frowned and urged him on. Go on. Zhong Liang reached his hand out to him. Give me your universe chart. Yang Kai had no idea what he was going to do, but he still took his universe chart out for him. This universe chart was the same one that Meng Qi handed him back then. It was the universe chart of Black Ink Battlefield. Zhong Liang took it from him and seemed to do something with it before casually tossing it back to Yang Kai. The first rule is that you must not go past the boundaries set by this king. Right now, the area within the boundary can only barely be considered safe. There are feudal and territory lords beyond this boundary, so you will not be able to resist them with the current strength of your Dawn Squad. Hearing that, Yang Kai brought his divine sense into the universe chart and examined the boundaries that Zhong Liang had drawn. When he recalled his previous experiences living within the Black Ink clan's territory, and compared it to this line, he just about had an understanding of the limits where he could move around. Yang Kai nodded. Rest assured, Army Commander. My life is my own, so I will cherish it more than anyone else. Seeing him agree, Zhong Liang relaxed a little and nodded. The second rule is, unless you are completely out of options, you must never use purifying light against the Black Ink clan. If you do use it, then you must make sure to leave no witnesses. Yang Kai frowned. Why? Purifying light had the ability to dispel and purify Black Ink strength, and it was the only way to save Black Ink disciples and cultivators who have been corrupted by Black Ink strength, but it was also a sharp weapon to use against the Black Ink clan. When Yang Kai first arrived at Blue Sky Pass, it was the purifying light that he used to injure a Black Ink territory lord, allowing Feng Ying to seize the opportunity to kill him. Zhong Liang said, since ancient times, humans have had no means to effectively disperse the corruption of Black Ink strength before your arrival, which was the biggest reason why we could only defend the Great Passes and not take the initiative to attack. If the Black Ink clan were to find out that you hold such power, it would attract their attention, and perhaps even stir up a royal lord to act. How are you going to resist if that were to happen? So, it is fine if you do nothing, but once you show your cards, you must exterminate them in order to keep the information from leaking out. Yang Kai realized what he was trying to say and nodded. I understand now. However, Army Commander, I have already shown that ability on the battlefield last time. Surely, the Black Ink clan would have taken notice. Zhong Liang waved his hand. One time won't matter. Even if the Black Ink clan noticed what you did, they may not pay too much attention to it. However, if you use purifying light repeatedly, and if they were to find out about it, then things would truly become troublesome. This is important. If it is exposed that you are able to wield purifying light, then you will never be able to leave as you please ever again. What is the third rule? Yang Kai asked. Zhong Liang said solemnly, the third rule is that you will escape alone if you are met with mortal danger. You are proficient in the Tao of space and you are also in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. As long as a royal lord does not act personally, and as long as you do not fall into an inescapable trap, then there is nothing that the Black Ink clan can do to stop you. Do you understand me? Yang Kai fell silent. Zhong Liang stared at him. If you are unable to accept these three rules, then I will not let you out of here no matter what. A long while passed before Yang Kai sighed. In that case, I will agree to them. Zhong Liang patted him on the shoulder. Remember, your existence is vital to the entire human race. Do not put yourself at risk. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist. If Army Commander has no other orders, then this Yang will go now. Zhong Liang opened his mouth as if he were going to say more, but he ended up just waving his hand. Go. Yang Kai cupped his fist again and took to the skies. A few moments later, Yang Kai landed in Feng Ying's courtyard, where she had long been waiting. When she saw him return, she asked, how was it? Yang Kai smiled, gather the troops and prepare to leave. Feng Ying was surprised. the army commander lost? Yang Kai and Zhong Liang made a lot of noise during their argument, so everyone in Blue Sky Pass knew about their bet. Feng Ying did not have high hopes since Zhong Liang had even spread out his small universe. As long as Yang Kai was inside of Blue Sky Pass, then he would be captured sooner or later no matter where he tried to hide. However, it seemed now that Zhong Liang had lost the bet. I just got lucky, Yang Kai responded casually. Feng Ying did not dwell on the matter and hastened to send word to the squad. In less than an incense stick of time, Dawn Squad's members had all fully gathered in the courtyard. Including Yang Kai, there were 35 of them, no more, no less. In front of the crowd, Yang Kai announced, "Everyone, I have obtained permission from the army commander for Dawn to depart today, so I hope that you will join me and work together to exterminate and destroy the enemy so that we can gain honor for the human race." Despite their suspicions, all of them were overjoyed to hear Yang Kai's words. Everyone present used to be a Black Ink disciple who served the Black Ink clan, lived in their lands for many years, and saw the miserable experiences that the other Black Ink disciples of the Black Ink clan endured. So, nobody hated the Black Ink clan more than they did. After being incorporated as members of Dawn Squad, they all longed for the day that they could march into the Black Ink clan's domain and save even more of their allies while avenging the deaths of their fellow comrades. Unfortunately, the army commanders were unwilling to let them go due to Yang Kai's special status. Now that the day had finally come, all of them rolled up their sleeves and chanted, "Kill, kill, kill." The sound of their voices swept through the scene, and their morale rose to a crescendo. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied with this reaction, and he waved his hand, "Depart." In a flash, more than 30 figures turned into streams of light, speeding to the main gates of Blue Sky Pass, identified themselves, and were allowed to pass, entering the void. Yang Kai turned to Feng Ying, who nodded lightly before reaching out to the void in front of her. There was a small flicker and the aura of a small universe opening could be felt. Then, a warship in the shape of a large ship appeared. Dawning Light. Dawning Light was originally just an ordinary squad warship, but after Feng Ying spent an entire ocean's worth on military merits to have it modified at the refining hall, Dawning Light had become countless times stronger than other warships. The number and quality of Dawn Squad's members was also not something that an ordinary squad could compare with. There were typically 10 to 15 people in a squad, and apart from the squad leader, who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, there would at most be 2 other 7th Order members. Some squads would even be limited to only having their squad leader as the sole 7th Order member. However, Dawn had 5 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters. With a lineup of this caliber, backed by the combat power of Dawning Light, it may not be impossible for them to put up a fight even if they were facing a territory lord. This was also a reason why Zhong Liang eventually agreed to Yang Kai's departure, as strength was the greatest guarantee for one's safety. The squad members boarded the ship, and apart from the 5 7th Order Open Heaven realm members, the remaining 30 quickly took their positions in a coordinated manner. It was clear that Dawn Squad's members had already trained together while Yang Kai and Zhong Liang were arguing. They knew where they were supposed to go and what role they were in charge of. However, as Dawn was only just established, they were not yet completely familiar with each other and had not built up a tacit level of understanding between them. So, the members still needed some time to get familiar with Dawning Light and its capabilities. The best way to raise that familiarity was to gain experience in battle. Out of such considerations, though Yang Kai was eager to slaughter his way into the Black Ink clan's domain, he ordered Dawning Light's crew members to proceed at a steady pace and to not be hasty. That was all so they could break in their new warship. Inside the cabin, Feng Ying opened her universe chart, which turned into a field of light that appeared before everyone's eyes, and the 5 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters gathered around it. Feng Ying pointed to a certain place, "Squad leader, this here is Blue Sky Pass," and with Blue Sky Pass as the center, the area surrounding it is Blue Sky Theater. The royal lord who is garrisoned here is called Men Xie. He is the one you discovered and the one who fought against the old ancestor. There is a tacit agreement between all sides that we only need to take care of Blue Sky Theater while not minding the adjacent theaters. The Black Ink clansmen of those two other war zones will not enter the Blue Sky Theater either. They have their own opponents. Yang Kai nodded at her words. Naturally, he already knew about this basic information. On the Black Ink battlefield, every human race great pass corresponded to a grand theater. Feng Ying continued on. Men Xia was found by you during the critical moment when he was recovering from his injuries, then he received further injuries from the old ancestor. He will have to go into seclusion in his Black Ink royal city for at least 100 years in order to recover and will not come out again without reason. So, the greatest threat can be ignored. Additionally, after the last fight, there were many casualties among the territory lords. Based on the latest intelligence, there should be less than 60 territory lords under Men Xie Royal Lord remaining, many of whom are also busy trying to recover. They are all scattered across the huge war zone, so as long as we are careful enough, it should be unlikely for us to bump into any territory lords. As for Black Ink clansmen under the territory lords, Dawn should have no issue dealing with them. Very good, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Feng Ying then pointed to a few specific areas. These 3 locations around Blue Sky Pass are far enough that they can almost be considered the edge of the Black Ink clan's territory. The Inner Sanctum has set up forward camps in each of these 3 locations, each one overseen by an 8th Order Master. These forward camps will be able to provide supplies for our soldiers. There are also artifact refiners and array masters present there who can repair artifacts and warships. We can also report military merits there. Yang Kai was surprised. The Inner Sanctum even set up forward bases in these 3 places. It was the first he had heard of this, so it could not be helped that he was surprised. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4993, Black Ink Clan Ambush. He had imagined that Blue Sky Pass squads would each fight on their own after exiting the pass, but now it seemed that Inner Sanctum had already set up 3 forward camps on the front lines, and their benefits were obvious. In the vast void of the battlefield, far away from Blue Sky Pass, forward bases provided a safe haven for the human soldiers when they needed to resupply or recuperate. And, there were also 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters garrisoned at these camps. If anyone did end up bumping into a territory lord, then they could flee back to the forward base to seek refuge. These are all temporary forward camps that are used whenever the Black Ink clan's army is forced back. Once the Black Ink clan have finished recuperating, these forward bases will be abandoned and taken over by the Black Ink clan instead, Feng Ying explained. Yang Kai nodded. It was not hard to understand what was going on. Once the Black Ink clan's army was defeated and lost a lot of strength, the humans would take the opportunity to occupy these forward bases. And, once the Black Ink clan had recuperated, they would naturally come to attack again. Then, they would have no choice but to abandon these forward bases and return to Blue Sky Pass. If they were to stay behind, they would only be swallowed up by the Black Ink clan's army. These 3 forward bases also correspond to the 3 resource harvesting areas. In fact, the Black Ink battlefield does not lack cultivation resources. You have lived within the Black Ink clan's domain, so you should know about this. Only, we humans will rarely have the opportunity to mine for resources, causing the short supply of materials in the Inner Sanctum. Yang Kai nodded at these words. After having lived in Black Ink clan's hinterland for 2 years, he naturally knew this better than anyone else. The Black Ink battlefield was rich in cultivation resources, not to mention strange sealed worlds with rare and precious treasures. Even the dead stars in the void, universe worlds and spirit provinces that had lost their vitality because their world force had been swallowed up, all were hiding cultivation resources and rare minerals of various orders. However, the human race had no way of harvesting these resources freely. Only when the Black Ink clan was forced back would they barely have some time to do such things. And, the time that they had for this activity varied each time. It all depended on how long it took for the Black Ink clan to restore their strength. It could be as short as a decade, but also as long as several decades. Once the Black Ink clan recovered their foundation, the human race would be forced to retreat again. And, for the Black Ink clan, these resources were also of great use. The Black Ink nest that Yang Kai had seen previously needed to devour a large number of resources in order to create new Black Ink clansmen and provide others with the energy to break through to higher realms. So, that was the reason why the Black Ink clan would send their members to these resource harvesting areas to collect materials when the humans retreated. Throughout history, this was how the human race and the Black Ink clan had taken turns occupying the resource harvesting areas, going back and forth with each other innumerable times. Many resource harvesting areas had already been abandoned as their resources had been exhausted. Right now, the closest resource harvesting area occupied by the humans was some 6 billion kilometers away from Blue Sky Pass, with the farthest one being 10 billion kilometers away. Feng Ying said, "Even though we humans have taken over the resource harvesting area, the Black Ink clan will not just sit still while we mine for materials. Even though there is no way for them to send armies to attack Blue Sky Pass when their foundations have been severely damaged, that doesn't mean they can't send smaller groups to harass these resource harvesting areas. Firstly, they can use this opportunity to capture more Black Ink disciples, and secondly, they can also interfere with the mining operations of our clansmen. So, no matter where we go, we must be ready to fight the Black Ink clan at any moment as we mine and search for resources." Yang Kai nodded at her words. He was less knowledgeable about this than Feng Ying, so it was naturally better for him to listen to her suggestions. He thus asked, "Then, based on Marshal Ant's thoughts, which location should we go to?" Feng Ying looked at Yang Kai. "That will depend on whether you want to mine resources or fight with the Black Ink clan." "What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying explained, "These three locations are all basically occupied by us humans right now. Even if there were Black Ink clansmen around those places, their numbers wouldn't be large. So, if we go to those three places, we will have a safer time mining, and the fights we encounter will also be less frequent. However, whether it be mining or fighting with the Black Ink clan, there are still military merits to be gained. There is not much difference between them, they're just different tasks." Yang Kai raised his brows. "From what Marshal Ant is saying, there seem to be other places we can go besides the three locations." Feng Ying smiled and pointed to another place on the universe chart. "Before our departure, I asked around and found out that Inner Sanctum has set up a fourth forward base here in order to take over this resource harvesting area. However, it has not been long since this campaign began, so they have not been able to fully occupy it yet. The Black Ink clan is putting up a fierce fight over there. Half a month before we departed, the Inner Sanctum sent reinforcements over, including 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." Yang Kai's eyes lit up at that. He pointed to the last location. "Then let's go here." With a look as if she had expected this response, Feng Ying nodded. "You are the squad leader, so we'll follow your command." Yang Kai smiled. "Since we are a special operations squad, I think Dawn should do things that other squads can't. Since other squads do not have this ability, then we should naturally go and kill those Black Ink clansmen and leave the resource collection to the others." Shen Ao and the others nodded, all showing eager expressions. After the discussion, Dawning Light headed towards the fourth forward base. Other than those who were left in charge of steering and monitoring their surroundings, the rest of the squad members went back into the cabin to meditate and prepare themselves. The fourth forward base was the farthest one from Blue Sky Pass, so it would take at least a week for them to get to that location. What's more, the squad members were still in the process of familiarizing themselves with Dawning Light, so they weren't traveling at full speed, which meant it would take them even more time to arrive. The void was silent and filled with rubble, both large and small, drifting aimlessly about. After about a week, Dawning Light was slowly approaching the fourth forward base. In 2 or 3 days, they would arrive. Even though Yang Kai was in retreat, he would still come out every day to check on the situation. However, it had been uneventful all throughout their journey. On this day, after he was done monitoring the warship's surroundings and was about to return to the cabin to cultivate, he suddenly felt a violent wave of power coming from the side, followed by the violent shaking of Dawning Light's barrier, which sent an alarm all throughout the warship. Enemy attack! A loud cry resounded through the ship from one of the crew members in charge of monitoring the surrounding situation. At the shout, the cultivator in charge of defense immediately activated the warship's shields. In the next instant, a milky white glow emerged, enveloping the entirety of Dawning Light. However, since the enemy's ambush had happened too suddenly, the barrier was a moment too slow and the first attack managed to impact the hull. Under the violent shock, Dawn Squad's members slid left and right, but Yang Kai stood firm without moving, his eyes immediately shooting towards the source of the attack. There, behind the shattered fragments of destroyed spirit provinces, large ships in Black Ink clan style emerged, each one a giant that dwarfed Dawning Light in terms of size. There were 3 of these large ships in total, and on the decks stood many stalwart figures, obviously members of the Black Ink clan. The constant shaking continued, but before the Black Ink clan's next salvo hit, Dawning Light's shields were fully raised. Ripples appeared on the surface of the white light barrier, blocking the attack. However, no matter how strong the defensive arrays were, it was impossible for them to resist an incessant bombardment forever. What's more, it took a lot of energy to maintain the shields. The cabin door opened and one cultivator after another rushed in. Feng shouted, "What's the situation?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, "The Black Ink clan is blocking our path." "Here." Feng Ying was surprised. She looked over and sure enough, there were the 3 Black Ink clan ships blocking the way. She knew that the Black Ink clan must have traveled around the 4th forward base primarily to lie in wait for the human race's reinforcements to arrive. As the two were speaking, Dawning Light engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 large ships. The large ships of the Black Ink clan were ordinary flight-type artifacts, so the attacks were all coming from the Black Ink clansmen aboard. On the other hand, Dawning Light was a warship with its own offensive capabilities. The squad members in charge of attacking activated the arrays, triggering the power of the artifacts installed within the array core. In an instant, a spear-shaped attack, an awe-inspiring sword wave, and a bolt of lightning shot out in 3 different directions towards the enemy vessels. The Black Ink clan clearly did not expect Dawning Light to have such a wide range of attacks, so they were at a loss for a moment. One of the large ships was too slow to dodge the lightning bolt and was instantly torn apart. Many of the less powerful Black Ink clansmen were reduced to charred corpses under the power of the scattered lightning bolts. It was easy to see from this attack alone just how terrifying the power of Dawning Light was. The 2 remaining Black Ink clan large ships were able to dodge the attacks in time, but it obviously frightened them and caused them to back away, putting distance between them and their enemy in case they met the same fate as their companions. However, Dawning Light chased after them closely, sending out another barrage of attacks. The 2 ships could no longer evade the attacks and were both smashed to pieces. The figures of Black Ink clansmen could be seen fleeing in disarray, their faces covered in ash and debris. The attacks just now had also killed and injured many of them. Most of the ones who survived were high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Rather than retreat though, most of the enemy swarmed towards Dawning Light instead. The only exceptions were 3 Black Ink clansmen who had exceptionally rich Black Ink strength. These 3 were clearly feudal lords. "There's no territory lord." Feng Ying immediately calmed down. When the enemy ambushed them, her greatest fear was that a territory lord may be among them. However, it was unlikely for that to happen as the number of territory lords under Men Xia was limited, so they would not come all the way here to interrupt human masters. However, it was still better to be on one's guard. She could only breathe a sigh of relief once the 3 large ships were destroyed and all the Black Ink clansmen showed themselves. For Dawn Squad, as long as no territory lord appeared, the rest could easily be disregarded. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4994, Black Purgatory Eye. Even though this thought might have seemed arrogant, it was the truth. If any other ordinary squad were to bump into 3 Black Ink Clan ships lying in wait to ambush them as they were making their way to the 4th forward base, they truly would not have been their opponents and would have had no choice but to flee. Unfortunately for the Black Ink Clan, they ran into Dawn, who had 5 7th Order Masters among their ranks. Leader, Feng Ying called out and turned to look at Yang Kai, but she was stunned because he was long gone. Brow twitching, she hurriedly looked around, and sure enough, she saw that Yang Kai had appeared on the deck like a ghost. Following that, he shot out to meet the Black Ink Clan soldiers in battle. Though he was a lone figure, he seemed invincible and unstoppable. Having seen the terrifying might of dawning light, the Black Ink Clan panicked and struggled to hold their ground while the 3 feudal lords were already in the process of escaping. They thought that they could pick up a bargain here, but who knew that the warship they encountered would be so abnormally powerful? The attacks that came from the warship were truly terrifying, and anyone who was not careful enough and got hit would not meet a good end. The warships of the human race were all incredibly sturdy to begin with, and none was without at least 1 7th Order Master. If they could not force a quick end to the battle, then they would have lost their advantage of launching a sneak attack. It was at that moment that the 3 feudal lords suddenly saw a figure slaughter his way out from the human warship, cutting a path through the weaker Black Ink clansmen in an instant. The eyes of the tallest feudal lord flickered. Truly, there was a path to the heavens, but the enemy refused to take it, crashing into hell despite there being no door. From the aura fluctuations he could feel from this opponent, he judged the lone man to be a 7th Order human, which put him on par with a feudal lord. Obviously, he should be the 7th Order Master in charge of this warship. If this 7th Order human had remained hidden in his warship, then the Black Ink Clan may not have been able to do anything due to the defensive strength displayed by their vessel. However, for a 7th Order human to rush out at them in such a bold manner was simply courting death. At that thought, the Black Ink feudal lord stopped retreating and instead took a step forward, opening his mouth wide before spitting out a huge, dense cloud of black ink strength that enveloped the surrounding void in an inky fog. At the same time, a dagger-like weapon appeared in the feudal lord's hand as he dove into the black ink cloud, using it as cover. Black ink strength had always been the Black Ink Clan's most effective method when it came to dealing with the humans. Unless they were at their wits' end, humans would never allow themselves to be tainted by black ink strength. It had been that way throughout all of history. This feudal lord was clearly very experienced when it came to fighting with the human race, as the first thing he did was create a massive black ink cloud. Not only did this conceal his actions, it also caused trouble for his opponent. If his opponent showed the slightest hesitation, then they would have to withstand his violent rain of attacks. With these conditions, even a 7th Order human master would not be a match for him. This feudal lord had done this before, and it worked wonders every time, so this time should be no different. However, the unexpected always came unannounced. A figure shot straight through the inky mist without even hesitating, and in an instant, he was in front of him. The feudal lord jumped in fright, wondering to himself where this crazy bastard had come from. He never thought that any human would actually play such a different hand than usual. However, without missing a beat, he lifted his dagger and unleashed a storm of attacks towards the arrogant human. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. However, he did not thrust his spear out immediately. Instead, he looked over at the feudal lord with a cold and icy gaze, his right eye suddenly turning black. Even the whites of his eye could no longer be seen, giving him an extremely strange appearance. Black Purgatory Eye. One of the 2 core secret techniques of Myriad Demon's Heaven. Before setting off for the Black Ink battlefield, Myriad Demon's Heaven's 8th Order ancestor, Mo Sha, had personally instructed Yang Kai on the mysteries of this secret technique and also passed on to him all his cultivation experiences with it. This allowed Yang Kai to develop this secret technique much further than he had before, unlocking some of its hidden potential and power. However, since then, Yang Kai had yet to use this secret technique in battle, after all, there was no chance for him to use it during the large-scale war between the two races. Now was a good time to test it out. Recently, Yang Kai had been refining cultivation resources to increase the heritage of his small universe while also exploring the mysteries of the two-eye secret techniques, Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye, at the same time, and he managed to gain quite a lot of insight into their complexities. Now that the Black Purgatory Eye was released, the stalwart figure of the feudal lord was reflected in Yang Kai's pitch-black right eye. All of a sudden, the feudal lord's vision went dark, as if boundless darkness had swallowed him. All of his senses instantly became disordered, but that was not all. The reflection of the feudal lord in Yang Kai's eyes distorted slightly. Alongside that barely discernible distortion, the feudal lord in front of him grunted as if he had received some sort of attack. The feudal lord had rich combat experience and knew that he had been hit by some kind of secret technique by this human in front of him. Human secret techniques came in all sorts of bizarre forms, and the Black Ink clan knew that fact well. Based on their experience, they were able to classify the secret techniques of the human race into various grades and ranks. Of them, several terrifyingly powerful secret techniques were well known among the members of the Black Ink clan. When he thought about the pitch-black eye, adding on what he was experiencing now, the words, Black Purgatory Eye immediately came to mind. The Black Ink clan knew that Myriad Demons Cave Heaven's Black Purgatory Eye was definitely one of the most dangerous secret techniques in existence. Once, when a Black Ink clan army stormed Myriad Demons Pass, the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Pass came to meet them in battle. With a single look of his eye, hundreds of thousands of the Black Ink clan soldiers were simply erased from existence, including many feudal lords. It was that very battle that made the Black Purgatory Eye of Myriad Demons Heaven so famous among the Black Ink clan. However, as far as the Black Ink clan knew, this Black Purgatory Eye secret technique was powerful, but it could not be cultivated by just anyone. Until now, in the entire Black Ink battlefield, they knew that the only humans who could use that secret technique, other than the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Heaven, numbered no more than a few dozen people. This feudal lord never expected that he would come across it here. This was no trivial matter, so the feudal lord swung his dagger faster and faster while drawing back at the same time. Judging from how he felt after his opponent used his secret technique, this person must not have cultivated the Black Purgatory Eye for long and was not very skilled at using it, so he was unable to do too much harm to him with it directly. However, the feeling of being enveloped by darkness still lingered, so he had no choice but to retreat for now before coming up with a new plan. It had to be said that this was an extremely prudent decision. It would have been unwise to fight in a situation where all of your senses were cut off. The darkness that enveloped him went as quickly as it came, solidifying the fact that this human's cultivation of this secret technique was not very profound. As his vision was restored, the feudal lord saw the human across from him sweep past. In a flash, he had dashed straight into the camp at the rear without even a glance at him. Such contempt angered the feudal lord, yet boundless fear gripped him as the darkness dispersed. His eyes widened as he felt his strength and vitality rapidly leaving his body. Black ink blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. Following where the blood was coming out of, the feudal lord could very clearly feel that a hole had been pierced straight through his head. When did? Screams erupted from behind him. The human that dashed over was cutting down the other Black Ink clansmen like melons and vegetables, taking hardly any time to slaughter them all, with none being able to put up a fight against him. Then, even those screams subsided. The feudal lord's large body slowly collapsed like a leaf being swept away by a violent wind, floating in the void, not knowing where he was going to end up. At the same time, Shen Ao, Ning Qi Ji, and Qi Tai Chu rushed over, each one of them wearing a shocked expression on their face. Their brows were twitching as they passed by the feudal lord who had just been killed. They had all followed Yang Kai and Feng Ying back from the Black Ink clan's domain, but even though Yang Kai's performance on that journey was not bad, he was limited by his cultivation and was hardly as astonishing as he was now. However, now that Yang Kai had broken through to the 7th order, he was able to show astonishing strength. A feudal lord could not even withstand a single move from him and had his head pierced through, instantly killing him. This was not something that Shen Ao and the others could compare to. Even Feng Ying would not be on par with Yang Kai, who was able to lift such a heavy load as if it was feather light. It had to be known that Yang Kai had only reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm a few years ago and was already this powerful. If the heritage of his small universe were to continue to grow, then how terrifyingly strong would he become? Stowing away the shock in their hearts, the three of them rushed over to catch up with Yang Kai, slaughtering their way through the scattered Black Ink clansmen. With each of them unleashing their own secret techniques and divine abilities, they were able to reduce the Black Ink clan group to dead and dying within moments. Feng Ying did not come out during the fight. Despite how powerful Dawning Light was, a 7th Order Master had to stay behind just in case something unexpected were to happen. At this moment, Dawning Light was also following behind Shen Ao and the others. Offensive arrays fired blasts of energy comparable to the full-powered attacks of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in all directions. The Black Ink clansmen were all dumbfounded. There were a few hundred Black Ink clansmen present, along with 3 feudal lords from their 3 ships. They were a strong force that no human squad could compete with, but unfortunately for them, they had bumped into Dawn. The strongest feudal lord, who had tried to take the lead, was killed by a single spear thrust from Yang Kai, who then rushed in alone and threw the enemy into disarray. With the addition of Shen Ao's group and Dawning Light's support, the Black Ink clansmen had completely fallen into despair. Some tried to escape, but how could they be able to? 4 7th Order Masters spread out from Dawning Light, and in less than an incense stick of time, the Black Ink clan group was completely wiped out without a single survivor left. Dawn, on the other hand, had not suffered a single casualty, not even an injury. It was only in the very beginning when Dawning Light had been caught in the enemy ambush that the warship suffered some damage. However, the damage was negligible and did not affect the warship's performance at all. There were a few hundred Black Ink clansmen involved in this ambush, but Yang Kai alone killed more than half of them, including 2 feudal lords. The third one was killed by the joint efforts of Shen Ao and his other 2 companions. This left Shen Ao and the others feeling a bit embarrassed. They had only managed to gain this kill because they acted quickly. If they had been just a little bit slower, then they may not have even been given the chance to fight that last feudal lord. After the dust settled, the battlefield was cleaned up and records were kept, all of which had to be reported for military merits. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4995, 4th Forward Base. The Black Ink clansmen also had some good things with them. If the artifacts that were tailored for the Black Ink clan's use were brought back to the inner sanctum and entrusted to someone else to be processed, then many useful materials could be extracted. Naturally, these things couldn't be used for cultivation, but there was no problem with using them to create human artifacts and to repair human warships. They were also able to collect many Black Ink coins from the bodies of the dead Black Ink clansmen. Blue Sky Pass had been able to amass a great amount of Black Ink coins already. Countless Black Ink clansmen would die every time there was a battle, and even though the deceased Black Ink clansmen weren't very rich, over time, Blue Sky Pass was able to gather a terrifyingly large number of Black Ink coins. These coins were a common currency used within the Black Ink clan. Black Ink clansmen could use them to buy whatever they wanted, but they had no use at all in the hands of humans. The only unfortunate thing was that they did not see any Black Ink disciples during that battle. There were actually quite a lot of Black Ink disciples in the Black Ink clan's territory, but many of them were lost after the previous war outside of Blue Sky Pass. Even though Yang Kai was able to save a few of these Black Ink disciples with the purifying light that he possessed, not many had the energy left in them to capture Black Ink disciples on a battlefield where swords have no eyes. After being corrupted by Black Ink strength, the Black Ink disciples became merciless when it came to attacking their former human compatriots. Unless there was a large difference in strength, capturing a Black Ink disciple alive was almost impossible, so Blue Sky Pass had no choice but to kill them. The fight many years ago shaved down the number of Black Ink disciples in the Blue Sky Theater by a large margin. Many Black Ink clansmen also left behind their own Black Ink disciples to bring up the rear while they were escaping, which was a possible reason why there were no Black Ink disciples to be found in this Black Ink clan group. "Are you all right?" Feng Ying asked in the cabin as she looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had taken the lead to rush into the enemy lines alone. Despite receiving no injuries, there was a trace of dried blood at the corner of his right eye, which was naturally a backlash of using the Black Purgatory Eye. His cultivation of this secret technique was not yet perfected, so though he achieved great success when using it against one of the feudal lords, he also had to pay a small price for it. "It's nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I have gained some insight from this battle, so I will be entering retreat for now. Alert me when we arrive." With that said, Yang Kai left for his own cabin. This was not the first time he was using the Black Purgatory Eye. Previously, he had used it at the star boundary, but it felt completely different from when he was using it back then. The power of this eye secret technique had yet to be properly refined, but it had a boundless future ahead of it. The battlefield was soon cleared and dawning light continued on its way. After this encounter, Dawn Squad's morale rose to new heights. This was Dawn's first official battle. They faced several hundred Black Ink clansmen and 3 feudal lords, but they were able to take them down with hardly any trouble and without any casualties. This was a feat that no ordinary squad on the Black Ink battlefield could possibly achieve. All of Dawn's members were raring to fight again after such a great start. After experiencing an ambush, Dawn increased their vigilance. However, no more attackers jumped out to challenge them for the rest of their journey. 2 days later an asteroid appeared in the void. From a distance, they could see a large number of buildings on the bustling asteroid, as well as a constant stream of squad warships returning and departing. This was Blue Sky Pass's 4th forward base, and the area nearby was also a resource-rich zone. Initially, this place was occupied by the Black Ink clan, but several years ago, when the Black Ink clan army was driven back, the defenses here were weakened enough for Blue Sky Pass to take advantage of the opportunity to seize it. It had not been long since they took over this base, only several months. So, there were still many things waiting to be done. When dawning light sailed in, it immediately drew the attention of the vigilant cultivators at the forward base. At once, several streams of light took to the air to block their path, all wary of their presence. The man standing at the front shouted from afar, "Who goes there? Identify yourselves." It could be seen from a glance that dawning light was a large ship which was far different from a standard model. If this kind of warship belonged to humans, then they would naturally be happy. However, if it had been snatched by the Black Ink clan, then that was not a good thing at all. Yang Kai, who had already been informed of their arrival by Feng Ying, appeared on the deck in a flash and shouted, "Dawn Squad, here to provide support." Dawn. The man who shouted earlier raised his brow in surprise. Generally, every squad had its own affiliation, such as which army, division, and battalion it belonged to. These things were all clearly defined. However, Yang Kai only gave him the name Dawn, which took him by surprise. But soon, he seemed to think of something and focused his eyesight over, speaking with pleasant surprise in his voice, "Could you be Brother Yang?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "Is it truly you, Brother Yang?" Surprised, the man quickly came over to investigate and was overjoyed when he discovered that it really was Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not recognize him, but this man clearly recognized Yang Kai. Of course, there was basically nobody who did not know about Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass. During the last battle between the two races, it was with the Purifying Light and the Purifying Black Ink battleships that the humans were able to reduce their casualties by an enormous amount. Countless people who had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength were able to be saved, lifting them out of a terrible crisis, and the one behind it all was Yang Kai. It could be said that there was one person in almost every single Blue Sky Pass battalion who had been saved by Yang Kai either directly or indirectly. After that battle, Yang Kai's name soared in Blue Sky Pass, and there was not a single person who did not know about him. It was rumored that in recognition of his service, the army commanders jointly promoted him to squad leader, forming a new squad called Dawn that was not affiliated with any army or division and only reported directly to the army commanders themselves. There were many who wished to join Dawn, but Feng Ying was the one who chose all the members, recruiting only a few dozen of those who followed them back from the Black Ink clan's hinterland back then. Not a single person outside of that group was accepted. They would never have expected that Dawn's squad would come all the way here, or that Yang Kai would personally lead his squad over. After ascertaining that it was in fact Yang Kai and Dawn, there was no need for them to check further. The cultivator who spoke earlier immediately gave Dawn permission to land at the forward base situated on the asteroid and even helped settle them in. Was it by the army commander's orders that Brother Yang came here? The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who welcomed them asked. Yang Kai shook his head, I came of my own volition. I heard that there was a lot of fighting going on here, so I thought I would come and earn some merits. The Seventh Order Master laughed at his words. Can it be any easier for Brother Yang to obtain military merits? What need is there for Brother Yang to join the fight personally? As he spoke, he noticed the battle traces left on Dawn's hull and asked in shock, were you already attacked? Yang Kai nodded, 2 days ago, we encountered an ambush from the Black Ink clan. The Seventh Order Master was shocked to hear that, the Black Ink clan actually circumvented our base to set up an ambush? How many enemies were there, and how strong were they? Yang Kai gave him a basic rundown on the Black Ink clan ambushers that they encountered. The Seventh Order Master narrowed his eyes, that is a serious matter that must be reported to the commanders overseeing the base. We must deal with it quickly, otherwise, another squad may be ambushed on their way here from the pass. Feng Ying cut in, no need. The Black Ink clan ambushers have been wiped out, and they should be the only ones. We did not encounter any other enemies on our way here. The Seventh Order Master's jaw dropped open, wiped out. All of them? To say that all of them were wiped out meant that not a single enemy had been able to escape. He could not help but look back at the light damage incurred by Dawn's warship, and at Yang Kai and the others, who were completely unharmed. He wondered what price Dawn had to pay in order to have wiped out an ambushing force of such a proportion. With the configuration of Dawn's squad, those ambushers would have been unlucky to encounter them and would surely be no match for them, but looking at Dawn's members, they all seemed utterly unscathed after that battle, which left him in a bit of a mystery. However, when considering how strong Feng Ying was, he soon relaxed. Even though Feng Ying was a Seventh Order Master like him, her name was well known across Blue Sky Pass. With her overseeing the squad, those Black Ink clan ambushers should not have been a match for them. Feng Ying did not dwell on the matter. Either way, the War Materials Hall would get all the information after they reported their military merits. She instead asked, which sirs are currently overseeing this base? The Seventh Order Master composed himself and replied, there are 4 Eighth Order Masters currently overseeing this forward base, Eastern Army Division Commander Xie Xiaoping, Southern Army's Division Commander Cha Hu, Western Army Division Commander Luan, and Northern Army Division Commander Su Boliang. However, other than Division Commander Cha, the others are not currently present. If they were not in the forward base, that meant they must have gone to the resource collection area. The Black Ink clan's remnants had not fully given up this area yet and were still locked in a struggle with the humans, so there were still territory lords around. If they were to deal with a territory lord, then an Eighth Order human master had to be mobilized. This was also the reason why the 3 Eighth Order division commanders were currently away from the forward base. Yang Kai nodded, in that case, bring us to Division Commander Cha. Once one arrived at a forward base, registrations had to be made. While they were stationed here, they had to obey the orders of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing the base. The Seventh Order Master was about to nod and a warship suddenly flew in from the distance. From the meandering and crooked path that it was flying in, it was clear that its propulsion array was damaged, and the glow of its shield was also extremely faint. Even though the warship was not close, the eyesight of everyone present was so profound that they were able to see the battle scars all over its hull. From these marks alone, they could deduce just how fierce a fight it had been in. Even though the hull of the warship was still intact, practically all of the arrays had been smashed and would have to be repaired before it could rejoin the battlefield. Despite the warship swaying left and right, it was still charging towards the forward base at a tremendous speed without any intention of slowing down even as it approached. On the deck, a cultivator was shouting for them to make way. It seemed that the damage to the warship's propulsion array was greater than usual, so much so that it could not even stop on its own. As the warship was about to crash on the ground, a figure leapt from its deck and stopped in front of it. With a roar, he circulated his energy and used his own body to cushion the impact. There was a grunt, and the man's body shook as he was forced to step back. Fortunately, many people from the forward base rushed over to help, eventually halting the warship. As soon as the warship landed, many artifact refiners and array masters who had been waiting on standby rushed over and began the repair work. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4996, Support. There were constantly people flying down from the deck, all appearing to be in a miserable state. Many of them were covered in blood and their auras were weak, clearly arrows at the end of their flight. Without the shelter of the warship, this group of people would never have made it back from the battlefield alive, so it was fair to say that the warships had saved the lives of many, many humans over the years. It was no wonder why the Black Ink clan coveted and despised warships so much. Without the warships, it would have been impossible for the humans to have been their opponents on the Black Ink battlefield. The higher-order Open Heaven Realm Masters could put up a fair fight, but those 5th and 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters were simply unable to withstand the corruption of Black Ink's strength for any appreciable amount of time. This often impeded them when they were fighting against Black Ink clansmen of the same order, making them unable to display their full potential. However, these warships were difficult to refine as not just any artifact refiner could make one. As such, humans with special talents such as these artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists, were extremely well guarded. Generally, these talents would never set foot on the battlefield directly, eliminating the possibility of them falling to the fate of being corrupted by Black Ink strength and becoming Black Ink disciples. As far back as history went, the Black Ink clan had never been able to refine their own warships due to their lack of aptitude in this area. Please follow me. The 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master glanced at the scene before him before withdrawing his gaze and gesturing to Yang Kai and Feng Ying. The two nodded and followed him while the rest stayed to watch over dawning light. A short while later, inside a modest hall, Yang Kai and Feng Ying saw the 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing this base, Cha Hu. This man was part of the Southern Army, and he was not very tall but displayed an awe-inspiring might. When Yang Kai and Feng Ying entered, someone was in the process of reporting to him. Cha Hu listened quietly and gave an order before waving his hand, excusing this man. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Dawn Squad Yang Kai greets Division Commander Cha. Cha Hu looked at him and smiled. The army commanders let you out. I thought they would be more reluctant. Yang Kai responded with a serious expression. This junior made a bet with Army Commander Zhongliang and won, so this junior was allowed to go out. Cha Hu raised his brow. Brother Zhong lost. He did not ask what their bet was, but no matter what, it must have been difficult for Yang Kai to have gained a victory over Zhongliang. He tapped his fingers on the table for a moment before speaking. My thoughts on this matter differ from the army commanders. Since you have come to this forward base, then this king will treat you the same as anyone else under my command. You are expected to do the same as all the others stationed here, and if you do not obey orders, I will punish you without favor. Yang Kai cupped his fist. That is all this junior would have wanted. Very good, Cha Hu nodded lightly, a glint of approval appearing in his eyes. In that case, you may stand by and await further orders. However, you most likely will not have much time to rest as there's still a big fight ongoing in the resource harvesting area. You may be needed there to provide support soon. Yes. Yang Kai responded. After a pause, he added, Division Commander, is there a need for a universe array to be set up in this forward base? With a universe array, it would be much easier for the cultivators here in the forward base to come to and fro. It may even be able to life-saving during critical moments. If there was the need, Yang Kai could even store some purifying light here. Cha Hu shook his head, no. The Southern Army's purifying black ink battleship is stationed here. You should all go and leave your imprints there later. Yang Kai was surprised, but he and Feng Ying soon cupped their fists and withdrew. Yang Kai was a little worried about what would happen if the cultivators at the forward base were corrupted by black ink strength. After all, the chances of encountering the Black Ink clan here were high, and if the nearly destroyed warship they saw earlier was any indication, the fighting was quite intense. It was only now that he found out that they had a purifying black ink battleship at this forward base. So, it seemed that the other 3 forward bases should also have purifying black ink battleships available. This did make sense. If Yang Kai could make such considerations, then the army commanders and the division commanders would naturally be able to as well. There was no helping it in the past when they did not possess purifying black ink battleships, but now that they had such a weapon in their arsenal, they would naturally be put to good use. Now that they had purifying black ink battleships available at each forward base, the losses on the human side could be greatly diminished. Once they left the hall, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came forward to lead the way for them, telling them that they would bring Yang Kai and his squad to the purifying black ink battleship to leave their imprints. Yang Kai immediately summoned Dawn's members, and they all headed out together. The purifying black ink battleship was located in a secluded area that was surrounded by all kinds of barriers and even heavily guarded by powerful masters. Unless a large-scale Black Ink clan army were to attack, this place would remain safe. If in the event that they did encounter a battle and found themselves powerless to resist, then someone would naturally take the purifying black ink battleships back to Blue Sky Pass. Cha Hu was not only here to oversee and guarantee the safety of the forward base, but also to protect this vital war asset. Within moments, Dawn Squad's members left their imprints on the purifying black ink battleship. With that, as long as they were within a certain range, they could return to it by activating the Universe Transference Law. However, although the Universe Transference Law was easy to perform, it did have some drawbacks. Firstly, depending on the distance between the caster and the Universe Array, there were different levels of pressure exerted on them as they traveled across the void. The further the distance, the greater the pressure. If the distance exceeded the limit which one's body could withstand, then even if they were transported back, there was the great possibility that they could be injured or even killed by being crushed by the force of the void. Such events were not completely unheard of in the 3000 worlds. Broken or crushed bodies had been transported back to universe temples in the various great territories after having been shredded and pulverized by the terrifying pressure of the void. Such corpses were transported over vast distances that greatly surpassed the limits which they could withstand. However, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were all in the 5th Order at the very least, so they could withstand being teleported over 1 billion kilometers without much issue. The other major issue with using the Universe Transference Law was the time required to activate it, and the fact that one could not be disturbed while trying to perform it. This was also the biggest drawback of the Universe Transference Law. During a life-or-death battle, even a moment's hesitation could be fatal, so who would have the time to perform the Universe Transference Law? Once activated, this secret technique would take at least 3 breaths of time to be fully executed, and the lower one's cultivation was, the longer it would take to complete. For that reason, even if a cultivator were to encounter danger, it was often the case that they would not be able to cast Universe Transference Law to successfully escape. The only way for them to escape from danger was to try and buy some time for themselves. In contrast, Yang Kai's instantaneous movement was a much more practical secret technique to use in combat, as there was no delay in activating it. However, Yang Kai was the only one who could use instantaneous movement, and the distance that he could move was incomparable to the universe transference law, so there were advantages and disadvantages to both. The Sixth Order Master who led Yang Kai and his squad to the purifying black ink battleship so they could leave their imprints then brought them to an open space in the forward base and pointed to it, saying, "This place will be your camp from now on. When you are not assigned any tasks, you may rest here. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will excuse myself." Saying so, he turned and left. Looking at the empty patch of land, Yang Kai and the others all looked at each other somewhat blankly. However, Feng Ying was unperturbed and snapped, "What are you all staring at? Get to work." The group of Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come here burning with excitement to slaughter their enemies thus had no choice but to set up a temporary camp first. Fortunately, none of their cultivations was low, so it only took less than half a day's work for them to finish their work. During times of war, there was no point in getting hung up on quality of life. They just needed to have somewhere to live. They had just finished setting up their camp when the Sixth Order Master who led them here came rushing over. Before he even arrived, he began shouting, "Squad Leader Yang." Yang Kai was about to take a walk around the forward base to familiarize himself with the place when he heard the shout, so he turned around and called out, "What is it?" The man hastily handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and said solemnly, "The division commander has given orders for Dawn Squad to rush to this location to provide support. The two squads there were ambushed by the Black Ink clan and are now engaged in battle with them. Given the disparity in strength, I'm afraid they may not be able to fight them off." Yang Kai frowned before turning his head and shouting, "Dawn, form up." The scattered squad members all immediately flew over. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Board the ship. We're heading out to battle." Everyone's eyes lit up as they swiftly boarded Dawning Light. Yang Kai looked back at the messenger, "Does the division commander have any other instructions?" The messenger responded, "Division commander's instructions are for Dawn to do their best to provide aid to the two squads and return safely. As for the rest, act according to the circumstances." Yang Kai nodded in understanding, "We will definitely live up to the division commander's trust." Then, he turned around and boarded Dawning Light as well. In the next moment, the ship took off and turned into a stream of light, speeding off in a certain direction. On the deck, Yang Kai checked the contents of the jade slip before handing it over to the squad member in charge of steering the ship. Not much information was recorded on the jade slip, only the general direction, destination, number of enemies, and their approximate strength, but that was enough. Any resource harvesting area would have a large number of universe worlds in its vicinity, and the fourth forward base was naturally no exception. However, the world force of these universe worlds had disappeared long ago. The Black Ink clan fed on world force to strengthen itself, so there was no vitality left in the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. All of these worlds were surrounded by dense death chi. Though the worlds were dead though, the resources still remained. The worlds closest to the forward bases were little more than fields of debris. Most of them were just remnants and asteroids. It was clear that they were all pretty much exhausted from extensive mining and did not have anything good left. However, there were still plenty of resources to be found and mined in all directions around the forward bases. This was also the reason why the humans were fighting with the Black Ink clan for control of them. While the humans could use these resources to cultivate and refine more warships, the Black Ink clan needed these resources in order to fill up their Black Ink nests so they could breed new clansmen and enhance their war power. The Black Ink clan that possessed Black Ink disciples had an even greater need for these resources as the Black Ink disciples under their command could refine them and increase their strength. Dawning Light was extremely fast, so within less than a day, they could already see dazzling light off in the distance, and they could feel violent energy fluctuations emanating from the bursting lights. These were clearly the lights of secret techniques from human cultivators. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4997, Render Aid. As they watched the flickering lights, they were soon obscured by dense darkness that cut off their vision. It was apparent that whoever it was, they were currently engaged in battle with the Black Ink clan. After checking the information in the Jade slip, Yang Kai knew that those had to be the two squads who needed their support. From what he could see, Yang Kai was relieved to learn that Dawn did not arrive too late, so he immediately ordered Dawning Light to accelerate to maximum speed. In the next moment, Dawning Light's propulsion array thrummed and the warship's speed increased as it shot towards the battlefield. In the distance, the Black Ink clan also seemed to have noticed Dawning Light's arrival and immediately split off a part of their forces to intercept them. The number of Black Ink clansmen surrounding the two human warships was huge. There were hundreds of them, including a number of feudal lords, so it was no wonder why they were outmatched. It had to be known that there were at most a dozen members in an ordinary squad, so it was surprising enough for them to have lasted such a long time against such a large number of Black Ink clansmen. Currently, the two warships were in shambles, their hulls warped and broken in numerous places. Without reinforcements, it would take less than an hour for these two ships to be completely blown apart. If that were to happen, then the members of both squads would be exposed to the swarm of Black Ink clansmen and they would lose all hope of surviving. The Black Ink clan troops that broke away from the fight numbered almost 100 strong, and their leader was a feudal lord who was stalwart in appearance. The imposing figure lifted a huge axe in his hands and swung it down at Dawning Light with great force before they even closed the distance with each other. A wave of black light tore through space with a violent force towards Dawning Light. There was a loud bang as Dawning Light shook slightly. Its momentum was even slowed for a moment. However, Dawn had already activated their defensive arrays and a transparent shield enveloped Dawning Light. So, the power of the axe was only able to dent the barrier, doing no damage to the ship itself. The Black Ink feudal lord seemed slightly taken aback by this sight. It was apparent that he did not expect to see such a strong shield on this human warship, enough to render his attack completely ineffective. This warship was clearly different from the human warships they had been fighting up until now. Before he could think through the matter though, a figure had emerged from the warship with a spear in hand, charging straight at him at a tremendous speed. The feudal lord roared with fury and raised his axe again, leaping out from the Black Ink army he was leading to meet this human in battle. In an instant, two figures, one big and one small, clashed in the void. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as his spear stabbed forward like a dragon. The stalwart feudal lord instantly felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him from the front, and he could not help but reel back in response. Even his hand, which was clutching onto the handle of his axe, was trembling slightly. This was a huge shock for him as with his large stature, this Black Ink clansman's strength was naturally not small. For a human of the same order, it was simply impossible to match him in terms of raw physical force. However, he encountered an exception today. The feudal lord was instantly enraged and, for some inexplicable reason, felt humiliated by what he had just experienced. The axe in his hand turned into a violent gust of wind which he struck down at the tiny human. His attack was met with a flurry of spear shadows. Sparks flew everywhere as it was impossible to count how many times the two weapons clashed in that instant. The rage in the feudal lord's eyes soon cooled and was swiftly replaced with a look of sheer horror. The human had already swept past him and did not even look back. Then, what entered his ears were the screams of many Black Ink clansmen. The feudal lord's hand trembled hard as he held his axe. This was naturally the result expected when one was no match for one's opponent, but the consequences were not the source of his horror. He stood still, his strength stagnant, not daring to move even a muscle. However, Dawning Light was closing in on him, so it was impossible for him to stay still any longer. Only then did he move his body, forcefully pushing his strength, only for an eerie tearing sound to emerge from his figure. In the next instant, black blood exploded from the feudal lord's large body and his aura rapidly deflated. During that brief clash, his opponent's spear not only blocked all of his attacks, it even left numerous wounds on his body. When he focused all his attention on suppressing these wounds, it was possible for him to keep his injuries sealed. However, the moment tried to move, all his injuries burst out at once. What kind of monster did I just face? In all his years of fighting with humans, he had never once crossed blades with such a terrifying opponent. From the aura his enemy gave off, he was indeed in the seventh-order human master, which was equivalent to his own cultivation as a feudal lord, yet their strengths were simply incomparable. He would not have believed it if he had not experienced it for himself. He had no time to think, though, before dawning light had drawn close to him. If he was in peak condition, he would naturally have no fear of a human warship, but as an arrow at the end of its flight, how would he be able to withstand it? With a roar, he tried to dodge aside. However, at that moment, there was a loud rumble from dawning light, and a spear-like attack was shot out from the bow of the warship, turning into a stream of light and piercing through the feudal lord's waist, blasting off half of his body. Still, this feudal lord had an innate savagery to him, so despite knowing that he was going to die for sure, he still swung his axe one last time before death took him, smashing it into dawning light. Unfortunately for him, the powerful defensive barrier rendered his attack useless. Dawning light sailed past the feudal lord's broken body and crashed into the group of Black Ink clansmen behind him. The Black Ink clansmen's numbers had already been whittled down by Yang Kai's rampage. He was like the sharp tip of a spear, cutting through the Black Ink clan ranks while making his way towards the enemies who were besieging the two human warships. Feng Ying and the others had no other choice but to follow close behind him, picking off the enemies Yang Kai missed along the way. Soon, dawning light arrived at the main battlefield. In the distance, two ragged human warships were being besieged on all sides. Despite trying to break out to their left and right, they were unable to shake off this danger no matter how they tried. The surrounding Black Ink clansmen sent attack after attack against those warships, and the impacts caused the protective shields to grow dimmer, rippling violently as if it were about to collapse. Thick black ink clouds coated the battlefield. In the midst of these clouds, a man and his spear passed through with unstoppable momentum, leaving a reign of terror in his wake. The masses of low and high-rank Black Ink clansmen seemed as weak as paper when faced with that spear, left either dead or critically injured with a mere sweep of it. Shen Ao, Ning Qi Ji, and Qi Tai Chu rushed out from dawning light. Even seventh-order open heaven realm masters like them would not dare to act alone on such a battlefield, otherwise, they could fall into danger at any moment. The three of them took up a triangle formation with each one of them in charge of one corner before crashing into the Black Ink clan's army like a rolling stone. Meanwhile, dawning light, which was following closely behind the three of them, released its attacks in full swing. One by one, the lights from the offensive arrays shot ruthlessly towards the places where the Black Ink clan had converged. Screams rang out unceasingly as ink-black blood filled the void. Black Ink strength was also being spread like mad. Cries burst forth from the two warships that had been ensnared for so long. Reinforcements have arrived. Fight! The human cultivators who had been trapped on the two warships had been holding in their anger all this while. Now that they had seen the reinforcements, their spirits were instantly lifted and they let out what little strength they had left, joining forces with their allies to strike down the enemy forces. Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered rapidly in the ensuing frenzy. Though their numbers were many, they only had 4 feudal lords, one of whom had already been all but killed by Yang Kai earlier. The remaining 3 feudal lords were all caught up dealing with dawning light as well as Shen Ao and the others, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Kai dealt with the rest of the Black Ink clansmen weaker than the feudal lords. After advancing to the 7th order, Yang Kai's strength increased tremendously. These Black Ink clansmen who were at most on par with mid-rank open heaven realm humans were no match for him. Everywhere he went, Black Ink clansmen were cut down like weeds. In just half an incense stick of time, more than half of the Black Ink clansmen had been eradicated, and the void was filled with ink-black blood and severed limbs, creating a horrific scene. As a result, a large gap opened up in the otherwise impenetrable encirclement. The 2 warships that had been trapped for so long saw their opportunity to escape, and with dawning light's coordination, were able to retreat from battle and head back towards the forward base. Yang Kai's battle continued. He raced back and forth, killing Black Ink clansmen, his body soaked in black blood. After witnessing the terror of his might, the surviving Black Ink clansmen dared not engage him, scattering like birds and beasts before he could even get close. After a few moments of this slaughter, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that there was no longer anyone else around him. On the other hand, he saw Shen Ao fighting with a feudal lord not far away. Even though it seemed like he had the upper hand, their difference in strength was not great. It would be easy for Shen Ao to defeat this feudal lord, but killing him was another story entirely. In an instant, Yang Kai appeared by Shen Ao's side and thrust his spear towards the feudal lord. The feudal lord had long seen Yang Kai's terrifying strength and his heart froze when he saw him mysteriously appear. Raising the huge sword in his hand, he tried to parry Yang Kai's thrust, Hong. The large body of the feudal lord trembled as he felt his hand almost being ripped apart. With a great roar, he concentrated all his strength into his weapon, trying to suppress the tiny human opponent in front of him. Much to the contrary, there was only cold indifference in Yang Kai's eyes. The spear in his hand remained steady and unmoving, but space principles rippled out, freezing the space around him in an instant. The feudal lord's roar was caught in his throat, while Shen Ao took the opportunity to swing his sword. With a cold flash, the sword cut towards the feudal lord's neck. The feudal lord was thoroughly shocked and he immediately tried to move back to avoid the fatal blow, but he still suffered a long gash that cut halfway through his neck. Despite the terrible appearance of this wound, it was not a fatal blow. As long as he could safely return to the Black Ink clan's territory and enter a Black Ink nest, he could recover completely given enough time. But at that moment, his large body suddenly shook and a look of horror and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. At the same instant, Yang Kai's heart clenched up tight. There seemed to be some sort of danger rapidly approaching him, but before he could react to the situation, he saw a golden light pierce through the feudal lord's chest and fly straight at him. In this critical life-or-death moment, Yang Kai shifted his body instinctively. Then, he felt a small prick in his chest, like an insect had just bitten him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt a terrifying force pass through his body, entering from the front and piercing out the back. His body flew backwards involuntarily, and a violent force shook his 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. Martial Peak, Chapter 4998, Powerful Arrow. What they just encountered on this battlefield was so sudden that nobody expected it. Even Yang Kai, who had been attacked, did not notice the attack until it appeared right before him, and that was why he was caught unprepared and suffered a big loss. The feudal lord whose body was pierced through by the golden bolt did not die immediately, but he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He did not even have the strength to escape and could only turn his body back with difficulty to look in a certain direction, a look of hatred filling his eyes as he muttered, "Trivial Black Ink disciple. You dare." Before he could finish his words, the nearby Shen Ao swung his sword again, cutting off his head. On the other side, after spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yang Kai stabilized himself and his left eye was instantly filled with a golden light. The pupil of that eye transformed into a vertical golden slit that held infinite might. With the demon eye of annihilation, he could faintly see a dim golden light flickering between the asteroids several thousands of kilometers away. That was where the attack had come from. Taking in a deep breath, he pushed down the churning vitality in his chest and manipulated space principles. In an instant, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood. Several breaths later, Yang Kai had already appeared on top of a certain asteroid, and his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave. However, he found nothing. There was only death chi surrounding this asteroid without the slightest vitality. Only a small trace of aura remained that was dissipating rapidly. It was clear that the golden light that attacked him earlier had come from here, but as soon as the assailant sent out that attack, they made a quick retreat. So, even though Yang Kai had rushed over after discovering the attack, he was unable to catch the culprit. Whoever it was had to be a veteran of many battles and knew to immediately flee after failing to kill his target. Such a cunning and cautious opponent would certainly be a great headache to deal with. Even Yang Kai felt trepidations in his heart when he thought back to the haunting attack he just encountered. His attacker had even used a feudal lord as cover. That attack had passed through the feudal lord's chest before hitting Yang Kai, otherwise, there was no way that Yang Kai would not have noticed it until it was so close. Fortunately, however, much of the attack's power was diminished as it passed through the feudal lord's body. If not, Yang Kai's injuries would most likely have been even worse. Who was that? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that it had to be a rather important and impressive enemy in this resource harvesting area. If that person had been so cunning as to retreat immediately after that blow, then chances were that they were also skilled in the art of concealment. If Yang Kai was unable to find his traces quickly, then locating him again would prove to be difficult. After standing in silence for a while, Yang Kai looked up into the depths of the void before letting out a grunt and turning back. He had a hunch that that attack was not the end of it, and that he would definitely meet this enemy again, but the next time, he would definitely be prepared. On the way back, he was met by Shen Ao and the others, and all of them quickly returned to Dawning Light. The battle here was over. More than half of the several hundreds of Black Ink clansmen had been killed. Out of the 4 feudal lords, Yang Kai killed one alone and teamed up with Shen Ao to kill another. While he was chasing the sneak attacker, Dawning Light worked together with Chi Tai Chu and Ning Chi Ji to kill another. When the last feudal lord saw how bad the situation had become, he immediately fled, along with some of the Black Ink clan stragglers. However, their numbers were not that high, only around 100 or so in total. Dawning Light did not pursue them. Even though they were capable of killing them all, their priority was to escort the 2 battered warships back to the forward base. So, on Feng Ying's orders, the 3 warships ceased combat. When Yang Kai returned, the commanders of the 2 warships were thanking Feng Ying. These 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were both squad leaders, but their auras were both quite weak. They were clearly both extremely exhausted. When they saw Yang Kai return, the 2 squad leaders naturally began another round of thanks. If it had not been Dawning Light's quick arrival today, then the situation would have been disastrous for everyone aboard the 2 warships. In fact, with the strength of their 2 squads, they were no match for the Black Ink clan attackers. The reason why the Black Ink clan had ensnared them but kept them alive was undoubtedly because they wanted to transform them into Black Ink disciples, which also gave them some breathing room to persist until dawn arrived. "Squad leader, are you all right?" Feng Ying asked anxiously when she saw Yang Kai return looking slightly pale. Yang Kai waved his hand, "I'm fine." Even though it was not a light injury, it did not harm his foundation, so it couldn't be considered serious. "That should have been someone from Divine Feather Paradise," Feng Ying said with a grave look on her face. She had seen when Yang Kai was struck by the sneak attack earlier. A golden arrow made use of a feudal lord as cover in order to land the hit just as Yang Kai and the feudal lord were fighting. Whether it was the timing or the angle, everything was perfect. Such skill was something only achievable by someone from Divine Feather Paradise. Yang Kai nodded, "I guessed as much." Many cave heavens and paradises had their own unique characteristics. For example, Bright King Cave Heaven's cultivators focused on body tempering, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven was proficient in artifact refining. Divine Feather Paradise's cultivators on the other hand were renowned for their archery. The cultivators from this paradise may not be very strong in close combat, but once they were given some distance from their opponents, they were basically invincible in the same realm. That was because they were extremely skilled in archery and also at concealing their auras and evading enemies. There were some Divine Feather Paradise cultivators in Blue Sky Pass, and they accrued a lot of merits during the last war. Even though Yang Kai had never had any significant dealings with this paradise before, he did know about them to a degree. The golden arrow that pierced through that feudal lord and then through his own body was undoubtedly an extremely profound arrow technique and was an attack that came from several thousand kilometers away. It was truly unbelievable for an attack of this degree to be possible. It had to be known that Yang Kai's body was now so intrepid that ordinary attacks would not be able to hurt him in the slightest, but that golden arrow had pierced straight through him, even causing considerable injuries to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. This was a result achieved with Yang Kai possessing a world spring in his small universe. If it were any other person, then it was likely that even their small universe would have been severely shaken. And, if it were to happen on a chaotic battlefield, then it would have hindered their combat strength greatly. It would have taken only a single arrow to render them helpless. And, he was a really troublesome one. One of the squad leaders who had come forward to thank them added, "If not for him lurking in the shadows, even if we were no match for the Black Ink clan, we would have at least been able to escape. There would be no way that we would have fallen into such a desperate situation. The warships on the human side could still run away if they were to encounter superior enemy forces that they could not deal with, but only if they weren't overly damaged. However, every time their warships tried to escape, they would be stopped by that Black Ink disciple hiding in the distance. Both of the warships were damaged in many places from the attackers' arrows, causing them to end up in the desperate situation they were in. Fortunately, Dawn was able to arrive in time to provide them with support and resolve the dangerous situation." Yang Kai frowned. "There's something I don't understand." "What is it?" Feng Ying asked him. "If he attacked us, that meant that he was a Black Ink disciple. However, if he was a Black Ink disciple, how could he kill that feudal lord? The last blow passed through a feudal lord's body before it hit Yang Kai. Yang Kai had lived among the Black Ink clan for 2 years, so he knew very well about the position of Black Ink disciples in the Black Ink clan. Generally, no matter how strong they were, Black Ink disciples had an innate reverence towards the Black Ink clan. A low-rank Black Ink clansman could even beat and yell at a 7th-order Black Ink disciple at will, and the Black Ink disciple would not even dare to make a single complaint. And yet, the Black Ink disciple from Divine Feather Paradise had done something completely unexpected. Clearly, the feudal lord had not expected that to happen either, which was why he said those words before he died. A look flickered in Feng Ying's eyes. "That is usually true. Unless, the Black Ink disciple had been specifically instructed by a higher-ranking Black Ink clansman to ignore the life of another Black Ink clansman in order to kill their enemies at critical moments." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "In that case, he has to be a Black Ink disciple under the command of a territory lord." That made sense. Judging by the power of that attack, that person definitely had to be in the 7th-order open heaven realm. Cultivators in that realm were not something that an ordinary feudal lords could capture or possess. Only a territory lord could achieve such a feat. "That's the only possibility," Feng Ying nodded. "We should be careful on our way back. I have a feeling that that person is not far away. If we let our guards down, then he might strike us again with that powerful attack," Yang Kai said as he swept his gaze around the void. He had felt like he was being watched since he returned, but no matter how carefully he searched, he could not find anything out of the ordinary. From that, he could tell that this person's concealment skills were extremely profound. Yang Kai's injuries were not light this time. Even though it did not harm his foundation, he would still need time to properly recuperate. After giving out orders, he returned to his cabin to rest. The 3 ships moved steadily towards the forward base with the 2 damaged ships out front while dawning light brought up the rear. It was not until they could see the asteroid where the forward base was located that Yang Kai, who had been recuperating in his cabin the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, the feeling of constantly being watched disappeared without a trace. It seemed like that Divine Feather Paradise Black Ink disciple did not give up on finishing him off this whole time and had been following their warship all along. After returning to the forward base, the 2 warships set down for urgent repairs. Even though dawning light was also hit, the damage was nothing major and only required some simple maintenance. Feng Ying personally went to see Cha Hu in order to hand in their mission brief and report their military merits before returning. At the camp, Dawn Squad's members were all resting and restoring their strength. Their first battle since arriving at the forward base was not very dangerous, but it was the first time that Dawn had fought together, so it revealed some of the flaws they had. Such flaws were not of much consequence in ordinary times, but they could be magnified during difficult situations and could have led to Dawn's downfall if they weren't careful. So, Feng Ying decided to talk to Yang Kai about them after he recuperated. At the moment, Yang Kai was healing in his own tent. The most serious injury he sustained during that fight was the sneak attack from that Divine Feather Paradise cultivator. The rest of the injuries came from him charging into battle on his own. The Black Ink clan's final struggle before death was not enough to harm him in any significant way, but it was not to be underestimated either. After the fight, dozens of wounds, both big and small, were left all over Yang Kai's body. In just 3 days though, Yang Kai had fully recovered and was as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. This was the perk of having a powerful dragon vein. He had thick skin and strong flesh, so any non-critical injuries he incurred were basically ignorable. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4999, Free Hunting. When she saw Yang Kai come out of seclusion, Feng Ying immediately gathered up Dawn Squad's members for a post-battle meeting. 35 people gathered together to discuss some of the problems they encountered during their last mission. Unlike the other squads who had fought together for a long time and built up a tacit trust and understanding with each other, Dawn was considered brand new and a lot of work still had to be done for them to learn to coordinate with each other. Summing up their experiences after the fight would be greatly beneficial to them. There was a lot of enthusiasm shared by the squad and everyone eagerly spoke up. The flaws that would normally be overlooked were quickly exposed before everyone so that they could all take note of them. Then, the next time a similar problem arose, they would have a solution to deal with it. And, when those problems stopped appearing, it would mean Dawn Squad's coordination has gone up a level. The post-battle meeting did not last long, only around half an hour. Yang Kai then went to Cha Hu's command post again. Since they were here, he naturally had to make Dawn useful. It wasn't as if they could stay in the forward base forever to look at the scenery. Not that there was any scenery to look at in this dead void. After receiving permission, Yang Kai stepped into the tent and asked, Division Commander Cha, Dawn has fully recovered after its last mission. Are there any tasks to be done? Cha Hu glanced at him, you've all recuperated so quickly. Yang Kai smiled, we did not suffer any losses last time. Don't push yourselves too hard. Rest assured, Division Commander Cha. As Dawn's squad leader, this junior knows the extent of our abilities. Only then did Cha Hu nod, in that case, I won't stop you. There is work to be done, but why don't you have a look and see what interests you? Yang Kai was surprised, we can pick for ourselves. Cha Hu smiled, we have 3 different types of missions here. The first one is to look for mineable resources, which, relatively speaking, is the safest kind of mission. There's only a low possibility of encountering the Black Ink clan, and there's no need to fight them under normal circumstances. Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent response, Cha Hu continued, secondly, we can assign you to defense duty. Your team only needs to patrol a certain area and protect those who are mining resources. If you encounter any Black Ink clansmen, kill them all. Yang Kai nodded. The first type of mission was definitely unsuitable for Dawn Squad. Dawn possessed vastly superior strength and ability to other squads, so it was impossible for them to go and mine resources. However, the second type of mission was somewhat more to his taste, though still a little bit lacking. He asked, what is the third type of mission? Cha Hu nodded, the third type of mission is free hunting. The entire resource harvesting area will be your Dawn Squad's patrol area. Wherever you find Black Ink clansmen will be wherever you go. If there are no Black Ink clansmen around you, you can actively seek them out. If another squad calls for help and you are close, then you must go to their aid as soon as possible. Yang Kai answered decisively, then, we will take on a free hunting assignment. Compared to the second type of mission, there was certainly more freedom for them if they chose free hunting. They would not be limited to a certain region. However, it would also increase the chances of them meeting Black Ink clansmen by a large margin, which was exactly the type of task that Yang Kai and Dawn were hoping to get. Cha Hu seemed to have long expected this answer, so he took out something resembling a crystal orb and handed it to Yang Kai. Bring this with you. What is this? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. It is a specially refined communication artifact. Every squad has one. Even in the midst of danger, this artifact can be relied on to send out messages, and one can also receive messages from other squads requesting help using it, as well as identify their position and distance. Yang Kai raised his brow. This is a good thing. There are no restrictions on free hunting, but it can be dangerous as there are still territory lords active around the area. Even though we have 8th Order Division commanders on our side to keep them in check, there is no guarantee that you will not run into one when you are alone. If you do encounter a territory lord, remember to put your own safety first and not act recklessly, Cha Hu reminded him. This junior will take note. Go, Cha Hu waved his hand. Yang Kai took his leave. A short while later, after returning to camp, Yang Kai told Dawn about the free hunting task he just accepted, and also handed the crystal orb-like artifact to Feng Ying before turning to everyone. If there are no objections, let us depart. There was no objection from the crowd. A moment later, Dawning Light lifted off from the forward base and sped off into the void. After entering the open void, Feng Ying suddenly changed her hand seals. Then, a very faint energy wave rippled through the entirety of Dawning Light. In that instant, it seemed to Yang Kai that there was some sort of change in Dawning Light, but when he looked carefully, he could not tell what had changed. Confused, he used his divine sense to figure out what happened, and only then did he gain a clear understanding. An inexplicable energy was wrapped around Dawning Light's hull, caused by a type of illusion array. What is this? Yang Kai asked in surprise. He had no idea that there was actually an illusion array installed on Dawning Light. Dawning Light was customized by Feng Ying, so even though the modifications cost a lot of Yang Kai's military merits, he really did not know much about its capabilities. Feng Ying explained, Dawning Light is a specially refined warship, and it's distinctively different from the other squad-level ships. So, once it enters the eyes of the Black Ink clan, it might draw their attention. I had this illusion array set up when I first began modifying Dawning Light as a kind of camouflage. So, any Black Ink clansman weaker than feudal lords would not be able to see through its disguise within 500 kilometers, and we can also take others by surprise. Otherwise, the enemy might run away if they spot Dawning Light from a distance, which would be troublesome. Yang Kai finally understood, Martial Ant has really thought of everything. Dawning Light and Dawn were not well known now, but it was conceivable that once they achieved enough success on the battlefield, the Black Ink clan would learn about Dawn and Dawning Light. When that time came, the enemy would be able to recognize Dawning Light's unique appearance from afar, and if they knew they were outmatched, they could still make a quick escape. With the illusion array, Dawning Light would look just like any ordinary squad's warship from afar, making it easier to catch their prey. And that was in fact the case. Just a day after leaving the forward base, Dawning Light suddenly encountered a group of Black Ink clansmen coming in from the side. These Black Ink clansmen were using the rubble nearby as cover. When they appeared, even Dawning Light was caught unprepared. The many Black Ink clansmen came together to form a tide that flooded in like a tsunami. Dense black ink clouds made it impossible to tell how many enemies there were or how strong they were. An ordinary squad would have fled first to gain a better view of the situation before deciding how to act. However, the ones that these Black Ink clansmen were confronting was Dawn. Dawn was so eager at the sight of incoming enemies that the member in charge of steering the warship was already charging towards them before Yang Kai and Feng Ying gave the order. This uncharacteristic move clearly surprised the Black Ink Klansmen, stopping the incoming tide. In just an instant, the distance between them had been closed. As the offensive arrays buzzed, the illusion array was automatically broken, revealing Dawning Light's fierce appearance to the Black Ink Clan. The many Black Ink Klansmen were taken aback by the sudden change. The offensive arrays on Dawning Light were already releasing their might at them, sending powerful attack after powerful attack right into the densest pockets of enemies. In an instant, a large number of the Black Ink Klansmen were killed. The ones that survived fled backwards when they saw what happened. This human worship that they were ambushing was different from what they expected. Even though it was just one salvo, the might displayed was truly terrifying. It was definitely not something that they could withstand. Most of those who died were just low-rank and high-rank clansmen. These were essentially the cannon fodder in every battle, and they were generally incapable of killing any human masters on their own. However, they were perfect to drain the stamina of the humans. When these cannon fodder died, they would also leave dense black ink strength behind, which, when built up enough, would transform into thick black ink clouds. While the human race always shied away from the black ink clouds, the Black Ink Klansmen were just like fish in water inside of them. With the help of the black ink clouds, Black Ink Klansmen could often turn the tide of battle in their favor. No matter how many low-rank Black Ink Klansmen they lost, the Black Ink Clan would not feel any grief. As long as the black ink nests remained and they had sufficient resources, then they could breed as many low-rank Black Ink Klansmen as they wanted. So, whether they were attacking human territories or fighting for the resource-harvesting areas, large numbers of low-rank Black Ink Klansmen could be found in every Black Ink Clan squad. It seemed dying was the only thing they excelled at. Dawning Light's single round of fire had wiped out almost all of the Black Ink Clan squad's low-rank Black Ink Klansmen. Those who survived were undoubtedly the stronger masters, including the feudal lords. The survivors moved back into the black ink clouds, but they did not flee immediately. Rather, they waited to see whether they could find an opening to strike back. It was at that moment that a figure crashed into the black ink clouds like a raging storm, causing screams of misery wherever he passed. One by one, the Black Ink Klansmen were cut down like chopped vegetables, exploding into clouds of black blood. The black ink cloud rapidly grew even denser. The heart of one of the feudal lords hiding inside of the black ink cloud was pounding as he could sense that a human had indeed charged into the black ink cloud. According to human strength classifications, this person should be in the 7th order open heaven realm, which corresponded to his own strength as a feudal lord, but the killing power this human displayed frightened him greatly. The auras of his companions faded one by one at an incredible speed. Even though those were not feudal lords, it was still terrifying how they were cut down so quickly. He lurked in the black ink cloud, remaining motionless but feeling anxious. In the past, the black ink clouds had always been an absolute forbidden zone for humans and none of them would ever dare charge into them to fight. However, during their last attack on the humans' Great Pass, the Black Ink Clan discovered that the black ink clouds which used to be their greatest source of protection had completely lost their deterrent effect. Many of the humans looked like they had hot chicken blood shot into their veins, rapidly chasing them into the black ink cloud, happily accepting the corruption of black ink strength as long as they could slaughter their enemies. And, there was another great concern to the Black Ink Clan after the last war. It seemed that after a certain point in time, the Black Ink Clan had not been able to convert any more black ink disciples. Many Black Ink Klansmen had personally seen many humans being invaded by black ink strength, which would have been enough to convert them in the past, but the results were less than satisfactory. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5000, Emergency Rescue. Combined with the loss of the Black Ink Cloud's deterrent effect, the Black Ink Clan's higher-ranking members came to a consensus that the humans must have come up with some way of resisting the corruption of black ink strength. Otherwise, how could this have happened? However, the Black Ink Clan had yet to find out what this new method was. Under Men'Xie royal lord's command, many territory lords had received orders to uncover the truth no matter the cost, and this struggle for the resource harvesting areas was a good opportunity to ascertain just that. If they could figure out how these humans were stopping the encroachment of their black ink strength, that would be a great merit which would allow any black ink clansman the opportunity to return to the royal city's black ink nest to cultivate and advance into the next realm. The enthusiasm of countless of these black ink clansmen was part of the reason why the resource harvesting area was so hotly contested. The feudal lord continued lying still in wait inside of the black ink cloud, having the vague feeling that this great merit was perhaps not far from him. That was because this seventh-order master would definitely be corrupted by black ink strength if he rushed into the black ink cloud like that, and when that happened, he would surely be able to see how he resisted it. Inside the black ink cloud, a full-blown massacre was taking place when suddenly, all went silent. The feudal lord who had been lying in wait inside of the black ink cloud for his opportunity felt his heart clench and his instincts were screaming at him that something bad was about to happen. In the next moment, he felt a huge suction power coming from where the human was standing, and the dense black ink cloud was being pulled in, converging towards him. The feudal lord was delightfully surprised at first, but that surprise soon turned to shock. He was delighted that this seventh-order master had actually taken the initiative to open a portal to his small universe to suck in the black ink cloud. Would that not mean that he was going to be converted into a black ink disciple very soon? But the feudal lord was soon anxious because once the black ink cloud was swallowed up, he would have nowhere to hide and would instantly be exposed to the enemy. Where did this human come from, and how could he act so recklessly? He had been fighting with humans for so many years, yet he had never seen anything like this before. In no more than a dozen breaths, the dense black ink cloud was completely gone, revealing all the bodies hiding in its midst. And, at the center of these bodies stood Yang Kai, a cold gaze on his face and a sharp spear in his hand. Though he had culled many black ink clansmen after charging into the black ink cloud, there were obviously going to be fish who had slipped through the net. The black ink cloud's ability to interfere with a human sense was so strong that he was unable to find all of the black ink clansmen in a short amount of time. Irritated, Yang Kai opened his small universe and swallowed all of the black ink strength into his body. The effect was remarkable, as all of the black ink clansmen hidden inside of the black ink cloud were instantly revealed. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered. Even though many black ink clansmen had ambushed them this time, their average strength was too low. There was one feudal lord among them, but the rest were all high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. At this moment, the black ink clansmen who remained alive were all gawking at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The feudal lord's expression was especially shocked. He thought that Yang Kai would turn into a black ink disciple soon, but now it seemed like this human was completely unaffected by black ink strength. After all of the black ink clouds were sucked into this human's body, he was still not corrupted in the slightest. At once, the black ink clan feudal lord thought of something and called out in alarm, for universe pillars. The 4 universe pillars were not only famous among the human race, but also among the black ink clan. After all, it was a precious treasure that could perfectly resist black ink strength. Humans who possessed a 4 universe pillar simply had no need to fear being corrupted by black ink strength. The black ink clan had a deep hatred for the 4 universe pillars, and they were very much concerned about who held one of them. Any cultivator possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would be noted on record by the black ink clan, and if ever they were to meet any of these humans, the black ink clan would do whatever it took to kill them. This feudal lord was not someone in a low position, so he had read that special list before. However, there were few people on the list, and all of them were in the 8th order open heaven realm. That was because only those in the 8th order had the ability to protect a 4 universe pillar and keep them out of the hands of the black ink clan. And yet, he had encountered a 7th order master with a 4 universe pillar here. This human was definitely not on that list. This was an extremely important piece of news, and if he could bring word of this back, it would definitely be a merit not much lower than finding out how the humans were able to resist the corruption of black ink strength now. With that thought, the feudal lord opened his mouth, spitting out a cloud of inky blood, hoping to escape from here. Judging from the power of this Seventh Order master's rampage, he did not believe himself to be his match. If he wanted to live, then he had no choice but to flee immediately. This was undoubtedly the most correct move to make. However, even after burning his blood essence and using a costly secret technique, his body remained stagnant. An inexplicable force had seemingly caused the space around him to become extremely viscous, as if he had fallen into a pool of quicksand, making it hard to move. "Where do you think you're going?" When that cold voice entered his ears, the feudal lord looked over just in time to see the tip of a spear enlarging before his eyes. There, at the tip of the spear, was a terrifying power that had yet to erupt. Once it did, it would surely send him to the next life. The feudal lord roared in terror and his huge body swelled up, releasing his aura without reserve. By struggling with all his power, the confines of space finally grew loose. But that was not all. He raised his large fist and slammed it in Yang Kai's direction. With a single blow, he shattered the surrounding space, so it was clear how powerful that punch was. However, Yang Kai showed no intention of dodging. With a flick of his spear, he pierced through the feudal lord's fist like a hot knife through butter. The azure dragon spear easily penetrated the feudal lord's defense, and more than half of his spear was embedded into the feudal lord's arm. Expression changing dramatically, the feudal lord let out a pained roar. Yang Kai shook his spear again, and the condensed power at its tip finally erupted, turning the pierced arm into a bloody mist. Fresh ink-black blood gushed from the feudal lord's shoulder as his furious aura withered away. Before he could do anything else, a towering shadow came down on him. A few moments later, Yang Kai retracted his spear, but the feudal lord seemed frozen in place, motionless with only a shocked glint in his eyes remaining. Waves of energy from the spear thrust rippled out, sweeping over the feudal lord's body, shredding it into neat, tiny pieces in an instant, like he had been carefully carved up with a knife. Yang Kai looked around and saw the figures of Shen Ao, Ning Qi Ji, and Qi Tai Chu's bodies flitting about as Dawning Light's attacks continued blasting out one by one, and the remaining Black Ink clansmen were quickly wiped out. Such a group of Black Ink clansmen might have caused trouble if their ambush had caught another squad, but they were hardly enough to hold up against Dawn. After the end of the fight, it took them a bit of time to clean up the battlefield. These Black Ink clansmen might not have many good things on them, but any resource was considered invaluable to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield. After returning to Dawning Light, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, contemplating the successes and failures of their latest skirmish. His opponent was nothing worth mentioning, but since advancing into the Seventh Order, this was only the third time that Yang Kai had fought. He was able to somewhat familiarize himself with his increased strength now and was confident that he would do better the next time he encountered an opponent. After recuperating in place for an hour, Dawning Light resumed its mission. In the coming days, Dawning Light was able to get a catch every few days. With the help of the illusion array's disguise, the Black Ink clan mistakenly took Dawning Light as an ordinary squad-level warship. However, once they jumped out of hiding, it was too late for them to escape. As many as 20 feudal lords died at Dawn's hands. After going through fight after fight, Dawn's squad became more adept at working with each other. Once they encountered an enemy, they would do what was necessary without needing someone to order them, and their achievements soon surpassed those of any ordinary squad by far. One day, Dawn was in the middle of cleaning up a fresh battlefield. Just an hour earlier, Yang Kai and his men had encountered another Black Ink clan squad. They were not considered weak as those in the feudal lord rank alone numbered 3, but as usual, they were completely wiped out after the fight. It was at that moment that Feng Ying suddenly appeared and called out, "Leader, there is a nearby squad that requires our assistance." Yang Kai turned his head towards her and saw that she was holding the crystal orb-like communication device that Cha Hu handed them. At that moment, the crystal orb was glowing crimson, and the light gathered into an arrow-like symbol that was pointing in a certain direction. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. There was no way he could not tell that squad had already reached the critical point between life or death after seeing this message, otherwise, the crystal ball would not react this way. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Gather up. We have an emergency." Those who were still cleaning up the battlefield immediately converged towards Dawning Light, and within a few breaths, the warship turned into a stream of light and sped towards the direction the arrow was pointing at. Yang Kai had no idea whether any other squads had picked up on the distress call, but the squad that was calling for help clearly had to be in a bad situation. There might not be any other squads nearby, so dawn may be their only hope. Their fellow clansmen were in grave danger, so Dawning Light pushed its speed to its limit without regard for power consumption. Within an hour, a universe fragment came into Yang Kai's view. At that moment, bits of light could be seen flickering at a certain spot around the universe fragment. It was clearly the light coming from human secret techniques. Beyond that glow, dense black ink clouds were threatening to envelop them. There were 7 or 8 human cultivators madly wielding their powers, trying to stop the Black Ink clan's advance, but no matter how hard they tried, the enemy's momentum was unstoppable. Once the Black Ink clouds fully enveloped them, they would surely be corrupted by the Black Ink strength. And, if they were to be corrupted by Black Ink strength in such a place, they would undoubtedly be converted into Black Ink disciples. These cultivators must have been part of a squad, but their numbers were clearly off. Some members must have been lost already, and Yang Kai did not see their warship either. In this case, there was only one possibility, and that was that the squad's warship had lost its functionality, or simply been destroyed. Without the warship's protection, the human cultivators would surely be at a disadvantage as they faced off against the Black Ink strength, and that was how they ended up in such a desperate state. He did not see any Black Ink clansmen, so they must be hiding inside of the Black Ink clouds, constantly pushing their Black Ink strength closer to the humans. Every now and then, attacks would appear, directed at the humans, keeping them trapped here with no opportunity to use the universe transference law to escape. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5001, Another Sneak Attack. The drawbacks of using the universe transference law were too great, and it had to be performed under extremely stable conditions. Right now, at a critical point between life and death, how could any squad member still be able to use the universe transference law? The only thing they could do was make a desperate attempt to resist by relying on their positional advantages under the leadership of the 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in their squad. It was also fortunate that this squad had 2 7th-order Masters. If there had been only one of them, then they might not have held on this long. The Black Ink clansmen were all hiding themselves in the Black Ink cloud and using it as a cover as they came in and out to attack occasionally, or they would use secret techniques to stir things up for the human cultivators from within the cloud. As time passed, the circle formed by the Black Ink cloud was rapidly shrinking, leaving the human squad with no place to retreat. It was at this point that Dawning Light came to their rescue. The Black Ink clansmen inside of the Black Ink cloud had clearly noticed Dawning Light's arrival. As a certain part of the Black Ink cloud stirred, a few dozen Black Ink clansmen emerged, led by one with a ferocious appearance and emitting an aura from top to bottom that clearly belonged to that of a feudal lord. The imposing feudal lord, armed with a huge spear, was clearly intent on intercepting Dawning Light. As they continued drawing closer, Dawning Light's camouflage suddenly dissipated, revealing its true appearance. After having suffered so many losses to this unique warship, the Black Ink clan forces had naturally become aware of it, and that their forces were frequently wiped out once this powerful human squad was encountered. This feudal lord was well informed and had naturally heard about the rumors concerning Dawn and Dawning Light. He had thought that he would not come across them in this vast warzone, but after seeing Dawning Light with its disguise gone and true face appearing, how could he still not know that he truly did bump into them? When he thought of the rumors, the feudal lord did not dare to confront them and immediately retreated back into the Black Ink cloud. The Black Ink clansmen that had rushed out with him were all relatively weak, so they were slightly slower to react. When they saw their feudal lord retreating without a fight, they could not even figure out what happened before Dawning Light's terrifying attack struck them. Each attack was so powerful that it was not something that these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen could resist. In an instant, many of them were wiped out, but Dawning Light did not stop there. It passed through the mess of gore and broken limbs, crashing straight into the Black Ink cloud. The Black Ink clansmen who were hiding under the cover of the Black Ink cloud took this opportunity to bombard Dawning Light with their attacks, but Dawn had long been prepared for this and had already activated their defensive array, enveloping Dawning Light with a powerful light barrier. Wave after violent wave spread across the light shield, causing deep dents to appear on its surface. With the deep pits as the center, there were even ripples spreading out in all directions. Dawning Light pushed through the Black Ink cloud's blockade while withstanding the Black Ink clan's attacks, reaching its center mere breaths later. The squad that had been trapped there for a long time were already in dire straits, but when a human warship appeared before them, they understood at once that reinforcements had arrived, and it was the Special Operations Squad, Dawn, to their absolute delight. "Get on board!" Feng Ying shouted from the deck. With a change of her hand seal, a gap opened in Dawning Light's shields. The 8 cultivators were completely exhausted and their auras were weak, so they did not hesitate to leap on board. By the time they got on board, Yang Kai had already disappeared from the deck. When he reappeared, he was in the middle of the dense Black Ink cloud. His left pupil instantly turned into an awe-inspiring vertical golden slit. The Black Ink cloud was not only extremely adept at corrupting human cultivators, but also obstructing their senses, but the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions, was a perfect fit for such an environment. Not far away, a Black Ink clan feudal lord was silently approaching. It was the same one who had run away when he saw Dawning Light earlier. He had just escaped back into the Black Ink cloud and had yet to settle his nerves when Yang Kai suddenly appeared near him. He was both shocked and delighted to see this. He was shocked because this seemed to be the rumored human squad leader who was ridiculously strong, but also delighted that this man would be so arrogant as to invade the Black Ink cloud of his own volition. The invasive power of Black Ink's strength towards humans was inexorable, and he had no idea why this man would proactively run into the Black Ink cloud, but since he was here, then he better not think about leaving. Through the rolling cover of the Black Ink cloud, the feudal lord quickly advanced to a distance of 300 meters away from Yang Kai. For a feudal lord, this was the perfect distance to launch a sneak attack. The power in his body poured into the giant spear. There was a fierce glint in the feudal lord's eyes as he raised his weapon, preparing to pierce it into Yang Kai's unsuspecting back. But at that moment, Yang Kai, who should have been oblivious to his presence, suddenly turned around and stared at him, the corners of his mouth turning into a cold smile. The golden vertical slit in his eyes seemed to contain unopposable majesty that caught the feudal lord off guard for a moment. The Black Ink clan feudal lord was ashen with shock. He could not figure out how he had been spotted, but a spearhead was rapidly expanding in his vision, ensuring him that he was not imagining things. The feudal lord cried out in terror and raised his spear, attempting to block the incoming attack. As their spears clashed, the feudal lord felt a terrifying force erupting in front of him, forcing his large body to reel backwards. Even his hand which held the spear was shaking. An aura of death lingered around him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai chasing after him like a shadow after the unsuccessful strike, his spear thrusting forward indomitably. Meanwhile, the strength inside of his body was roiling, leaving him powerless to protect himself. "I'm dead." Despair filled the eyes of the feudal lord in that instant. He had heard about how strong this human squad leader was, and it was said that only a territory lord could defeat him. However, those were just rumors he had heard, and it was only now that he was facing him head-on that he understood that it was not just empty gossip. True enough, this level of strength was not something that a feudal lord could withstand. At the very least, 4 or 5 feudal lords would be required to besiege this man to have some chance of beating him. As the Black Ink clan feudal lord was about to die under the Azure Dragon spear, An Kai's expression suddenly changed, and as if he were possessed by a ghost, he stopped in place and brandished his spear out in front of himself. An extremely faint golden light appeared, breaking through the black ink cloud. The attack came from outside and struck the azure dragon spear with a loud bang. After the strange noise sounded, An Kai was pushed back by a huge force and his body retreated hundreds of meters before he could steady himself. When he was able to check, he saw a tiny scratch on the azure dragon spear which had been left by the attack earlier. If An Kai had not reacted quickly and protected himself with his azure dragon spear, the sneak attack would have gone right through his chest. "It's that guy." An Kai's lit up with a frightening glare. He had been keeping an eye out for this black ink disciple from Divine Feather Paradise since the last time they met, but unfortunately, his search had not been fruitful. However, after being ambushed once, An Kai made sure to keep a part of his focus on his surroundings during every fight in order to ensure that something like that never happened again. It wasn't until just now that the feeling of being watched appeared again, and sure enough, that guy took advantage of the moment when he was fighting with the feudal lord to deliver another blow. If An Kai had not been prepared for it, then he might have gotten caught by this attack again. Though it was unlikely to kill him, the injury An Kai might sustain from it was definitely not going to be light. The first time he was attacked, An Kai was caught unprepared and allowed his arrow to pierce right through him. Then, when he tried to pursue his attacker, he had completely lost sight of him. Now that he was prepared, how was he going to let that man get away again? As soon as he steadied himself though, another golden light struck his way, but this time, the golden light came from the opposite direction compared to before. If that previous sneak attack came from the front, then this one came from the back. There's two of them. This second attack was not aimed at him though, but rather at Dawning Light. Dawning Light had also sustained a lot of attacks when they rushed into the black ink cloud. Even though their light barrier did not break, it had grown noticeably dimmer. With that one attack, the light barrier surrounding Dawning Light actually shattered to pieces, which showed just how powerful it was. On the warship, all three of the cultivators in charge of controlling the defensive array grunted and coughed up blood, their faces turning pale. The defensive array that they had been in charge of had been broken, resulting in them suffering some of the backlash. What's more, the array itself was damaged, so it was clear that it could no longer be used. However, An Kai's attention was not on Dawning Light. There was more than one defensive array installed on Dawning Light, so they could temporarily compensate for the destroyed one. At the second blow, An Kai had already rushed over in a hurry, not even wasting time to kill off that Black Ink Clan feudal lord who was in front of him. Previously, he let the sneak attacker get away because he was unprepared, but if he still let him get away even though he was ready for him this time, then it would be a disservice to the Tao of space that he had been cultivating for so many years. There were not two attackers, only one. The second attack was a secret technique the attacker used in order to confuse An Kai. It was clear that the attacker was also extremely wary of him and feared that he would chase after him. As space principles surged, An Kai disappeared from the battlefield in an instant and arrived at a nearby universe fragment. The place seemed empty when he looked around, but there were obvious traces of a weak aura left behind. He just left. Just like last time, the attacker left immediately after his attack failed. This guy's wariness was simply impeccable. Only, An Kai could not figure out what sort of secret technique it was that this person used that enabled him to run away so quickly. In front of space principles, distance was no obstacle at all, so could it be possible that his opponent was also proficient in space principles? If that were the case, then this would be very troublesome to deal with, and it reinforced An Kai's idea that he had to capture this hidden ambusher no matter what. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5002, I'll take your surname if I let you run again. Under the view of his demon eye of annihilation, the faint traces that remained in the void that were almost imperceptible were revealed. These traces were clearly left behind when the attacker left. An Kai was about to move to pursue him when an obscure pattern suddenly lit up at his feet, followed by a shattering noise coming in from all directions that instantly enveloped him. The many attacks were the power erupting from a killing array, converging into the shape of wind blades that were cutting towards Yang Kai's direction as their center. It seemed that the attacker had anticipated that Yang Kai would investigate this place and had set up the spirit array here in advance. Hong hong hong. The attacks erupted with a series of loud noises. Yang Kai was able to escape without much injury, but not without looking like a mess. His face was also livid. The sneak attacker was an archery master, and although he had some knowledge of the Tao of spirit arrays, he was not very proficient, so the spirit array that he set up was not very strong. Even if Yang Kai just stood in place, the killing arrays would hardly be able to do anything to him. However, it succeeded in disrupting his pursuit. To be tricked to such an extent by this person also left Yang Kai very annoyed. It felt like his intelligence was being crushed by someone else, and it left him feeling a little defeated. It could be seen that whether it be in terms of cunning or methods, his attacker was first class. But that was not all. After rushing out from the killing array, Yang Kai was greeted by 3 golden lights speeding his way. The golden lights were extremely fast and almost seemed like they could ignore the barrier of space, arriving before his eyes in just an instant. One aiming for his forehead, one for his chest, and one for his abdomen, the 3 golden lights came in one straight line. Though it was completely silent, it made Yang Kai's skin crawl. At the edge of life or death, Yang Kai brought out his space principles to their fullest extent and activated near-distant horizon, stretching out the void in front of him infinitely. The void seemed to congeal at that instant, and Yang Kai could clearly see the 3 golden lights that were shooting his way slowed to a turtle's crawl under the effects of near-distant horizon. However, the violent power held within the golden light broke through the secret technique in the blink of an eye, restoring their mobility and piercing through Yang Kai's body in unison. The next moment, Yang Kai's body disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. It was clearly just an afterimage. His true body had already traveled away using instantaneous movement. At that exact moment, on a universe fragment 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly appeared and threw a fierce punch. A violent force erupted, and the fragment no more than several dozen square kilometers in size turned to dust in an instant, revealing a figure behind it. The figure was wrapped in all black, and even their face was hidden underneath a hood, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to see their true appearance. It was impossible to even tell whether it was a man or a woman. This person did not look very tall, and even the longbow they were holding was longer than their entire body. When he saw the sudden appearance of the figure, Yang Kai sneered, "Caught you." The black-ink disciple from Divine Feather Paradise had such terrifyingly powerful archery skills that Yang Kai had already eaten a loss from them twice. Any other 7th-order human would not have been able to withstand such attacks. Perhaps they may not even know who their killer was even after being assassinated by them. If a master of this caliber was not taken down, they would definitely be a snake in the grass for the human side. If this person had immediately fled far away when Yang Kai was pursuing them, then even he may not have been able to find them again after being delayed by the killing array. But this guy truly didn't fear the heavens. Leaving the killing array behind to trap Yang Kai was not enough for them, they had even hidden themselves and tried to snipe him again, giving Yang Kai the opportunity to pursue them. The person was clearly surprised at the sudden attack, not expecting Yang Kai to have arrived so quickly. As soon as the figure was exposed, it used the impact of Yang Kai's punch to back away. At the same time, it reached out to pull their bowstring, and with a harsh whistle, golden light after golden light rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Yang Kai's vision was instantly obscured by a field of golden light. After summoning his azure dragon spear and blocking all of the attacks, his attacker was long gone. Only a golden light remained far off in the void, fading away remarkably quickly. So fast. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, and he was also growing increasingly irritated. Gritting his teeth, he snorted, "I'll take your surname if I let you run again." If Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, were to let someone get away from him in such a situation, then he would have cultivated all these years in vain. In an instant, his figure disappeared. Yang Kai thought he would be able to catch up to the assailant easily, but even with his instantaneous movement, he could not reach them within a short amount of time. He had no idea what sort of movement technique this person was using, but it was so profound it was almost not inferior to his use of space principles. Yang Kai kept on chasing after them, but all he could see was a fading golden light in the far distance. It was unfortunate that he was unable to intercept them using instantaneous movement so far away. If he did try, then he could very well lose that person's tracks. He had no choice but to follow from behind and wait for his chance. Their chase ended up going on for a whole day and night, and it was not known how many millions of kilometers they crossed. Yang Kai was originally worried that his ambusher would escape to the Black Ink clan's territory. If that were to happen, then Yang Kai would not dare to follow lest he encounter a master that he could not beat. But after a long pursuit, it became apparent that this guy had no intention of escaping at all and was just circling around the wider battlefield with Yang Kai. Whenever there was the slightest opportunity, that person would sneakily shoot out a thunderous blow at Yang Kai, and their attacks were so powerful that he did not dare to take them lightly. Each counterattack left him worse for wear. Yang Kai now had a stomach full of grievances and secretly made up his mind that once he caught this hateful person, he would definitely beat them up to vent his anger. After a whole day and night passed, Yang Kai had more than a dozen new injuries on his body, all of them from his sneak attacker's long-range attacks. Even though these injuries were not a threat to his life, any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might not have the strength to keep chasing at this point and would have been forced to find a place to heal. Yang Kai suddenly understood why this sneak attacker had not escaped to the Black Ink clan's hinterland. This guy obviously had a lot of confidence in their abilities. Yang Kai wanted to take them down, and they wanted to take Yang Kai down as well, and this constant badgering was because they were trying to exhaust Yang Kai before they struck. What an arrogant bastard! Yang Kai judged. A person like this was difficult to deal with. This fact was already proven earlier during the chase, but if you were to take this guy's personality into account, then they were not that hard to deal with. With that in mind, an idea sprouted in Yang Kai's mind. After another day of chasing, another dozen injuries were added to Yang Kai's body. At a certain point, he suddenly stopped and glared resentfully in the direction where his attacker was fleeing before he let out a roar towards the heavens. The roar that sounded through the void was mixed with unwillingness and rage. A short while later, Yang Kai turned around and sped off towards the forward base. When he passed by a certain universe fragment though, he dashed straight inside it. After finding a good spot, Yang Kai set up a barrier and took out some open heaven pills and healing pills before stuffing them into his mouth. He was in a miserable state right now, covered in dried blood from top to bottom. Even his aura was slightly weak. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even though the chase only went on for 2 days, Yang Kai had manipulated space principles countless times during that period while constantly enduring the sneak attacks of that guy, which had been a tiring experience. The exhaustion that he was showing now was not completely fake. At least half of it was real, and it was indeed time for him to get a good rest to restore his energy. As time passed, Yang Kai's aura slowly recovered. He did not feel any strange sensations, so Yang Kai was wondering whether that person had taken this opportunity to run away. If that were the case, then he would have just wasted a lot of effort for naught. But on second thought, it should not be the case. That guy was extremely confident in their abilities, something Yang Kai knew well after their silent 2-day chase. A person like this would not give up so easily when faced with easy prey. And Yang Kai himself was currently that prey. As expected, just as Yang Kai was wondering if that person had truly left, a faint energy wave suddenly appeared, coming from a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes flitted open as he remained seated from cultivating. He forcibly twisted his body in order to avoid getting hit, but in the next instant, he felt a pain in his abdomen. There was no need to look, and Yang Kai could tell that his body had been pierced through once again. Even with his dragon vein, he could not resist the force of that attack. However, as if he did not even feel it, his body suddenly turned into a blur and he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, it was at a universe fragment about 1,000 kilometers away. Summoning his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai displayed his supreme limitless spear art freely. The area passed through by his spear shadows seemed to be empty, but an object that appeared like a rock suddenly leapt up high and raised its longbow in front of itself to block the attack. Hong hong hong. A series of bangs sounded, and in an instant, two people were engaged in a heated melee. Yang Kai was still bleeding from his abdomen, but he completely ignored it and faced his hooded attacker with a fierce smile. "Let's see you run now." The attacker was an archery master and at least somewhat proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Besides that, this person was first class both in concealing their aura and escaping techniques, but everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. It was impossible for one to achieve perfection in all fields. Yang Kai thought that close combat must be this guy's weakness, otherwise, there would have been no need for them to keep on running away. Unexpectedly, when they finally crossed blades, Yang Kai realized that this guy was also quite amazing when it came to close-quarter combat. They did not have too many flashy secret techniques and just fought him instinctively with the longbow in their hand, thus began a back-and-forth tussle. This longbow that he had never heard about was also quite an amazing item, not showing any weakness even when pitted against the azure dragon spear. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This guy really had no weaknesses. But even so, Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art stood at the pinnacle of all spear techniques. In just a dozen breaths of time, the azure dragon spear pierced through his ambusher's shoulder in a moment of carelessness, and at once, blood was flowing uncontrollably. The stab was followed by a grunt. From this brief exchange, it became clear what the difference in strength between Yang Kai and themselves were, so they stopped messing around and, with a feint, sped down towards the universe fragment below. Yang Kai followed closely like a shadow. As the person passed through the universe fragment, they threw out an array plate. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that it was bad news. Sure enough, as soon as the array plate was launched, the entire universe fragment burst apart, and a violent power burst out in all directions. Yang Kai staggered as the force hit him and the space around him was also disrupted. Martial Peak, Chapter 5003, Falling Short. By the time Yang Kai emerged from the chaotic cloud of energy, the attacker had already escaped far away, as he had anticipated. Only, they left behind a clear trail this time that was not as indistinct as before. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That strike from his azure dragon spear was not easy to take. Even if his spear did not give his attacker a severe injury, it would still dampen their performance. One arrow for one spear, that makes it even. The biggest difference between them was the strength of their physiques. So, when it came to trading wounds like this, Yang Kai had the advantage no matter how one saw it. Without dallying in place, Yang Kai pursued his attacker in the direction they left. The fact that he was unable to catch this guy even after the plot he set up earlier showed just how difficult this ambusher was to manage. Among 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai had never met one of this caliber before. Even if Feng were to face this person, she would not be their opponent if they were facing off at a distance. But with this, the boiling anger inside Yang Kai finally eased down. The more difficult his opponent was, the calmer he had to be. This was not an enemy he could take down simply, so he had no choice but to be patient. He believed that if he kept on going, then an opportunity would come to him eventually. While chasing after that person by constant use of space principles, Yang Kai gradually shortened the distance between them. It seemed that his attacker was now much slower after suffering a hit from his azure dragon spear and also having exhausted their strength during this long chase. They were both similarly in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and Yang Kai had not advanced into this realm for long, but he had an abnormally strong heritage. So, despite not having broken through for many years, his small universe's stamina was not something that an ordinary Seventh Order Master could compare with. What was more, he was raising many living beings inside of his body, and time flowed differently in his small universe, so even if he did not put effort into restoring his world force, it would recover on its own at a steady rate. That gave him the advantage when it came to a drawn-out fight. On the other hand, even if his opponent was a veteran Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they would still not be able to withstand such intense consumption for such a long period of time, and that was also the reason why his attacker was slowing down. Just as Yang Kai saw that he was about to catch up with his opponent, a large ship suddenly appeared in his range of vision. It was a Black Ink Clan ship, which was easily distinguishable on the battlefield due to its strange shape, its large-bodied crew, and the ship's own bulky size. Naturally, Yang Kai would have no fear of facing this kind of large ship from the Black Ink Clan. As long as there was no territory lord standing by on the ship, then it was impossible for these scattered Black Ink clansmen to do anything to him. And, even if he did bump into a territory lord, he was currently in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. If he could not fight, then he could just run away. The sudden appearance of a Black Ink Clan ship was a headache for him. His fleeing attacker was headed straight for the large ship, and in a few moments, joined up with them, boarding the ship and disappearing. The large ship was heading straight for Yang Kai, with many large Black Ink clansmen standing on the deck. His sneak attacker obviously intended to borrow the strength of these Black Ink clansmen to disrupt his chase. Even though Yang Kai understood their intentions, he did not slow down at all and instead rushed straight at the ship. As the distance between them closed rapidly, a couple dozen Black Ink clansmen suddenly formed up on the deck. This group was led by 2 feudal lords, while the rest were high-rank clansmen. Faced with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the 2 feudal lords' eyes were shining with greed. After all, Seventh Order Black Ink disciples were still considered a rare sight in the Black Ink Clan. Generally, capturing them was possible only by the territory lords themselves. They had been leading this team and wandering around this zone for days and fought a few times with the humans with wins and losses on both sides, but they had never encountered a lone human before. Today, they were able to come across one, and it was a Seventh Order human at that. The 2 feudal lords shared the same thought. They decided that they had to capture this human alive and convert him into a Black Ink disciple no matter what. As for who this human would belong to after his capture, that would have to depend on their respective skills. Alone, they may be no match for a human in the Seventh Order, as humans in the equivalent realm were always slightly stronger than them, and they knew that. But with 2 against 1, and with so many subordinates for them to use at their disposal, adding on to the fact that this human seemed to be injured, what was there for them to even be afraid of? As they watched the Seventh Order human continue his charge with undiminished vigor, the feudal lord on the left waved his hand, and a dozen high-rank Black Ink clans charged out, going straight towards the human. Yang Kai's face was indifferent. His spear was as steady as a mountain, but when it crossed paths with these Black Ink clansmen, his spear turned into a torrent. His seemingly thin figure passed straight through the many high-rank Black Ink clansmen in the next instant. The dozen high-rank Black Ink clansmen froze, as if they had been bound in place, their faces filled with horror before they all exploded into a black blood mist. The 2 feudal lords at the back were also in a state of shock. Even though they were not weak, they were not strong enough to see what had happened ahead during that instant. Is this guy really in the Seventh Order? Both the feudal lords were taken aback. If the human Seventh Order masters were all so strong, then how were the Black Ink clan supposed to continue this war? When they saw the incoming attacker continuing his mad dash, one of the feudal lords finally came back to his senses and roared in anger. As he opened his mouth, a Black Ink cloud was spat out. "Get out of my way!" Yang Kai shouted, plunging into the Black Ink cloud without hesitation and stabbing his spear out. When his spear struck out, space trembled. The feudal lord clearly did not expect Yang Kai to have so little fear of their Black Ink strength. He thought that this move would definitely force Yang Kai back, but he never anticipated him rushing in headfirst with unwavering murderous intent. This feudal lord shrieked and hastily tried to fight back, but with a great splatter of blood, half of his neck had been sliced through. Even though it was a severe injury, it was not fatal. Writhing in pain, the feudal lord backed away while the other took the opportunity to close in for a counterattack. Yang Kai swept his spear to the side, sending an immense force out. Yang Kai stumbled slightly after blocking this blow, but the second feudal lord was sent flying. Before Yang Kai could stabilize himself, a golden light shot through the void at him from the large ship. Yang Kai had once again been attacked by that sneak attacker he had been chasing. His attacker's grasp for an opening was exceptional. Just as Yang Kai had lost his balance and was powerless to resist, the golden light hit his forehead, throwing his head back and sending him tumbling. The two feudal lords were overjoyed at this sight as both of them tried to flank Yang Kai from the left and right. One feudal lord had his head half cut off by Yang Kai, and the other had a huge gash in his waist, both very serious injuries. It had to be known that these were the injuries resulting from just one exchange of moves with Yang Kai, which clearly showed the great disparity in their strengths. After sustaining such wounds, both of the feudal lords had immediately wanted to flee. However, when they saw that Yang Kai was also badly injured, they couldn't resist trying to take advantage of this situation. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, the tumbling Yang Kai regained his footing and stood up straight again. The dragon scales on his forehead had shattered, and at the center of his forehead was a wound so deep that one could see the bone. Clearly, the last attack had almost pierced through his head. In fact, if Yang Kai had not used his dragon scales at the last moment to protect himself, the sneak attacker could have taken his life. Golden blood dripped from his forehead, blurring his vision and making Yang Kai look even more miserable than before. After their long chase, this was the biggest loss he suffered, and it sent him into a complete rage. Throwing a cold look at the feudal lords trying to pincer him from the left and right, Yang Kai inhaled softly, and a chilling aura surrounded his body. The two feudal lords felt as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. The feudal lord who had half of his neck cut through tried to turn around and run when he sensed that things were going to get bad, but as soon as he turned around, a long spear had already pierced through his back and into his heart before emerging out his chest. He looked down and his eyes were filled with horror. A violent energy burst through his body, instantly blasting the feudal lord into a blood mist. Yang Kai did not even care about the second feudal lord. He wrapped his body in his spear aura and shot directly at the Black Ink clan ship, Hong. The large ship was blasted apart and many of the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen hiding inside were killed, but Yang Kai saw no sign of the accursed Black Ink disciple he was hunting. That person had obviously escaped after the attack earlier. This made Yang Kai so angry that he could only laugh. It was no longer possible for him to catch that person even if he wanted to now. After that chaotic situation earlier, he could no longer grasp that person's trail, and with their concealment skills, he would not be able to catch them anyway unless they decide to reappear on their own. It was a lost cause. If not for the sudden appearance of the Black Ink clan's ship here to spoil his good deed, Yang Kai was confident that he could take that person down within half a day. When he turned around, the second feudal lord who was still alive was fleeing far away. Eyes narrowing coldly, Yang Kai's body rushed out in pursuit. Since he failed to catch that Black Ink disciple, then he had no choice but to kill off this feudal lord to vent his anger. Even though the feudal lord ran fast, there was no way he could outrun Yang Kai. Within moments, he was caught and could barely resist for more than a dozen breaths before being executed under Yang Kai's spear. After the fierce battle, Yang Kai was able to exterminate a large number of Black Ink clansmen, but he let his true target escape, much to his dismay. However, with his past experiences as references, Yang Kai was suspicious about whether or not that person had truly left or not, or whether they were just hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With that in consideration, Yang Kai did not go too far. Instead, he stopped at a universe fragment nearby and began to recuperate from his injuries. The wound he sustained this time around was by no means minor. Even though it was blocked by his dragon scales, the violent force behind that attack still penetrated his skull, and Yang Kai was somewhat dizzy even now. A wound of this level was enough to affect his strength adversely. The healing pills produced by Blue Sky Pass were quite effective though, and Yang Kai had exchanged his military merits for some of them at the inner sanctum, so he took them now so that he could recover quickly from his injuries. However, despite keeping a close eye on his surroundings, he could not sense any movements from his attacker. It seemed from this that the ambusher had well and truly left, unlike last time when they were still lurking around, waiting for an opportunity to make their move. It was a shame that he failed to catch that guy, but as long as he was still active around this battle zone, then Yang Kai would see that person again sooner or later. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai relaxed. There was little for him to worry about in regards to Dawn. Even though he left chasing after an enemy, there were still 4 7th-order masters there to watch over Dawn, led by a master like Feng Ying. As long as they did not bump into an enemy that was too strong, then it should be no problem for them to protect themselves. Forming several hand seals, Yang Kai tried to activate the universe transference law. There was a universe array arranged inside Dawning Light, and all of Dawn's members had already left their imprints inside of it. As long as the distance was not too far away, one could use the universe transference law to return instantly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5004, Mantis Catches Cicada. Following his attempt to activate the universal transference law, Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He had arranged a universe array on Dawning Light, and also left behind his imprint on it. As long as the distance was not too great, then the universe transference law could resonate with Dawning Light, creating a connection between them. He wasted a lot of time chasing down a powerful foe, but judging from the distance he actually traveled, he should still be well within range to use it. However, he was completely unable to establish a connection with Dawning Light using the universe transference law, which surprised him. There was only one possibility for such an occurrence, and that was that the universe array on Dawning Light had been damaged, rendering the universe transference law ineffective. The universe array was located in the deepest part of Dawning Light. If the defensive arrays and hull were not seriously damaged, then it was simply impossible for the universe array to have been affected, yet Dawning Light's universe array was indeed damaged. It was not hard to infer from that Dawn must have encountered a strong foe and engaged in a fierce battle with them. Was it a territory lord that they bumped into this time, or just a very large swarm of Black Ink clansmen? Yang Kai frowned. No matter how he thought about it, these were the only 2 possibilities, otherwise, it was impossible for anything to happen with Dawn Squad's combat capabilities. However, he did not have to worry too much. There were 4 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Dawn, and Feng Ying was also there. Even if they did have to face off against a territory lord, they could escape if they could not beat them. Being wiped out was basically impossible. It was no use worrying about it now since he had no way of rushing back quickly through the universe transference law. The fight on that side should also have long subsided given how long he had been gone for. Right now, there was a great possibility that Dawning Light was returning to the forward base. After taking out his universe chart and checking his position, Yang Kai found his bearings and began making his way back to the forward base as well. On his way back, he occasionally encountered Black Ink clan squads, all of which he eliminated. After chasing that sneak attacker for so long yet still failing to beat them, Yang Kai was nursing a stomach full of grievances. The only thing he could do was vent his annoyance on those unfortunate Black Ink clansmen. In just half a day, he encountered 2 Black Ink clan squads. Their numbers were not high, and they were not very strong in general either. They did not even have any feudal lords among them. They seemed to be scouting parties. However, since they bumped into Yang Kai, there was naturally no other fate for them except death. After advancing for a short amount of time, violent power fluctuations could be felt from the void a distance away. Yang Kai's thoughts stirred, realizing that there had to be masters fighting up ahead. He immediately focused his eyesight as far as possible on the energy fluctuations. He could see two figures tangling up with each other in the void. One of the figures was extremely large, while the other was of ordinary size. Both of them attacked with such ferocity that even from a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the terrifying fallout of their clash. This was a fight between a territory lord and an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The battle was too far away, so Yang Kai could not see who this Eighth Order Master was, much less how they were faring in the fight, but after a moment's deliberation, Yang Kai hastily concealed his aura and quietly approached them. Universe fragments littered the battlefield, meaning there were many good hiding spots nearby. If this were any other time, then the two masters would definitely have noticed Yang Kai at this distance. After all, his concealment skills were good, but it was still difficult to hide from a master an order above himself. However, both the Territory Lord and the Eighth Order Human Master were preoccupied with their fight, so how could they have any time to pay attention to their surroundings? Yang Kai easily reached a spot 1,000 kilometers away from the battlefield and hid behind a small universe fragment. Then, he gathered in his aura as much as he could. If one were not paying attention, then one would miss his existence even if they were looking directly at him. After a careful glance, Yang Kai quickly looked away again, not daring to stare too long. Masters such as the Territory Lord and the Human Eighth Order Division Commander were extremely sensitive to the gazes of others, and one could easily reveal their whereabouts if they were not careful. With that quick glance, Yang Kai realized that he did not recognize who the Eighth Order Master was. There were 4 Eighth Order Division Commanders standing guard in the 4th forward base. Of them, Yang Kai had met Cha Hu and also knew Luan, but he did not know this man, which meant that this was either Xie Xiaoping or Su Bo Liang. Whoever it was, this division commander lived up to his name as he had an absolute advantage over the Territory Lord, who could hardly catch his breath under the former's relentless assault. Yang Kai was amazed by this fight. Under the premise that one was in the same order, due to the difference in accumulation of cultivation experiences, humans were slightly stronger on average compared to Black Ink clansmen. However, the higher the order, the smaller that gap between them became. Upon becoming old ancestors and royal lords, the gap was almost negligible. Any Black Ink clan royal lords had amassed thousands, if not tens of thousands of years of cultivation, making them no less experienced than any human race old ancestor. The gap between 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and feudal lords was still quite obvious, but the difference between 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords was still noticeable, but not by a significant amount. Back then, when Zhong Liang fought with a Territory Lord around Blue Sky Pass, he still suffered some losses. However, what Yang Kai saw on this day was an 8th Order Human Master holding an absolute advantage over a Territory Lord, who could only defend without any ability to fight back. Not only that, but the Territory Lord's body was covered in horrific injuries, and ink-black blood was flowing out from all over his figure. Is this 8th Order Division Commander just that strong? Or is this particular Territory Lord just that weak? Yang Kai was now quite glad he snuck over. Even though the Human Master had the upper hand in this fight, and the Territory Lord seemed to be on the defensive without any means to fight back, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. That was still a Territory Lord, so although it would be easy for the 8th Order Master to injure him, killing him was going to be difficult. Yang Kai felt that if he could find an opening to help the Human Master, there was a chance he could tip the scales just enough for a kill to be made. However, he would have to wait patiently for such a chance, if one even presented itself. He was a 7th Order Master, so it would be dangerous for him to intervene in a battle of this level. Not even an 8th Order Master would easily choose to face the final desperate blow of a Territory Lord. That was probably the reason why the 8th Order Master did not push his enemy too hard and instead focused on wearing down his opponent's strength while biding his time. As the battle raged on, Yang Kai only peeked at the two figures from the corner of his eye to judge the progress of the fight. As time passed, it became clear that the Territory Lord was losing ground and was repeatedly trying to escape, only to be stopped by the human master. Every time he was about to grow desperate, the Eighth Order Master would slow down his attacks, giving the enemy the illusion that he could hold out just a bit longer. That was how their fight dragged on, seemingly without end. The Eighth Order Master was also injured during the fight, but not very seriously. The only thing that kept him at bay was the black ink strength used by the Territory Lord. Even though masters in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm had a high resistance to black ink strength, that did not mean that it was impossible to be corrupted by it after long periods of exposure. Once black ink strength entered his small universe, then he would have no choice but to return to the forward base to cleanse it with the purifying light. However, this was a rare opportunity, so even though he was powerless to kill this Territory Lord, this division commander was determined to hit him hard enough to send him back to a black ink nest to recover for several dozen years. Time seemed to pass quickly, but also dreadfully slowly. Half a day seemed like a million years as Yang Kai kept on waiting for a chance to strike, but that chance never came. Just as he was starting to grow impatient, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. He had no idea what sort of secret technique the Territory Lord used, but 8 strands of dense black ink strength suddenly gushed out from his body, turning into black chains that suppressed and sealed the surrounding space, trapping the Eighth Order human master almost instantly. The Eighth Order Division commander's movements were sealed, but with a stern look on his face, he launched secret techniques and divine abilities in the Territory Lord's direction. The Territory Lord's face changed at once and he clearly wanted to dodge, but he seemed to be restrained by his own secret technique, causing him to freeze in place without being able to move a muscle. One by one, the secret techniques and divine abilities landed solidly on his body, hitting him until he spat blood repeatedly. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, and so was the Eighth Order Master. It was hard to understand how this Territory Lord could have made such a foolish move. It was an amazing secret technique that he used, but what use would it be if even his own movements were restricted by it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this scenario, as the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Just as he was about to rush into the battlefield using his space principles to assist the Eighth Order Master, a brilliant bolt of light suddenly flew over from a universe fragment 1,000 kilometers away from the clash. The bolt of light had an astonishing glow to it and swiftly took on the form of 2 spread wings. As soon as it appeared, it had already reached the side of the Eighth Order human master. At that moment, the Eighth Order Master's movements were restricted by the Territory Lord's secret technique and he was unable to dodge. Moreover, the attack came so quickly and so stealthily without so much as a warning. The Eighth Order Master's face changed drastically as he pushed his world force madly to form a shield to protect his body. However, the bolt of light still struck him hard. The barrier that he hastily raised was instantly shattered and fresh blood splattered out. The Eighth Order Master's waist had almost blown into a mess of blood and his aura was rapidly weakening. He had been fighting with this Territory Lord for a long time, so he was nowhere near his peak condition. He also suffered many wounds himself in the battle, so when a mysterious assailant suddenly ambushed him from a secret location, he ended up taking a bad hit. Meanwhile, the Territory Lord, who had been suppressed by him all this while, was given the opportunity to withdraw his sealing technique and throw a punch forward. The Eighth Order Master barely managed to block it, but he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but the black ink strength around him was also pouring into his body like crazy. Before suffering such a heavy injury, he was just barely able to withstand the corruption of the black ink strength. Now that he was suffering such severe injuries and had taken a direct punch from the Territory Lord, he could no longer resist the black ink strength's encroachment. In the past, even an Eighth Order Master would have to sacrifice a piece of their small universe as soon as possible in order to prevent any further corruption in such a situation, incurring great damage to their foundation. However, there was a purifying black ink battleship on standby at the forward base now which had purifying light sealed in it. As long as he was able to return while keeping his sanity, everything would be fine. So, rather than break away from the battlefield immediately, the Eighth Order Master clasped his hands together before slashing his arms down like a sword at the Territory Lord. The Territory Lord did not expect his enemy to be so brutal as to try and kill him even at the expense of his own foundation. He was planning to ride the wave of victory and advance, but when he saw the human's arms come down, he immediately shrieked and turned tail in order to escape. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5005, Headbutt. The force of his arm slash turned into an amazing sword wave that cut into the Black Ink Territory Lord's back, causing blood to spurt out from his large body through a gash deep enough to see bone. However, the Territory Lord was able to take the opportunity to escape far away. The Eighth Order Master was about to give chase, but then his brows suddenly knitted together into a frown as he felt a throbbed pain in his back. This was the result of being targeted by a strong hostile intent. The intent was well concealed but clearly a warning that if he really did try and pursue the Territory Lord, he would be met with force. The Eighth Order Master's face turned ugly. Naturally, he could dismiss this little threat if he were in peak condition. In top form, he would surely try to hunt down that Territory Lord and kill him no matter what. However, after a long fight, he had already exerted a tremendous amount of strength and was also heavily injured after suffering that sneak attack. Not only that, his small universe was being corrupted by Black Ink's strength, so if this dragged on, his entire small universe might become tainted. Then, even as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would lose himself and degenerate into a Black Ink disciple. That was a result that he could not accept no matter what. He could accept dying in battle, but there was no way he would allow himself to turn into a Black Ink disciple and become one of the Black Ink clan's weapons. So, even though he understood the sneak attacker's intentions and also knew that a powerful attack like the one he had been struck with earlier would not show up again, he did not dare to take that gamble. After a cold stare towards the source of the attack, the Eighth Order Master's body finally moved back until he arrived at a safe distance before activating the universe transference law that was connected to the universe array on the forward base's purifying Black Ink battleship. A short while later, a whirling pattern of a grand array appeared underneath his feet, and as the light rose to the air, the man disappeared. Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the shadows, felt both a little regretful and pleasantly surprised when the intense battlefield regained its calm. He felt regretful that the Territory Lord was able to escape. Opportunities to kill a Territory Lord were rare to come by. If that person hiding in the shadows had not interfered, he would only have had to jump out and join forces with the Eighth Order Master and they would have likely been able to kill that Territory Lord. As to his pleasant surprise, the target that he had lost earlier had resurfaced again and was now just a short distance away from him. Yang Kai had no idea when this person arrived here, and he was not even sure whether this person had noticed his existence or not. If not for that sudden attack earlier, Yang Kai would not have known that person was here. That definitely had to be the Black Ink disciple from Divine Feather Paradise. Previously, when this guy ambushed Yang Kai, the attack that they used was basically just reminiscent of a golden light or a golden arrow. However, when this person was ambushing the Eighth Order Master, their attack took the form of a pair of unfurled wings. Yang Kai had seen the power behind that attack and guessed that even a Seventh Order Black Ink disciple would be unable to use such a powerful attack repeatedly. Using such an attack even once would probably put a huge burden on them. Moreover, Yang Kai was also able to injure that person while he was chasing after them not long ago, and there was obviously no way those injuries would have healed in such a short amount of time. From their body already being wounded to then using such an immensely powerful secret technique, it was possible that this Black Ink disciple had little strength left at this moment. Yang Kai almost could not endure the urge to throw his head back and roar in laughter. This really was the case of the mantis stalking the cicada, but the oriole waits behind. Rather than rush out immediately, Yang Kai concealed his aura even more cautiously because he wasn't sure whether his opponent was aware of his presence or not. He knew how difficult this ambusher was, and if he missed them again, then he would just be repeating the same mistake. There was only one opportunity here: either he did nothing, or if he went all out, he had to make sure he got this right. In fact, both Yang Kai and the Eighth Order Master were correct. The Black Ink disciple who was lurking in the shadows simply had no energy to unleash that kind of attack again. As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even though they were ambushing an Eighth Order Master from the shadows, they still had to use a sacrificial technique that, while dealing 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, dealt 800 to themselves. After using that attack, their entire person was drained. They would never have used such a secret technique easily and did not even use it last time when they were ambushing Yang Kai. However, in order to land a good hit on an 8th Order Division commander, they had no choice but to use such an attack. However, the ambusher was smart. Despite having little strength left, they still used their hostile intent to ward off the injured 8th Order Master. Only after confirming that the division commander had gone far away did they put down their longbow and lay limp on the ground, struggling to stuff some spirit pills into their mouth and refine them in order to restore some strength. They did not stay in place for too long though, since the previous attack had already revealed their whereabouts. They could not be sure whether that 8th Order Master would suddenly wheel around for a counterattack. If that were to happen, then they would definitely be powerless to resist. So, when they regained a bit of their energy after a short rest, they stood up and tried to leave. However, they had just begun to move when their hearts suddenly jumped. They had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This person reacted with great haste and twisted around to draw their bowstring. The bowstring whizzed and a golden light condensed. At the same time, their body rose as they leapt backwards. From the corner of their eye, they saw a figure appearing nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. The golden light struck that person in the chest and sent fresh blood bursting out, but the target did not stop and continued charging towards them. At the same time, a profound power spread out, locking the local space down. The Black Ink disciple was shocked. After being tangled up with Yang Kai for many days, there was no way that they could not recognize his appearance. Only, this Black Ink disciple could not understand how this guy actually appeared here. From how the current situation was developing, this person had clearly been here for a long time, just waiting for the moment they relaxed to strike. Having seen his instantaneous movement before, there was no way they didn't know Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Now that the space around them had been locked down, it had to be this person's doing. In the time it took for them to think through this, Yang Kai had already crashed into them. Instantly, the Black Ink disciples' bones cracked as if they had been struck by an entire universe world. It was not known how many bones broke at that moment, but they were seeing stars and a mist of blood had been spat out from their mouth. In an instant, their aura weakened considerably. Despite being pursued by Yang Kai for so many days, they had never been this close before, so the Black Ink disciple knew that life or death was at stake here. At once, they circulated the power of their small universe and swung their bow down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai completely ignored this attack and instead wrapped his arms around the person, holding them tight in his arms and grinning, "Bastard, eat this." Saying so, he slammed his head down. Headbutting someone at this distance was the most effective way to deal damage. The reason he did so was that Yang Kai did not want any distance to build up between him and this person at all. After having seen what this guy was capable of, Yang Kai knew well that if he were to let them escape his grasp, they might escape again. With a thunderous bang, Yang Kai's vision went dark, and the Black Ink disciple's head was thrown back, revealing the face which had been hidden under the hood the whole time in full view of Yang Kai. It was shameful to think about it, but even after facing off against this Black Ink disciple for so long, Yang Kai had not seen their face until now. As their long hair flew up, a round face came into Yang Kai's view. It seemed like the face of a young girl, cute with a bit of baby fat remaining. A girl? Yang Kai was taken aback. That was when he noticed the full and elastic feeling which was pressing up against his chest. However, soon enough, he tossed gender concerns to the wind. So what if she was a woman? There was no differentiation between a man and a woman on the battlefield. Craning his head back, Yang Kai delivered another devastating headbutt. The black ink disciple's forehead was all red and tears were flowing out from the corners of her eyes. With Yang Kai's dragonkin body, his physical body was incredibly strong, yet the impact was still enough to black out his vision, so nothing need be said about its effect on the black ink disciple. After 2 headbutts, her consciousness was shaken and she almost passed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly activated purifying light in order to disperse the black ink strength in her body. The reason why he rushed forward to grab her like this was because he planned to do this all along. Yang Kai never thought about killing her. All this while, Yang Kai had wanted to capture her alive so that he could cleanse the black ink strength from her body. After all, if such a powerful 7th Order Master could be saved, she would be of great help to the human race. If he merely wanted to kill her, then Yang Kai could have easily killed her from afar by sending a powerful divine ability against her. However, before Yang Kai's purifying light could come out, the black ink disciple in his arms, who looked like she was about to pass out, suddenly bent her knee and slammed it upwards. With a grunt, Yang Kai's face went white. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black ink disciple freed an arm and sent 2 fingers right at Yang Kai's eyes. In the nick of time, Yang Kai turned his head, but he could still feel her fingers scraping away a layer of skin from his cheek. The pain caused anger to surge up inside of him, and he squeezed even harder. The black ink disciple yelped as her body creaked with the sounds of bones breaking. There was even blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. It seemed like it would only take a bit more force from this person in front of her and she would burst apart. In a moment of fear, her fingers, elbows, even her teeth and head all become weapons that rained down attacks on Yang Kai. At such a close distance, she attacked Yang Kai completely haphazardly. A fierce light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes. He understood that if he did not completely subdue her, then he would simply have no chance to use purifying light. So, he restrained her body with both arms and even wrapped his legs around hers to prevent her from targeting his weak spot again. Following that, Yang Kai used another headbutt, hong hong hong. Every clash between them was a competition between their small universes' heritages. At first, the black ink disciple was able to put up a little bit of a fight, however, after 7 or 8 more headbutts, her resistance gradually faded away. Her close-quarter combat strength wasn't bad, but everything was relative, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had practically restrained all of her movements at this moment, stifling her options. Moreover, she was already exhausted after that sneak attack on the 8th Order Human Master. The amount of energy she could restore from her brief respite was limited, while Yang Kai was almost at full strength. It was obvious who had the advantage in this comparison. Blood splattered out as Yang Kai's headbutts turned the black ink disciple's forehead into a bloody mess. As he watched the black ink disciple's eyes go white as she fell unconscious, Yang Kai finally stopped. He shook his head to dispel the dizziness gripping his body before sighing. Yang Kai felt even more exhausted from this than if he were to face an 8th Order Master. Fortunately, the black ink disciple in front of him seemed to have lost all energy to resist and had finally fallen under his capture. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5006, Do You Want to Kill a Territory Lord? However, this woman had proven herself to be extremely cunning. It was hard to be sure whether she was just feigning unconsciousness or not, so Yang Kai had no intention of letting her go and just silently activated his purifying light. A short while later, his left and right hands glowed in 2 different colors that merged and fused together into a dazzling white light, completely enveloping the 2 bodies that were in close contact with each other. The almost unconscious black ink disciple suddenly looked pained and a hoarse noise escaped from her throat. She instinctively tried to struggle, but with Yang Kai keeping her locked in place, it was useless no matter how much she resisted. La. Black ink strength could be seen seeping out of her body before disappearing without a trace. The pained look on the black ink disciple's face also gradually disappeared, and her expression softened. After a few moments, when no more black strength came out, Yang Kai finally let go. Only now was he sure that she had no more energy to resist. Exhausted, Yang Kai collapsed spread-eagled and gasped hard. Even though the woman next to him was unconscious, her brow was still furrowed, as if she were having a nightmare. It was only after a few moments that Yang Kai struggled to sit up and stuffed some energy-recovering spirit pills into his mouth and silently began refining them. The woman still showed no signs of waking up. She had sustained several injuries from Yang Kai after being chased down by him for several days. Then, she had hidden in the shadows in order to ambush the Eighth Order Open Heaven Master, which led to her using a powerful secret technique that further aggravated her condition. Finally, she suffered a rough beating from Yang Kai. Even though she had regained her free will, she was still suffering from her overexertion and injuries. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to her and stuffed some spirit pills into her mouth, helping her swallow them before activating his towering evergreen divine manifestation, enveloping them both in its rich, soothing vitality. Fortunately, there were no signs of any Black Ink clansmen around this area, otherwise, he would surely end up in another battle after making such a ruckus. The woman ended up sleeping for a whole day. At some point, her long lashes fluttered, then her eyes flitted open suddenly and her small body shot up from the ground. Reaching towards the void, she grabbed her longbow, which was even longer than the length of her body. The bow was drawn with great familiarity, and a golden light was pointed straight at Yang Kai, ready to strike. Yang Kai remained seated on the ground without moving, not even trying to defend himself. He just looked up at her with a compassionate expression and comforted, "No need to be nervous." The young woman looked steadily at him for a moment, then her expression changed slightly as she finally remembered what happened before she fell unconscious, and she could not help but frown. Lowering her bow, she asked with some surprise, "Senior brother saved me?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Even though these were her own experiences that she remembered so vividly, the woman still found it hard to believe. How was senior brother able to save me? What sort of technique did you use? Since time immemorial, humans had no means to restore order from chaos after one was corrupted of Black Ink strength and degenerated into a Black Ink disciple. As soon as one was turned, from then on, they would stand on opposing sides from the human race. The only thing they could do then was to face them in a life-or-death fight on the battlefield. Many others had either died at the hands of the Black Ink disciples or turned into weapons against their own people by the Black Ink clan. This had been the painful reality for the human race since the beginning of the war. But now, what she experienced was a sure sign that the human race possessed some heaven-defying method that could rescue Black Ink disciples. Despite her great mental strength, she still could not hide her shock. Yang Kai smiled, "I have a secret technique that can purify and dispel Black Ink strength." The young woman pondered for a moment, "That white light?" "Indeed." The woman nodded, seemingly having an epiphany, "No wonder." Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. The young woman explained, "During the war 10 years ago, one thing that struck the Black Ink clan as odd was the fact that there were essentially no new Black Ink clan disciples who were converted after a certain point in time. The Black Ink clan suspected that we humans had obtained some sort of countermeasure against Black Ink strength, but they were never able to figure out what it was. Obviously, that would be the secret technique that senior brother wielded." Yang Kai nodded, "That is correct." The young woman had a solemn look for a moment, then she put away her bow and cupped her fist, thanks senior brother for his life-saving grace. Only then did Yang Kai learn her name. He stood up and cupped his fist in return, "Don't mention it. And, my name is Yang Kai. And also, I'm no senior brother. I've only just advanced to the 7th Order not long ago. In terms of seniority, I think you might be my martial aunt." Bai shook her head, "You are in the 7th Order, and your abilities surpass mine, so you should be referred to as senior brother." While speaking up to this point, Bai recalled the days when she was fighting with Yang Kai in that deadly chase and asked in disbelief, "Senior brother has only just advanced to the 7th Order?" Yang Kai nodded, "I broke through at the end of the last war between the two races. Bai Yi could not help but feel shaken. For him to have almost driven her into a corner despite only having recently advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, just how strong was his heritage? If Yang Kai had more time to cultivate, then how could she even be his opponent? She was considered a heaven-sent prodigy, and even though she had the sense to know that she was not that different from other Seventh Order masters in terms of pure strength, once she has some distance from her opponent, ordinary Seventh Order masters would not even be able to get close to her. However, after repeated tussles with Yang Kai, she finally understood that there were always people beyond people, heavens beyond the heavens. Senio. Junior Sister Bai, is your body all right? Yang Kai asked out of concern. Since she insisted on calling him senior brother, so be it. Only then did Bai Yi take the time to examine herself. After a moment, she responded, nothing serious. I overexerted myself a lot and will need to restore my energy. Has senior brother helped me recover from my injuries? She remembered her wounds well, and even though some of her injuries would recover while she was unconscious, there was no way they would heal so quickly. That meant that someone helped her recover while she was unconscious, and naturally, Yang Kai was the only possible person. As she spoke, she touched her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness coming on. Memories of Yang Kai's world-shattering headbutts were still fresh, as if they had just happened. Even after living for such a long time, it was the first time in her life that she had been treated that way, so it was a novel experience for her. Yang Kai laughed awkwardly, as to what happened before, I had no choice but to do it. Please do not blame me for my indiscretion, junior sister. Bai Yi nodded, I understand. Senior brother was merely trying to save me, not to kill me, otherwise, there was no need to go so far. Only, during that time, I've caused a lot of trouble for senior brother. My apologies. Saying so, a look of remorse appeared on her face. Yang Kai sighed, once corrupted and transformed by Black Ink strength, only the Black Ink clan is supreme, it is not your fault. And, since junior sister is fine, let us head back. There is a forward base nearby. Junior sister should know about it. Yes, Bai Yi nodded, but she did not move, instead, she had a slightly hesitant look on her face. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, is junior sister feeling unwell? Bai Yi shook her head and suddenly looked straight at him, senior brother, do you want to kill a territory lord? Yang Kai raised a brow, junior sister, what do you mean? Bai Yi explained, usually, as you and I are both only 7th order, we would definitely be no match for a territory lord, however, there is a good opportunity at hand now. If we do this right, then there's a good chance we'll be able to pull it off. Yang Kai understood what she meant, junior sister is referring to the territory lord who escaped earlier. Bai Yi nodded, that was Zhu Feng territory lord who served under Men Xie royal lord. I used to be his Black Ink disciple. He and Su Bo Liang, division commander Su, were engaged in a particularly brutal fight. Though he managed to escape with my help, Zhu Feng's foundation was severely damaged. He must be back at his Black Ink nest, recovering from those injuries. If you and I were to ambush him now, there is a good chance that we can take him down. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, but the light in them was bright, is junior sister sure? If Zhu Feng is healing, then there must be masters standing guard around him. You and I are only 2 people, and though our strengths are not bad, how high could the possibility of killing him be? Bai Yi shook her head, senior brother may not know, but the Black Ink clan is not a monolith, and there is a lot of treachery lurking in the dark. If given the opportunity, weaker Black Ink clansmen can see their strength soaring by devouring the energy of higher-ranking clansmen. Currently, Zhu Feng has been severely injured, so no matter what, he would not allow this news to reach the ears of other territory lords or even most of the feudal lords under his command. Otherwise, once this news is leaked, there is no guarantee that the other territory lords may not have malicious thoughts about him. Even the feudal lords under him might take the risk to attack him. Once they devour his energy, it would be enough for a feudal lord to advance and become a territory lord. Yang Kai nodded at her words. I have indeed heard of such a thing. He had lived in the Black Ink clan's territory for 2 years, so he had naturally heard about this. Back then, Nu Yen had expressed his desire to devour a feudal lord more than once in front of him. Unfortunately, he never had any opportunities to do so, so he could only bring Yang Kai around to pick gambling fights and earn Black Ink coins. This kind of information was no secret either. The great passes of the human race all possessed this knowledge. Bai Yi nodded. If it were any ordinary injury, then those feudal lords naturally wouldn't have any funny thoughts. However, Zhu Feng's injuries were severe, so he surely wished to conceal the news. And, the place where he was recovering now was only guarded by a few of his most trusted subordinates. You know where he goes to rest? Bai Yi nodded. Approximately, yes. After all, I was one of the Black Ink disciples under him and had access to many of his secrets. Yang Kai began to ponder. The temptation of a heavily injured territory lord was great. If they could take this opportunity to kill him, then that would be enough to deal a severe blow to the Black Ink clan's activities in this region, which would naturally be a great benefit to the humans. However, doing this would mean taking on a hefty risk. After all, that was still a territory lord. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The desperate measures one could bring out when facing death were not to be underestimated, not to mention the fact that the territory lord had his trusted subordinates by his side, protecting him. Even if they did succeed, there would still be a battle to be had during their escape. Senior brother, this opportunity is not to be missed. If we wait any longer and Zhu Feng manages to make any sort of recovery, it will become impossible to succeed. Bai Yi quickly tried to persuade Yang Kai when she saw his hesitance. Yang Kai glanced at her and finally made up his mind, nodding, very well. I will join forces with junior sister to kill Zhu Feng. Seeing him agree, Bai Yi finally smiled. Senior brother definitely won't regret this. However, the two of us still have to recover before we go, Yang Kai advised. Personally, his condition was fine. However, Bai Yi's aura was currently very weak, and it was indeed necessary for her to restore her energy first. Otherwise, where would she find the energy to ambush Zhu Feng? As such, the two of them settled down to recover their strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 5007, Misunderstanding. A sneak attack on a territory lord came with very large risks, but if successful, it would become a severe blow to the top powers of the Black Ink clan in this region of the battlefield, a clear benefit to Blue Sky Pass. Speed was paramount in war, and Yang Kai had no time to seek help from others either. Moreover, something like this was better done with smaller numbers. A few days later, Yang Kai and Bai Yi, who had almost fully recovered, rose to their feet and headed off under Bai Yi's lead. There had been a delay of a few days, but that was unavoidable. However, this amount of time did not matter in the face of their plans, as Zhu Feng was severely injured by Division Commander Su Boliang during their fight, which had damaged his foundation. A lot of time would be required for Zhu Feng to recover, so a few short days would not make any difference. During their journey, the two of them discussed their plan, taking care of every detail, and finally drew up a general outline of what they were going to do. There were bound to be variables when they finally put their plan into action, but that would be left up to their improvisation abilities then. For Yang Kai, the reason why he agreed to take this risk with Bai Yi was because it was truly a rare opportunity to come by. Secondly, Bai Yi had been following Zhu Feng for many years and knew his habits well. Third was because of his own proficiency in the Tao of space that would allow him to find an opening to escape if things did not go to plan. It should be impossible for a heavily injured territory lord to try and stop him if he was determined to flee. They encountered nothing special along the way as Yang Kai followed Bai Yi forward. They did not even encounter a single squad of Black Ink clansmen. The reason for this was not that all of the Black Ink clan had already withdrawn from this war zone, but that Bai Yi had avoided these Black Ink clansmen and prevented any encounters with them. The only target of this trip was Zhu Feng. Naturally, killing a territory lord would be far more beneficial to them than killing off some small fry. Occasionally, Yang Kai observed a strange light flickering in Bai Yi's eyes, so she had obviously cultivated some sort of profound eye secret technique. He had his own eye techniques, but the two eye secret techniques he inherited from myriad demons heaven were best for seeing through illusions and trapping others, so both lacked the long-range detection and surveillance abilities of Bai Yi's eye technique. When compared, these eye secret techniques all had their own strengths and weaknesses. After flying for 2 days, Bai Yi's body swayed when they approached a certain universe fragment, then she landed on it. Yang Kai followed closely behind. "We're almost there," Bai Yi said. Yang Kai nodded, "Then, let's begin." Saying so, he took a deep breath and the small universe in his body shook violently. Fresh blood spilled from the corners of Yang Kai's lips after a grunt. At the same time, his aura was suppressed, turning extremely weak. In such a state, anyone oblivious to what was going on would surely believe that he was heavily injured. If they were to ambush Zhu Feng, then they had to present themselves as weak in order to numb his sense of danger. "Please excuse me, senior brother," as she spoke, Bai Yi formed a set of hand seals before hitting Yang Kai with a secret technique. In the next moment, golden chains appeared, binding him firmly. Yang Kai struggled a bit, but found that this sealing technique was quite sturdy. Even with his strength, it would be extremely difficult if he were really caught by such a technique. If he were to be hit by such a technique during a fight, then he would basically just have to wait for death. "Let's go," Yang Kai nodded at Bai Yi, signaling that everything was in order. Bai Yi nodded and grabbed Yang Kai by the arm before taking to the skies. In this way, it seemed like Bai Yi had captured Yang Kai. According to Bai Yi, it was absolutely impossible for Zhu Feng to return to his own territory after incurring such severe injuries as it would make it impossible to conceal his current state. If that were to happen, the troops under him would surely become distracted, and there was a great possibility that the ambitious ones among them would start to have thoughts about stirring up trouble. So, he had no choice but to hide in a secret nest in order to recuperate. Due to having followed him for so many years, and also being one of the Black Ink disciples under his command, Bai Yi knew the location of his hidden nest like the back of her hand. However, they could not be sure as to whether Zhu Feng was in that nest. If he was, then they could carry out their plan as they had drawn up. If not, they had no choice but to give up. There was nothing left to do but leave it up to chance. Bai Yi would not dare to make a guarantee that her guess was right either. In fact, basically every territory lord, even some feudal lords, had their own secret black ink nests that they prepared as a place to heal when they became seriously injured. Zhu Feng's nest was actually situated inside a sealed world. There were countless sealed worlds in the black ink battlefield, and no one knew how these sealed worlds came to be. Every now and then, the entrance of a sealed world would be discovered. Whether it be the humans or the Black Ink clan, there was much to gain inside these sealed worlds. Bai Yi had no idea when Zhu Feng had settled down in that sealed world, but she had followed him in and out of it several dozen years ago, so she knew where it was. Half a day later, Bai Yi stopped at a certain place in the void. On the surface, there was nothing out of the ordinary here, but Yang Kai could vaguely sense a hint of space principles pulsing in the void. In other words, this was where the entrance to the sealed world was located. Yang Kai was bound by Bai Yi's secret technique, so his perception was not too clear. For that reason, he could not determine where exactly the entrance was. However, after confirming the location, Bai Yi took out her longbow and lightly strummed the string 3 times. There was a whir, and ripples appeared in the void. A few moments later, a portal opened up a short distance ahead of them, and from it came the clear aura of world force. Once the portal expanded large enough for them to pass through, Bai Yi grabbed Yang Kai's arm and moved in with haste. After their vision flickered, the two of them arrived inside the sealed world. Before Yang Kai could even take in the sights of this sealed world though, he felt a huge surge of force coming over from the side. Shocked, he circulated his strength instinctively to resist, but he quickly remembered that he was bound by Bai Yi's secret technique, so how could he still have any strength left to struggle? Fortunately, Bai Yi's reaction was also miraculously quick. With a twist of her hand, she moved Yang Kai behind her while quickly sweeping to the side at the same time. However, their ambushers had caught them off guard. The attack was so sudden that even though Bai Yi could react in time, they were still hit by the aftershock. With a grunt, both she and Yang Kai rolled into a heap. She quickly rose to her feet and knelt down on one knee. Like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, she held her longbow in front of herself and kept a wary eye on the tall figures at the front. Behind her, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. During that ambush earlier, Yang Kai was completely unable to defend himself. Though it was merely the aftershock, it was still enough to injure him. Bai Yi moved slightly, clearly concerned about Yang Kai's injuries. Yang Kai reached out secretly to tap her on the waist, indicating that he was fine. "What is the meaning of this?" Bai Yi asked in a cold voice as she glared up at a feudal lord. Earlier, it was he who ambushed them, causing Yang Kai to sustain damage. There were two other feudal lords standing by the first side. Each one of them was tall and imposing, looking Bai Yi up and down with mischief in their eyes. As he observed the situation, Yang Kai had the feeling that what they encountered was not exactly what they expected. His initial plan with Bai Yi was to have her offer him up to Zhu Feng. After all, Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if Zhu Feng was a territory lord, he would surely be moved by this opportunity. He would surely wish to convert Yang Kai with black ink strength then and turn him into one of his black ink disciples. Once Zhu Feng did so, it would give Yang Kai and Bai Yi the opportunity to stir up trouble. Even if they were unable to kill Zhu Feng, it would surely add to his injuries. But who knew that once they entered the sealed world, before they could even see Zhu Feng, they would be ambushed by the feudal lords who were watching over his safety. Could it be that Bai Yi's circumstances were revealed? However, that possibility was slim as both he and Bai Yi were the only ones who knew of the plan. Before using the purifying light, Yang Kai had specially checked their surroundings to make sure that nobody would see them. In that case, there seemed to be some other reason behind this current situation. The feudal lord who was being glared at by Bai Yi suddenly chuckled and spoke up, "So it is Bai Yi. I thought that it was some human who had come to disturb Sir's recovery. Just an accident, an accident." That was clearly just an excuse. The sealed world's portal was equipped with a spirit array, which made it impossible to open unless the proper technique was used. The feudal lords inside naturally knew Bai Yi's identity if they were willing to open the portal and let her in, but they still tried to attack her, which made it obvious that they had done it on purpose. There was no such thing as an accident here. However, the feudal lord did have a sense of proportion when he attacked and did not go all out. At the most, Bai Yi would have to suffer a bit of pain. They would not actually kill or severely injure her. After all, Bai Yi was one of the Black Ink disciples under Zhu Feng Territory Lord's command, and she was clearly highly valued by him. They were still counting on Bai Yi's efforts in order to down their enemies in this war zone. If they really did kill or severely injure her, then they would have no way of explaining it to Zhu Feng. So, once the first attack failed, the feudal lord immediately put on a smiling face. When he heard this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like Zhu Feng really was hiding in this sealed world to heal. Bai Yi's deduction was correct. Bai Yi glared at the feudal lord for a moment before snorting, "There will be no next time." The feudal lord's smile faded, and he coldly snapped, "A trivial Black Ink disciple dares speak to me in such a way." No matter how strong a Black Ink disciple was, they would still feel a sense of awe when facing an actual Black Ink clansman. However, Bai Yi was so highly valued by Zhu Feng that she lost her instinct of respecting the weaker Black Ink clansman. On the battlefield, Bai Yi was even allowed to use feudal lords as cover in order to kill human masters, killing friend and foe alike with a single arrow. It was exactly because of that incident that these feudal lords became very upset with Bai Yi. After all, nobody was happy to have to watch their backs for attacks from their own allies while they were facing off with an enemy. After that incident, some of the feudal lords went up to Zhu Feng to complain, but rather than punish Bai Yi, Zhu Feng reprimanded them for their poor performance in battle instead. The unjust ruling of the territory lord further intensified the feud between Bai Yi and these feudal lords. If it were not for Zhu Feng, then these feudal lords would have united to kill Bai Yi already. A seventh-order Black Ink disciple was rare, but a Black Ink disciple who was willing to kill even her own allies to fulfill her mission was not desirable. Martial Peak, Chapter 5008, Zhu Feng. This time, Zhu Feng was badly injured and had to sleep inside a Black Ink nest to heal, so there was nobody to stand up for Bai Yi. These feudal lords who had long been sour at the state of affairs would naturally want to teach Bai Yi a lesson and make her understand who her betters were. That was what resulted in the sneak attack earlier, but they did not expect Bai Yi's reaction to be so quick as to be able to avoid it, leaving her no worse for wear other than getting some dirt on her face. Bai Yi's unpleasant tone of voice angered the feudal lord who attacked her even more. When he was about to reprimand her again, he suddenly noticed Yang Kai behind her and asked in surprise, "You captured a human?" The other two feudal lords also had curious looks on their faces as they looked over. Bai Yi specialized in long-distance attacks after all, so generally, any opponent she targeted would end up dead. She had never brought one back as a captive before, so there was no way that these three feudal lords would not think it strange when they saw this today. The first feudal lord frowned. What cultivation does this guy have? Yang Kai's power was restricted by Bai Yi's secret technique, so the feudal lords were completely unable to sense his cultivation. Bai Yi frowned, but after hesitating for a moment, she revealed, "Seventh Order." Seventh Order. The eyes of the three feudal lords lit up upon hearing this, and they all looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. A human in the Seventh Order was the equivalent to a feudal lord in the Black Ink clan. When it came to a one-on-one fight, the feudal lords were basically no match for Seventh Order humans. Not being defeated by them was already good enough, much less capturing one alive. Capturing a Seventh Order master would count as a great merit for any feudal lord, no matter whether they were turning them into their own Black Ink disciples or offering them up to the territory lord they served. Both options would boost the power of the Black Ink clan in general. "Where is Master?" Bai Yi asked. Though she was almost certain that Zhu Feng was recovering here, she still had to make sure that everything was in order before she acted. The feudal lord who spoke previously had a glimmer in his eyes as he grinned and said, "Sir returned with severe injuries and is currently resting in the Black Ink nest. He is not to be disturbed. Bai Yi, hand that Seventh Order human you captured over to me. Once Sir is awake, I will present him to Sir." Saying so, he tried to reach for Yang Kai. As he moved though, Bai Yi suddenly drew her bowstring and a faint golden light appeared, aiming straight for the feudal lord's forehead. The feudal lord's hand froze in midair as he glared at Bai Yi. "What is the meaning of this?" Bai Yi glared at him and returned the sentiment, "What are your intentions?" The feudal lord said, "I believe I've made my point very clear. As for you, do you intend to kill me? Why don't you try and make a move? Then we'll see whether or not Sir will let you off." Bai Yi was unmoved. "You'll already be dead by then. What does it matter to you whether Master decides to spare me or not?" Her words implied that she was capable of killing this feudal lord. The feudal lord felt disdained and flew into a rage. "Trivial Black Ink disciple, how dare you act so impudently?" Bai Yi's voice was cold. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look at the situation. Do you really think you can snatch the credit for my merits?" Yang Kai, who had been behind Bai Yi this whole time, felt a mixture of both a headache and anxiety piling on in this situation. They had known that things would definitely not go exactly according to their plans, so they were ready to improvise a bit. However, neither of them expected to be provoked by these feudal lords before they could even see Zhu Feng. The feudal lords in front of them were clearly intent on snatching away Bai Yi's achievement. For a 7th-order human to be captured alive meant that Zhu Feng would have a new 7th-order Black Ink disciple under his command, which was a great merit. Naturally, the feudal lords were all eager to take the credit for themselves. Normally, they would be capable of doing such a thing. However, Zhu Feng was currently asleep in the Black Ink nest in order to recuperate and was completely oblivious to the world outside. They just had to snatch Yang Kai away and force Bai Yi out of this sealed world, and the credit would be all theirs. This gave Yang Kai a headache. Moreover, the presence of Black Ink strength inside this sealed world made him anxious. Even though it was not very dense, it was still Black Ink strength. Anyone inside this sealed world would constantly be exposed to Black Ink strength. Yang Kai was fine as he carried a world spring, so even if Black Ink strength did encroach into his body, it would be suppressed perfectly, rendering it harmless. However, Bai Yi was different. Once her small universe was corrupted to a certain extent, she would turn back into a Black Ink disciple. Yet at this moment, she did not dare to use any of her power to resist the encroachment of the Black Ink strength either, for if she chose to do so, then it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of the feudal lords in front of her. As she tangled with the feudal lords, she could only allow the Black Ink strength to infiltrate her body. Yang Kai had no idea how long she could hold out in this situation, but it would not be long. Once Bai Yi became a Black Ink disciple again, not only would their plans be ruined, he would fall into danger. It was clear that Bai Yi understood this, too. So, even though she would normally compromise when the feudal lords tried to bully and suppress her, she was exceptionally firm today, which made the feudal lords very angry. With just a few words, a storm began gathering. As she gripped her bow tight, Bai Yi looked up in a certain direction where a huge flower bud-like object stood. The flower bud seemed to have a life of its own, and as it breathed in and out, Black Ink strength emerged from it, spreading out in all directions. That flower bud was the source of the Black Ink strength that filled this sealed world. A Black Ink nest. Yang Kai had lived in the Black Ink clan's territory for 2 years and followed Niu Yen to many feudal lords' territories. He had seen many Black Ink nests, so this was not an unfamiliar sight. Black Ink nests were where new Black Ink clansmen were born, as well as the very foundation of their existence, which meant they were critical to the Black Ink clan. Usually, Black Ink nests could only be found in large enough territories controlled by powerful masters. Niu Yen, the high-rank Black Ink clansman Yang Kai had followed around. Not only did he not have his own territory, but he did not have his own Black Ink nest. Naturally, one would not have the right to possess such things without the appropriate power and status. Zhu Feng was a territory lord, so it was not difficult for him to get a Black Ink nest and set it up in this place. After the shocking battle with Su Bo Liang, Zhu Feng was severely injured and immediately returned to this place, entering the Black Ink nest so that he could enter a deep sleep to heal. This was confirmed through the words of the feudal lords. So, as Bai Yi looked over in that direction, she grabbed Yang Kai and rushed towards the Black Ink nest. I will offer the captive myself. You don't have to concern yourselves with him. The 3 feudal lords paled when they saw this, and one of them called out in alarm, Sir is currently recuperating and is not to be disturbed. Saying so, he threw a fist out in Bai Yi's direction in an attempt to stop her. Bai Yi's actions were all planned out though. She had long expected such a move from them, so as soon as she saw the attack coming, her body shifted aside, easily avoiding the blow. And, in a haste to strike, and because of his grudge against Bai Yi, the feudal lord had acted rashly. After Bai Yi dodged his strike, it simply continued on towards the Black Ink nest. When he saw this, the feudal lord felt shocked, as if his soul could leave his body. The other 2 feudal lords also felt chills run up their spines in that instant. Everyone watched in horror as the huge power of his punch struck the Black Ink nest, Hong. The 3 feudal lords felt like this punch had struck them, rather than the Black Ink nest. They could feel their hearts clenching and cold sweat was now dripping down their foreheads. Bai Yi floated in mid-air, a cold smile lingering on her lips as she watched the disgraceful looks of the three feudal lords. The flower bud-like black ink nest's breathing stopped after being struck, but it was not too badly damaged. Of course, a tidal wave of black ink strength was released after the violent impact. The dormant aura inside of the black ink nest quickly awoke, followed by a powerful divine sense that swept through the entire sealed world that held a strong sense of alarm and unease. Zhu Feng was in a state of trepidation at the moment. He was deep asleep and borrowing the black ink nest's power to recover. However, after being disturbed all of a sudden, his first thought was that the humans had found him and launched an attack on his nest, so it was unsurprising that he would be so anxious. In his current state, it would not be good for him if the human masters were to appear. After his divine sense swept over the sealed world though, Zhu Feng realized that things were not as he thought they were. The three feudal lords who were watching over the sealed world were all on one knee, shaking with pale faces. Meanwhile, his most capable subordinate, the human Bai Yi, was floating in the air, looking down at the three of them with a sneer on her face. Looking at the situation and considering the attack that struck his black ink nest earlier, Zhu Feng instantly understood what happened. If he were at full strength, then he would not have let anyone who disturbed his healing live, but he was still recovering from his injuries right now and had to rely on these loyal subordinates to guard him. So, it was not advisable for him to cause a fuss in case he lost the trust of his men. After forcing down the anger welling up inside of him, Zhu Feng shouted in a majestic voice, "What is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai, who was being carried by Bai Yi, raised his brow at that. Though Zhu Feng's voice sounded extremely imposing, it could not hide the weakness hidden within. It could be seen that Zhu Feng was indeed very badly injured during the fight with Su Bo Liang, especially when he tried to run away at the end. The might of Su Bo Liang's final slash almost cut his entire back open. That attack from Su Bo Liang must have damaged Zhu Feng's foundation. The three kneeling feudal lords remained silent. It was hard for them to explain the situation as there was no way they could say that they tried to cause trouble for Bai Yi and snatch her merit, which ended with them accidentally hitting the black ink nest and disturbing Zhu Feng's recovery. If they did tell him that, then there was no need for them to show their faces in front of Zhu Feng anymore in the future. Have you all gone mute? Zhu Feng became even more annoyed when he saw this, so he called one of them up by name, Bai Yi, speak. The faces of the three feudal lords turned ashen at once. Bai Yi said in a crisp voice, "Master, I have captured a seventh-order human," but these three feudal lords did not feel assured about him and had intentions of trying to test him. However, they did not expect to accidentally disturb Master's rest. Please forgive them. At these words, the three feudal lords kneeling on the ground were all stunned. They thought that Bai Yi would try to add insult to injury here, but here she was trying to stand up for them, which did not make any sense. But on second thought, even if Bai Yi really did reveal the truth, the territory lord would not have done anything to them given his current condition. Instead, it would only make the three of them hate Bai Yi even more. Rather than do that, she might as well have them owe her a favor instead. Martial Peak, Chapter 5009, please observe carefully. With such thoughts in mind, rather than feel grateful to Bai Yi, the three feudal lords became even more resentful towards her. Because this would only make their territory lord think that Bai Yi was being considerate and that they were being petty. Naturally, Bai Yi would not be so kind. She would happily do anything to borrow Zhu Feng's hand to make these feudal lords suffer, but her plan with Yang Kai was far more important right now. Adding on the fact that black ink strength was constantly encroaching on her small universe inside of the sealed world, she simply could not hold on for long, so she could not be bothered to stir up any trouble. Now, all that was left was for them to put their plan into action. If they were too slow, then they would never get this chance again. When Zhu Feng, who was hiding in the black ink nest, heard this, he was silent for a moment before speaking. "In that case, all of you withdraw. Guard this place carefully and do not let anyone else disturb my healing." The three feudal lords hastily abided by his orders. Bai Yi, however, spoke up, "Master, I would like to offer you this human that I have captured." Zhu Feng answered flatly, "That is very thoughtful of you. Keep him in captivity for now, we shall wait until I have recovered from my injuries." "Master." Bai Yi cut in again, "This human is strong and has a high position on the enemy side. He should know what means the humans have been using in recent years to resist the corruption of black ink strength. If it is convenient for Master, please convert him first and ask him for the answer. In this way, the other territory lords will also not be able to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away your rightful merits." Zhu Feng was badly injured and in a hurry to recover, so he was a little annoyed at having Bai Yi object to his orders. However, after hearing her words, he began to ponder. Bai Yi was right. It was true that the Black Ink clan had been extremely curious about what mysterious means the humans had been using to resist the corruption of Black Ink strength during these recent years. Men Xie himself had personally ordered the territory lords under him to figure out the truth of the matter. However, the Black Ink clan had been unable to capture a single human recently, thus they were never able to figure anything out. Since the last war, the human that Bai Yi captured could be said to be the very first, and he was even in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Indeed, humans in the Seventh Order held high positions in their race. It was enough for one to become a squad leader or even a battalion commander. There was a good chance that a human like this would know something. If he could squeeze the answer to that mystery out of this human, then it would be a great merit indeed. Zhu Feng's injuries were severe, and even with the Black Ink Nest's help, it would still take him a year and a half just to stabilize himself. By that time, another territory lord might have already discovered the answer. To lay aside merits that were in front of his eyes without taking them and let another territory lord profit, Zhu Feng would naturally be unwilling. There was merely a short pause before Zhu Feng made up his mind, "Bring him inside." "Yes." Bai Yi answered reverently. Then, under the envious and resentful eyes of the three feudal lords, she flew straight towards the Black Ink Nest. The closer she got to the Black Ink Nest, the denser the Black Ink strength became. Yang Kai, who was dragged along, could faintly sense her situation and felt concerned for her. He had no idea how much longer Bai Yi could hold out, but it was obviously not much longer. So, this battle had to be a quick one. Only then would they be able to resolve the situation before Bai Yi turned into a Black Ink disciple again. Fortunately, though there were changes in their plan, the general progression of it was going smoothly. Below the huge flower bud-like Black Ink Nest was a rootstock-like tunnel that was connected to the ground. The root looked like flesh, yet not, and it was exuding an extremely sinister aura. Bai Yi entered the opening below the Black Ink Nest with Yang Kai in tow and walked up through the rootstock-like passage. A short while later, they arrived in a large and spacious area. Even though Yang Kai had seen Black Ink Nests many times before from a distance, this was the first time he had ever been inside of one, so he observed his surroundings carefully. The space inside was filled with such rich Black Ink strength that it was practically liquid. It was tumbling and surging in the space, and seemed to be flowing towards a certain point under an invisible force that was fervently devouring it. At the source of the pull was a huge figure who was sitting down cross-legged. The man had a majestic and imposing figure, but there was a weakness enveloping him that could not be concealed. Who else could this figure be if not Zhu Feng, who had escaped with dire injuries? When the two of them entered, the Black Ink strength permeating the hall was pouring into Zhu Feng's large body. "Master," Bai Yi walked up to Zhu Feng and knelt down on one knee, bowing her head. Yang Kai was set down in front of her, lying quietly. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's chest tightened because he could see a darkness looming in Bai Yi's pupils. In less than half a cup of tea's time since they entered the sealed world, Bai Yi was nearing her limit. Once the Black Ink strength fully seized her small universe, she would surely transform into a Black Ink disciple once again. "So this is the human that you captured?" Zhu Feng lowered his head and looked down on them, his huge figure exerting intense pressure. "Yes." Bai Yi trembled, seemingly intimidated by Zhu Feng's might. However, Yang Kai knew that it was just her struggling to maintain the clarity of her mind. This human is in the seventh order? Zhu Feng asked another question. Yang Kai was about to curse this guy's mother for blabbering non-stop instead of converting him directly. Hateful. There is no doubt about it, Bai Yi answered. Zhu Feng naturally did not doubt her. As his black ink disciple, Bai Yi could not hide anything from him, so he was willing to trust what Bai Yi said to be true. Even if he were suspicious of the feudal lords under him, he would definitely not doubt his own black ink disciple. Even though black ink disciples had low status within the black ink clan, they at least had no need to worry about their loyalty. You did well, Zhu Feng praised Bai Yi with a tender look on his face. Previously, it was Bai Yi's arrow that came out at the key moment that hurt Su Boliang, which allowed him to escape from the division commander by creating an opening. It was merely my duty. Bai Yi's head hung low, and the hair in front of her forehead cast a shadow over her face that blocked the light in her eyes. Zhu Feng nodded lightly. Without further ado, he spat out a mouthful of dense black ink strength in Yang Kai's direction, which flowed incessantly like a living creature, burrowing into Yang Kai's 7 orifices and pores. Yang Kai struggled but to no avail. Soon, he became still. A short while later, Zhu Feng stopped. However, after spitting out that mouthful of black ink strength, his aura had clearly weakened a little. Converting a 7th-order human seemed to have been burdensome on his current state. Zhu Feng raised his hand slightly and ordered, "Untie him." Since he had been converted into a black ink disciple, Yang Kai was on his side now. Obeying his order, Bai Yi released the sealing secret technique around Yang Kai's body. In fact, she was going to do so even without Zhu Feng's order. Master. Yang Kai was well versed in disguising himself as a black ink disciple, and he naturally knew how he should present himself at this moment. Now tell me, what means are the humans using in order to resist the corruption of black ink strength? Why is it that our black ink clan has been unable to gain a single black ink disciple after such a long time? Zhu Feng looked apathetically at Yang Kai. Yang Kai answered respectfully, "That is the latest secret technique researched by the human race. This subordinate has also cultivated it. If it is convenient, then this subordinate is willing to demonstrate it for Master to see." Zhu Feng was surprised. "Oh. You have cultivated it too?" "Yes." Yang Kai responded. Zhu Feng nodded, "Then demonstrate it for me." "As Master wishes." Yang Kai cupped his fist and spread his hands out. 2 seals floated up from the back of his hands, and in the next instant, a dazzling yellow light lit up on his left hand, while his right hand shone a vibrant blue. When both hands came together, the 2 lights fused, transforming into a pure white light. All of a sudden, it felt as if a small sun had appeared inside of the black ink nest. Zhu Feng's heart clenched tight. In fact, when Yang Kai activated the seals on both his left and right hands, he instinctively felt a sense of unease. However, it was only when the white light appeared that his unease grew palpable. Under the envelopment of the white light, black ink strength turned into nothingness. The flesh walls around the black ink nest contracted violently as if they were being eroded by a terrifying heat, emitting a chatter as the entire black ink nest began to shake. Zhu Feng was shocked. That white light was a great threat to him. When his body was exposed to the white light, he was overtaken by a violent pain. The black ink strength in his body melted just like snowflakes under a bright sun. Before he could work out what was going on, the sun-like white light rapidly grew before his eyes. "Please observe as closely as you wish, Master." Following Yang Kai's shout, the purifying light exploded out. In an instant, Zhu Feng's roar resounded throughout the sealed world. At the same time, Bai Yi, who had been kneeling on the ground, jumped to her feet and pulled the bow in her hands. A golden glow turned into a pillar of light that was blasted straight in Zhu Feng's direction. After Yang Kai had finished performing purifying light, he summoned his azure dragon spear while using his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation at the same time. Guiding the great sun with his spear, Yang Kai stabbed it towards Zhu Feng mercilessly. The combination of both his and Bai Yi's strength burst out in an instant and contained terrifying killing power. With an aura of death looming over his head, there was no way that Zhu Feng did not know that he had been tricked. He did not understand how a human could withstand the corruption of his black ink strength, much less how Bai Yi, who had been following him for so many years, would suddenly betray him. However, at the critical moment between life or death, he still unleashed the terrifying might of a territory lord. His large body moved forcibly while he threw out a fist, and a terrifying power burst forth, causing space to tremble and rupture. Outside of the black ink nest, the three feudal lords stood together with bitter looks on their faces. They were unable to gain any benefits from Bai Yi this time and instead owed her a favor, which was exceptionally displeasing for them. However, now that Bai Yi had been called into the black ink nest by Zhu Feng, there was nothing the feudal lords could do despite their displeasure. Bai Yi was highly valued by the territory lord to begin with, and now that she was able to capture a seventh-order human, her status was likely to rise even higher in the coming days. She might even be able to sit on top of their heads from now on. How could the three feudal lords bear to endure having a lowly human lord over them? However, they did not know what they could do at this moment. While they were feeling at a loss, a loud bang suddenly came from the black ink nest. The three feudal lords were startled by the commotion and quickly turned their heads over. Then, what they saw instantly sent chills down their spines as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-10, Outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Following the loud noise, the huge flower bud-like black ink nest shook as if it had received a violent hit, and a strange, dazzling white light seemed to burst out from the gaps inside the flower bud, giving the three feudal lords an extremely dangerous feeling. The white light seemed like their natural enemy. Even from such a long distance away, the black ink strength inside of their bodies was conveying a sense of unease to them. Immediately following that, they heard the raging roar of their territory lord. As the violent energy exploded, the black ink nest crumbled and several flower petals flew out, wilting and losing all their vitality before they could even reach the ground. The black ink nest was destroyed. It had to be known just how important a black ink nest was to the black ink clan. The one here had been quietly brought over after much effort and expense from Zhu Feng. Now, its destruction was an immense loss for him. All three of the feudal lords were terrified. They simply had no idea what had happened at their territory lord's side for such a thing to happen. However, it happened after Bai Yi brought the human into the black ink nest, so it was obvious that this had something to do with her. Before they could figure out what happened, two figures flew out from the remains of the black ink nest. While racing towards the black ink nest, the three feudal lords looked over and discovered that the two figures were Bai Yi and the human that she had captured. They were both in a terrible state and were tumbling through the air while coughing up blood. It was clear that they were both wounded. Inside the crumbling black ink nest, Zhu Feng roared in rage, "Traitor! How dare you defy this lord's will?" The roar could be heard all throughout the sealed world. When a territory lord unleashed their anger, worlds trembled. Following his roar, a large figure rose from the destroyed black ink nest. It was Zhu Feng. Only, he was clearly in bad shape at this moment. His aura was strong at times but weak at others, a sign that he had been seriously injured. In fact, he was badly injured by Su Boliang to begin with and had yet to recover since escaping back into this sealed world before falling for Yang Kai and Bai Yi's ploy. Suffering purifying light, Golden Crow casts the sun, and Bai Yi's arrow technique yet not dying on the spot was already proof enough of how immense this man's heritage was, but it would still inevitably compound his injuries. At this moment, Zhu Feng could not even bring out half of his peak strength. Yang Kai finally understood what the phrase, "even a starving camel was larger than a horse," meant. Originally in their plan, if they failed to kill Zhu Feng with their initial attack, it would still at least be able to take half of his life. As long as they could cripple him and leave him half dead, then with their combined strength, the two of them would have a good chance of winning the subsequent battle. However, Zhu Feng's strength was beyond their expectation. Though their surprise attack hit him hard, it did not achieve their desired effect and they had already exposed themselves. They could only charge forward now, as there was no turning back. Either their enemy died here, or they did. Anger tumbled inside Zhu Feng's chest. Compared to being attacked by Yang Kai, he was even angrier at Bai Yi's betrayal. Bai Yi had been following him for many years and had rendered many meritorious deeds for him. Just days ago, if it were not for Bai Yi helping him from the shadows, he would not have been able to escape from Su Bo Liang's grasp. Moreover, Bai Yi was truly very strong and Zhu Feng had treated her very well over the years, valuing her much more than the feudal lords under his command. Back then, when he converted Bai Yi into his black ink disciple, her small universe had been incomplete. Generally, every black ink disciple's small universe was damaged as a result of them giving up on parts of it in order to save themselves when black ink strength invaded their bodies once or even several times before they were converted into black ink disciples. As a result, not only did their strength decrease, and their progress in the martial Dao stall, but their incomplete small universes made them less and less able to resist the encroachment of black ink strength, leaving them much more vulnerable to being converted into black ink disciples. Bai Yi had sacrificed parts of her small universe twice during the war before finally falling into Zhu Feng's hands and transforming into one of his black ink disciples. After converting Bai Yi, Zhu Feng realized her potential and had even specifically searched for and obtained a profound Yin spirit fruit for her so that she could repair her damaged small universe and regain her full strength. Profound Yin spirit fruits were in great demand not only on the human side but also among the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen themselves were unable to use profound Yin spirit fruits, but they needed them for the Black Ink disciples under their command. As a territory lord, it was not difficult for Zhu Feng to find a profound Yin spirit fruit for Bai Yi, however, the price he had to pay for it was still not small. So, he could not understand why Bai Yi would betray him. Or rather, how she could have done so. When he thought of the dazzling and pure white light though, Zhu Feng had the vague feeling that it might be the key to everything. When that white light emerged, the black ink strength in his body squirmed with unease, as if it had met with its nemesis. That white light had a purifying effect on black ink strength. That must have been the human race's method for resisting black ink strength, which is also the reason why no black ink disciples had appeared in recent years. When he thought about that, Zhu Feng was shocked. If the humans had grasped such a technique, then the Black Ink clan's advantage would be gone in the future. If the humans had such a technique, then how could the Black Ink clan resist from now on? As he roared, Zhu Feng raised his hand and pushed his strength wildly. In that instant, whether it be Yang Kai or Bai Yi, both of them felt a tingle on their skin, a sign of impending danger. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could Zhu Feng still be so powerful even after incurring so much damage? How strong would he be if he were at his peak, and how strong was Su Bo Liang to be able to hurt him? But in the next instant, Zhu Feng suddenly coughed up ink-black blood, and the power that had soared up fiercely dissipated again. His injuries were truly too serious. During that ambush earlier, he had used up all of his strength in a desperate attempt to fight back, and now he was powerless to do anything more. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at this. How could he not realize that while the enemy appeared strong on the outside, he was in fact dried up on the inside? What were they waiting for? If they did not kill him now, then when? The change happened too quickly, and it was only a matter of breaths between the initial ambush and Zhu Feng's counterattack. In an instant, Yang Kai stabilized his tumbling body. He had no time to check on his own injuries and instead raised the Azure Dragon spear in his hands, stabbing it straight in Zhu Feng's direction while shouting, "Suffer death." All the strength in Yang Kai's body had been poured into that spear thrust. Even though it was nothing fancy, or blessed with any secret technique or divine ability, this spear was still heaven-destroying and earth-shattering. The world force inside of the small universe in Yang Kai's body was pouring like mad into the azure dragon spear. His entire being transformed into a stream of light that charged towards Zhu Feng's face. Yang Kai's spear, which contained such intense power, was blocked by a thick flower petal. However, it shattered the flower petal, and the residual force still struck Zhu Feng, which caused the latter to spit blood once more, but not enough to kill him on the spot. The thing which blocked his spear was a piece of the black ink nest. Their initial exchange of blows had severely damaged the black ink nest, but at this moment, Zhu Feng's body was rapidly sinking into the center of what remained of it. Following his descent, the damaged black ink nest closed up again, transforming into a bud that wrapped Zhu Feng completely into its center. Even without actively inspecting it, Yang Kai could clearly feel the power contained in the black ink nest converging rapidly into Zhu Feng's body. And, as the power drained away, the black ink nest also rapidly withered while Zhu Feng's aura rapidly recovered. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of secret technique that was, but it was clear that the black ink nest was healing Zhu Feng. It seemed like Zhu Feng was being pushed to a desperate point and had no choice but to do this. Kill them all. Zhu Feng bellowed from within the black ink nest. Following his raging roar, 3 large figures charged towards Yang Kai and Bai Yi at the same time. It was the 3 feudal lords who had arrived late after hearing the commotion. In fact, they were not slow. They had already charged over as quickly as they could, but everything happened so suddenly and the initial exchange lasted mere moments, which made it seem as if they had arrived late to the rescue. 3 feudal lords rushed over, one charging towards Bai Yi while 2 charged at Yang Kai with a clear division of labor. It was not that they were underestimating Bai Yi. On the contrary, they were more afraid of her than Yang Kai because they had worked with each other for so many years and knew what she was capable of better than anyone. So, it would take the combined power of the 3 of them in order to take down Bai Yi. The feudal lord who was charging for Bai Yi did not expect to be able to kill her alone. His task was merely to delay her and occupy her attention to prevent her from shooting her arrows, allowing his 2 clansmen to kill Yang Kai first. Yang Kai was greatly dismayed to sense the 2 auras charging over from both sides of him as he and Bai Yi definitely could not allow Zhu Feng the time to recover from his injuries. No matter what secret technique Zhu Feng was using, as he was draining the potential of the black ink nest, the healing effect must be extraordinary. Once he was given the time to breathe, then killing him would become difficult. However, with 2 feudal lords coming at him, he could not just ignore them either. Thus, Yang Kai turned around hastily and thrust his spear towards the 2 feudal lords. In the next instant, Yang Kai grunted and could not stop his body from flying back several thousand meters. Even the hand holding his spear was trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would naturally not fear facing 2 feudal lords together, however, whether it be him or Bai Yi, the counterattack from Zhu Feng during their ambush hurt them, so in this exchange, his injuries were enough to affect his performance. However, he still did not eat too much of a loss after clashing with the enemy. The 2 feudal lords were similarly sent skidding back a dozen steps, and a long cut could be seen on the waist of one of them. The wounded feudal lord could not help but feel shocked when he looked down at himself. He thought that 2 feudal lords joining hands would definitely be able to take down their injured opponent, but how could they have anticipated that this opponent's strength was not below Bai Yi's? In fact, this man could prove to be even more difficult to deal with than Bai Yi. If he had not dodged quickly enough just now, that spear would have stabbed right through him. The wounded feudal lord was still gawking at his own injury when his comrade next to him paled and shouted, "He's coming, don't get distracted." Looking up, the feudal lord saw the spear of the 7th-order human who was forced back piercing at them again, suffused with intense killing intent. The 2 feudal lords immediately separated from each other and began to counterattack. After just several breaths of time though, they were both secretly wailing inside. This 7th-order human was simply insane, fighting desperately with no regard for his own life as soon as he came at them, as if he meant to take them down even if it meant his own death. Under such a fierce assault, even the two feudal lords who had worked together for many years were put into a desperate situation. In just a few moments, all three of them were bruised and battered. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5011, Joining Forces to Kill the Enemy. Within the sealed world, following Zhu Feng's envelopment by the bud-like black ink nest, the battlefield was split into two, one side being Yang Kai facing off against two feudal lords on his own, and the other side being Bai Yi alone with the other feudal lord. The feudal lord who was holding down Bai Yi knew of the might of her archery skills, so he stuck to her like maggots on rotting bones, not giving her the opportunity to shoot any of her arrows. As long as they were in the same order, if Bai Yi could put some distance between her and her enemy, then nobody could be her opponent. At this moment, this feudal lord was wailing in anguish inside. Even though he knew all this while that Bai Yi was strong, it was not until he truly faced off with her that he realized that he had underestimated her all this while. Even in close quarters, and with her already being injured from their territory lord's counterattack, he was still a little lacking compared to her. He was both shocked and enraged by this. If things continued like this, he would not be able to last even half of a cup of tea's time, and his fate would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Bai Yi drew her longbow, and a golden light emerged. Shocked, the feudal lord quickly lunged over and threw a fierce punch in her direction. He had not expected his fist to do anything to Bai Yi, but she seemed unprepared for his punch and it sent her flying, fresh blood spewing from her mouth. Rather than be pleased with his success, the feudal lord was shocked and exclaimed, "Not good." As he quickly looked back, a golden light had already broken through the barrier of space and hit one of the other feudal lords square in the chest, piercing through to the other side. Following the pained roar from the wounded feudal lord, a fierce force exploded a hole in his chest. Bai Yi's arrow was not aimed at him, but rather at his companion who was engaged in battle with the other human. This feudal lord could not understand why Bai Yi would act in such a way, preferring to take a direct hit from him in order to help take pressure off the other human. However, before he could figure that out, his nerves suddenly clenched, and a great sense of crisis shrouded him. When he looked up in haste, he was mortified by what he saw. Bai Yi, who had gained distance from him, was aiming her bow at him with a golden light that was pointed straight between his brow. With a roar, the rich black ink strength inside of the feudal lord's body instantly turned into a black ink cloud that covered his figure. The golden light shot into the black ink cloud, and then a muffled sound was heard. At the same time, after receiving assistance from Bai Yi, who had heavily injured one of the feudal lords with her arrow, much pressure was alleviated from Yang Kai's side. Originally, two feudal lords joining hands was enough to put up a fight with him, but now that one of them was severely injured, cracks immediately began showing in their defense. Naturally, Yang Kai would not miss such a good opportunity. The azure dragon spear transformed into a towering spear shadow. As he moved, the spear's shadow passed through the center of the two feudal lords' large bodies, chi. Following the sound, the head of the feudal lord who had been injured burst open, filling the air with his blood. His headless body swayed a few times before falling to the ground. The remaining feudal lord was also battered and bruised, and when he saw his companion die just like that, he became frightened and tried to flee. The space around him suddenly turned viscous, making each step excruciatingly difficult. A murderous intent hit him from behind, and he felt a slight pain in his back while his body shook. When he looked down, he saw that a spear had pierced through his body. Horror filled his eyes and he reached out to grip the tip of the spear, hoping to pull it out of himself. However, in the next moment, a violent shockwave was released from the spear. In an instant, the feudal lord's 5 viscera and 6 organs turned to ash, and his entire body burst apart. Ink-black blood and gore showered down on Yang Kai, covering him in filth. It was not an easy task, killing a feudal lord, especially with 2 of them joining forces. It was enough for them to put up a fight against Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai was able to kill them off in the end, it would surely cost him and waste a lot of time. However, with Bai Yi's help, Yang Kai was able to kill the first feudal lord without much difficulty, and when the other feudal lord became timid and tried to flee, it gave him a good opportunity to strike. Without stopping, Yang Kai pulled back his spear and turned around to see Bai Yi floating pale-faced in the air a short distance away, fresh blood staining the corners of her mouth and her chest. Her longbow was drawn slightly, pointing into the black ink cloud. There was still the aura of one feudal lord inside of the black ink cloud. The last feudal lord was wounded by Bai Yi and did not dare to fight her in the open, so he had no choice but to hide away in the black ink cloud to drag things out. Due to the interference of the black ink cloud, Bai Yi was unable to pinpoint his position exactly, so she merely kept her bow drawn as a deterrent. Body shifting, Yang Kai dove straight into the black ink cloud. In the next moment, the feudal lord's howl emanated from the black ink cloud, and the sound of them clashing could be heard from within. World force and black ink strength collided together like a violent storm. Another dozen breaths of time passed before the noise subsided. Yang Kai shot out of the black ink cloud with ink-black blood dripping from his spear. The aura of the feudal lord inside of the black ink cloud had been extinguished. It was clear that he had been killed. In a flash, he appeared next to Bai Yi. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai's left and right hands glowed in two different colors. "Ignore me, hurry and kill Zhu Feng." Bai Yi put down her longbow and mustered with difficulty, "It will be too late if we delay any longer." Yang Kai ignored her and said indifferently, "I don't want to have to fight you again." As his hands joined together, the two colored lights transformed into a dazzling white light that enveloped Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi's pale face was already covered in a layer of black ink strength. Flashes of black even appeared in her eyes occasionally, a clear sign that she had been invaded. In fact, she had been enduring the corruption of black ink strength since they entered this sealed world. By the time they were facing Zhu Feng, she had almost reached her limit on the amount of corruption she could endure and was about to turn into a black ink disciple. She held on desperately to the last shred of clarity in her senses, and only then was she able to keep herself sane. When Yang Kai activated purifying light in front of Zhu Feng, it was able to deal heavy damage to the latter, but at the same time, it also helped Bai Yi to dispel some of the black ink strength inside of her small universe, alleviating the pressure on her. However, the purifying light was not directed at her that time, so it was unable to dispel all of the black ink strength. After that, the two of them were wounded by Zhu Feng's counterattack and then fought with three feudal lords, further worsening her condition. If Yang Kai did not help her cleanse the black ink strength in her small universe now, then it would take less than half an incense stick of time before she would turn back into a black ink disciple. Yang Kai could not let that happen, otherwise, if he were surrounded and attacked by both Bai Yi and Zhu Feng at the same time, even he would have to flee for his life. As purifying light enveloped her, Bai Yi let out a slight grunt as the black ink strength escaped from her body before turning into nothing, and the struggling look on her face gradually disappeared. Several breaths later, Bai Yi opened her eyes, which had regained their clarity, and nodded lightly at Yang Kai. Her aura was still weak, obviously a sign of how severe her injuries were. Yang Kai picked up his azure dragon spear once more and turned around to look at the black ink nest, which had closed up tight. Bai Yi stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two figures, one tall and one short, were both battered and bruised, but their gazes were as determined as ever. "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted as his body flickered. By the time he reappeared, he was already above the black ink nest. Descending like a meteor while pouring his strength into the azure dragon spear, a great sun emerged and the sound of a golden crow's cry echoed across the sealed world. Not far away where Bai Yi stood, one by one, golden lights like stars fanned out and shot towards the black ink nest in a swarm. The flower bud-like black ink nest was like a living creature, and after wrapping Zhu Feng into itself, it began to beat like a heart. As the black ink nest pulsed, Zhu Feng's aura was gradually recovering. At this moment, when Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined hands to launch their attacks, the black ink nest pulsed even more rapidly, as if it could sense the impending danger. The entire black ink nest suddenly expelled large amounts of black ink strength that practically dyed the entire area black. In the darkness where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, the great sun shone brightly, dispelling the darkness. Hong hong hong. A series of violent bangs rang out. The black ink nest shook, and the fierce energy fluctuations caused the entire sealed world to shake. Yang Kai thrust his spear 13 times in a row, each attack containing all of his strength. Supported by Bai Yi's long-range attacks, the entire black ink nest was blasted into a mess. Inside of the black ink nest, Zhu Feng's aura rapidly weakened until it became naught. Yang Kai retrieved his spear and stood in the void, staring down in amazement below him. Is it over? It was simply unbelievable, but as far as his divine sense could tell, Zhu Feng's aura had indeed become so weak that it was practically a candle in the wind that was about to die out at any moment. Turning his head to look at Bai Yi, he saw that Bai Yi was similarly astonished, obviously not expecting such a situation. But on second thought, this was not so strange. Zhu Feng had already suffered a huge loss from Su Bo Liang that forced him to run all the way here in order to recover. Then, he was also struck by the purifying light. It had to be known that purifying light was the natural enemy of black ink strength. To have been hit at such a close distance while being severely injured to begin with, Zhu Feng's foundation had to be damaged. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what sort of technique Zhu Feng used to suck up the energy inside of the black ink nest to heal himself, it had barely been half a cup of tea's time since it began, so it must not have been too effective. Even Zhu Feng may not have expected his 3 feudal lord subordinates to be killed so quickly by Yang Kai and Bai Yi. He was originally hoping that his 3 subordinates would be able to buy him some time. Unexpectedly, the 3 feudal lords barely provided any help and were killed one after another. With this, he had little time to heal and could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Yang Kai and Bai Yi. Though extremely weak, Zhu Feng's aura had not truly perished yet. As Yang Kai was about to make preparations to finish the job, he suddenly heard a soft dong from the ruined black ink nest below. It sounded like the beating of a heart, strong and powerful. Following that sound, Yang Kai felt his own heart throb uncontrollably, and he was overtaken by dizziness for a moment. A terrifying aura quickly resurfaced from the black ink nest below. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-12, Power of a Territory Lord. By the time the aura was restored, Bai Yi's astonished shout rang out, "Senior brother, watch out." Yang Kai had already released a ferocious spear downwards, voila. A large hand suddenly emerged from the ruined black ink nest and grabbed at Yang Kai. The azure dragon spear's sharpness was unparalleled, and with Yang Kai pouring all his strength into it, it appeared even more unstoppable. The might of the spear pierced right through the hand, bringing ink-black blood out of it. However, the hand did not flinch in the slightest and clenched fiercely. With nowhere to escape, Yang Kai was shocked to find that he could not avoid the hand. In a moment of distraction, he and his spear were caught. A terrifying force struck his body and all his bones creaked, forming countless cracks. He tried his best to shake his spear and pushed all the world force in his small universe, blowing a hole into the palm of the large hand. At the same time, a golden arrow of light flashed over, piercing into the wrist of the hand. With the combined efforts of both Yang Kai and Bai Yi, the grip on Yang Kai finally loosened slightly, allowing him the chance to quickly break free and back away, putting some distance between him and the black ink nest. As he struggled to stabilize himself, Yang Kai's face flashed red and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even though his aura wilted a little, his general situation improved considerably. Ever since the recovering aura inside the black ink nest began to rise gradually, it surpassed the state that Yang Kai first saw Zhu Feng in, and he was now approaching his peak state. Both Yang Kai and Bai Yi were shocked. However, the rising power soon reached a plateau. Though it was powerful, it was not enough to cause them to lose hope. As they looked over, a pair of large hands emerged from the tattered black ink nest, pushing left and right, tearing it open. Zhu Feng's giant body re-emerged before their eyes. At this moment, Zhu Feng's entire body was soaking wet, as if he had just emerged from his mother's womb as a newborn, and the sticky liquid was dripping down his body, converging into a puddle at his feet. The ruined black ink nest had already crumbled into dust. Clearly, all the power contained within it had been completely devoured by Zhu Feng. After being pierced through in the palm by Yang Kai's azure dragon spear, a large gaping hole had been left. However, the flesh around the wound writhed and began rapidly healing. Zhu Feng gently clenched his fist before turning his dark eyes in Yang Kai and Bai Yi's direction. A menacing voice rumbled, "Ants, you have succeeded in angering this lord. I will let you taste a fate worse than death." As he spoke, a fist punched out towards the two of them. Yang Kai and Bai Yi's faces paled. One holding a spear and the other a bow, they joined forces to block the attack. The overwhelming power coming from the front caused the two of them to be violently thrown back. Bai Yi's petite body tumbled through the air as her bones audibly cracked. Even though Yang Kai had a sturdy physique, he still received the blow badly. It felt like his 5 viscera and 6 organs were all knocked out of place as he was blown backwards to a mountain more than a dozen kilometers away, embedding deeply into it and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. It was merely one punch, but it enlightened Yang Kai to the enormous disparity between Zhu Feng and himself. This guy had used some kind of secret technique in order to squeeze out the power of the black ink nest and rapidly heal himself, allowing him to return to almost peak condition. Even if Yang Kai and Bai Yi were at their peaks, they still may not have been able to resist such an opponent, much less in their current state. Yang Kai and Bai Yi were already bruised and battered from their previous encounters, greatly reducing their strength. In just a single exchange, the two of them suffered a huge loss. In such a dangerous situation though, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared rather than withered. Even though his face was pale, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He had no idea what sort of secret technique it was that Zhu Feng used to restore his energy, but the stronger the secret technique, the greater the backlash. That was common sense. In other words, there was no way Zhu Feng could maintain this state for long. As long as he and Bai Yi could hold out, when the backlash of Zhu Feng's technique hit him, his might would crumble on its own. The two of them understood this in theory, but would they be able to hold on until then? Perhaps the two of them would be killed by Zhu Feng before that. However, this was a rare opportunity. Moreover, Yang Kai had already performed purifying light in front of Zhu Feng. Zhong Liang had warned him to never use purifying light in front of the Black Ink clan, but if he did, he had to kill all the witnesses so that word of the technique would not leak out. If the Black Ink clan knew about Yang Kai and his means to resist Black Ink's strength, he would surely become a target. When that time came, the humans would no longer allow him to leave Blue Sky Pass for his own safety. So, no matter the cost, Yang Kai felt that he had to fight. It would be for the best if he could kill Zhu Feng, but if that was truly impossible, then he would have to take Bai Yi with him and escape. As for whether or not they could successfully flee, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai freed himself from the mountain and with a flare of space principles, he arrived before Bai Yi in one step. At the same time, Zhu Feng threw a punch at Bai Yi while she was still shaken and powerless to resist. She was certainly powerful and fought well in her previous exchanges with Yang Kai, making him expend a lot of effort to take her down. However, she did not have Yang Kai's powerful heritage in the end, much less a world spring to stabilize and protect her small universe. Not only did Zhu Feng's punch send her flying, but it also shook her small universe badly, leaving her strength in disarray. She was still dizzy, so she was simply unable to defend herself. Zhu Feng seemed to hate Bai Yi even more for her betrayal, so he planned to take care of her first before going after Yang Kai. When his fist came out, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai, here to save her. Zhu Feng sneered as the might of his fist did not reduce, but instead turned even fiercer. Even if the universe itself stood in his way, he would still blow it to pieces to exact his revenge. A flurry of spear shadows came out, but they were no hindrance to the approaching fist. Yang Kai was forced back again and again, with a mist of blood being beaten from his body with each step back. After retreating a dozen steps, he hooked his leg up, swinging Bai Yi, who was by his feet, away into the distance. At the same time, he was unable to resist Zhu Feng's punch any longer and was sent flying like a paper kite. He was seeing stars, and his right arm, which held his spear, had been bent out of shape, clearly a sign that it had been broken. However, it was fortunate that Bai Yi had already been sent away and was temporarily out of harm's way. Instead, he was now the one in danger. "You like saving people, do you? Then I'll kill you first." Zhu Feng roared and spread his hand open, bringing it down on Yang Kai's head. All light in front of him was shrouded in darkness, and Yang Kai's eyes were simultaneously covered in blood. At a time when he had no strength left, he was simply incapable of dodging that blow. As the huge palm was about to slam down on him though, a golden light suddenly shot over from the side. Bai Yi had managed to stabilize herself and fired a series of arrows to save Yang Kai at the crucial moment. These arrows were filled with her resolve, and their power was without question. If Zhu Feng was intent on killing Yang Kai, then Bai Yi's attack would surely take advantage of it. As a noble territory lord, Zhu Feng was obviously unwilling to trade lives with Yang Kai, so, without hesitation, he turned around and blocked the golden light. Boundless black ink strength poured out, and the might of the golden lights that were pushing forward with overwhelming momentum were greatly hindered. Zhu Feng quickly threw out several punches and shattered most of the golden lights, but he caught the last one and threw it back at Bai Yi. The golden light flew even faster and carried more power than when it came, and it nailed Bai Yi directly in the shoulder, piercing through her body. As fresh blood flew out, Bai Yi grunted. Being carried by a huge force, her body tumbled uncontrollably before she fell heavily. Overconfidence. Zhu Feng coldly snorted, then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the pure white light flashing over. When he turned around, a small white sun burst apart before his eyes. Zhu Feng was immediately horrified. He had suffered a huge loss from this secret technique before and knew how powerful it was. It was simply the natural enemy of black ink strength, so how could he dare to touch it again? However, in order to attack Yang Kai, he had brought himself too close and was now unable to dodge in time. As his body retreated, rich black ink strength poured out of his body, forming a protective layer around him. Zhu Feng's roar resonated through the clouds as the white light burst open, dazzling the world and melting away the sea of darkness, purifying the rich black ink strength. Once the burst of purifying light dissipated, Yang Kai stood in place, panting heavily as he fought back the pain in his broken arm. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng, who was literally smoking where he stood, had an angry look on his face. His aura also seemed to have weakened slightly. The purifying light had clearly done some damage to him. For eyes met as Zhu Feng's rage almost materialized. There were flames burning in his gaze while Yang Kai gripped his azure dragon spear tightly. Dozens of kilometers away, Bai Yi's small body lay motionless on the ground. Only a short dozen breaths had passed since they began fighting with the recovered Zhu Feng, and both Yang Kai and Bai Yi did everything they could, but at this moment, Yang Kai was badly injured, and it was not known whether Bai Yi was even alive, proving just how powerful Zhu Feng was. This fight was truly a disaster. During the critical point between life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly clear. His eyes, blurred by his own golden blood, had only Zhu Feng reflected in them. His grip on the azure dragon spear remained firm as he raised the tip slightly, pointing it forward. Fight! Zhu Feng was clearly angered by his provocation and shouted through his clenched teeth, "You lowly humans never know how high the sky or how thick the earth are. Since you wish so much to die, this lord will grant your wish. Taking a big step forward, his palm turned into a blade that chopped straight down. The entire sealed world seemed to split apart from that blow, and a huge gap suddenly opened up in the void in front of Yang Kai. The gap ran from Zhu Feng's hand blade, going all the way down and through where Yang Kai stood. The azure dragon spear struck out like a dragon. Whether it be the timing or the angle, this thrust was so perfect that Yang Kai had the illusion that he was the spear, and the spear was him. As if something was shattering inside of himself, Yang Kai had suddenly gained a burst of enlightenment in the spear Tao, breaking through to the next stage of comprehension. Yang Kai actually made a breakthrough in the spear Tao during this life-or-death moment, which was slightly surprising to him, but at the same time, it somewhat made sense. Fighting with one's life on the line was really the best way to break through a bottleneck. His spear Tao was originally only at the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. However, he had now broken through to the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, the same level he was at in his mastery over the Tao of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-13, Contest of Endurance. Those who could break through to the 6th level of comprehension in any Tao could all be considered a master of the Tao. It had to be known that Yang Kai was also only at the 8th level in the Tao of Space, summiting the peak, and the Tao of Space was something he had been cultivating since he was very weak. It was a surprise that he was able to make a breakthrough in his spear Tao at this moment, but Yang Kai had no time to rejoice as Zhu Feng's fierce attack had completely enveloped him by now, and an aura of death was shrouding him from above. At this moment, there was neither joy nor sadness in Yang Kai's eyes. Boundless black ink strength unleashed itself wantonly while fresh blood spurted out. Two figures passed each other. The hand which Yang Kai held his spear with was trembling violently and the pain in his chest was almost unbearable. When he looked down, he found a large wound cutting from his shoulder all the way to his waist. His skin was rolled up and he could almost see his organs writhing inside. In the end, he failed to block or dodge Zhu Feng's hand blade. Even with his strong dragonkin physique, he was still almost cut in half by that blow. But even though he was wounded, Zhu Feng was not completely unscathed either. During that exchange, the azure dragon spear pierced a hole through Zhu Feng's chest, so it was truly hard to say who came out on top. Yang Kai did not even bother dealing with his injuries and turned around hastily, pointing his spear at Zhu Feng's large body as he roared, "Die!" As he forged ahead, his figure disappeared into the light of his spear. He and the azure dragon spear instantly fused into one, turning into a stream of light that charged in Zhu Feng's direction. The battle today would only end when one of them perished. Zhu Feng's roar resonated through the clouds as he turned around to meet Yang Kai. Even though he was using only his fists without any artifacts, each blow was terrifyingly powerful. Both sides instantly engaged in a tangled melee, and horrific wounds surfaced on both their bodies. Meanwhile, rich black ink strength was constantly flowing out of Zhu Feng's wounds, drilling into Yang Kai's body. This black ink strength was just like an extension of Zhu Feng's body. Not only was it constantly burrowing into Yang Kai's flesh, it turned into sharp attacks that came one after another, damaging Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs from the inside. Yang Kai's face was covered in blood and his appearance was truly miserable. His aura continued to weaken. Zhu Feng's aura was also weakening though. He had used a powerful secret technique in order to squeeze the power out of the black ink nest so that he could heal himself. Even though he had obtained some strength to fight for a short amount of time, it was impossible for him to maintain this state for long. As time went on, the drawbacks of the secret technique gradually surfaced, hitting him with a severe backlash. Adding on to the fact that Yang Kai's attacks had also caused considerable damage to him, the rate at which the backlash came only accelerated. If he could deal with Yang Kai before the backlash from the secret technique came fully, then naturally, everything would be fine. However, if not, he would be done for. Zhu Feng himself would never have dreamed that a mere seventh-order human could be so difficult to deal with. Even in his current state, no matter what seventh-order human he faced, he was confident in killing them within 10 breaths, yet this human was not only not dead, but was even fighting back and causing serious damage to him. This was a great humiliation to Zhu Feng's noble status as a territory lord, and his attacks only grew fiercer as a result. Both sides were weakening, but in comparison, Yang Kai's situation was worse. If things were to continue this way, then it would not take long for Zhu Feng to kill him. It was clear that Zhu Feng realized this too, as he did not give him any room to breathe, continuing this exchange of damage with Yang Kai. Yang Kai retreated again and again. Blood was churning in his throat as he squeezed out the power of his small universe over and over again to put up a desperate fight to the death. However, his resistance was too weak in the face of the enemy's imposing strength. The time he spent exchanging blows with Zhu Feng was not long, but it was clear that the world force inside of his small universe was about to dry up. Such a situation had never happened before since Yang Kai advanced to the open heaven realm. The heritage of his small universe was far greater than that of his peers. In fact, if the battle was not too fierce, then no matter what, the power in his small universe would never dry up. However, once a small universe ran empty, there would be no world force to use, and his open heaven realm cultivation would become a mere decoration. Even though Yang Kai still had a trump card up his sleeve, it was his last one. Once he played that card, he had to decide the fight, otherwise, both he and Bai Yi would die here today. So, without a suitable opportunity, and before he had reached a truly desperate point, Yang Kai would never play his final card. He had a mind to use purifying light again, but with the intensity of their fight, the short delay he would need to condense enough purifying light would simply become an opportunity for Zhu Feng to take advantage of. In the face of Zhu Feng's frenzied attack, Yang Kai could only struggle to hold on and wait for the right opportunity. All of a sudden, as he stabbed out with Azure Dragon's spear, it was caught in Zhu Feng's grasp, causing the latter to grin ferociously and roar, "Die, ant!" Clenching his other fist, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. The huge fist rapidly expanded before Yang Kai's eyes, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Yang Kai hurriedly gave up his spear and crossed his arms in front of himself to protect his body. However, a golden light suddenly came from the side at that moment, appearing between Yang Kai and Zhu Feng. Shining faintly, Bai Yi's small figure was revealed from inside of the golden light. This was obviously Bai Yi's movement technique. When Yang Kai was chasing her, he realized that she could change places with the golden light that she shot, similar to his instantaneous movement. Such a technique was not exactly the same as instantaneous movement, but it was still extremely profound. It was by relying on that amazing movement technique that she was able to escape from Yang Kai's grasp again and again. Previously, when Bai Yi was wounded by Zhu Feng's attack, she lay several dozen kilometers away, and whether she was alive or dead was unknown. Yang Kai was so focused on fighting Zhu Feng that he did not even have the time to check on her condition. However, he never would have thought that she would use her special movement technique here to come between the two of them. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he called out in alarm, "No!" He knew how strong Zhu Feng's attacks were. Relying on his sturdy dragonkin physique, he could still barely resist until now, but if a punch like that were to hit Bai Yi, she would surely die. Yang Kai had no idea why Bai Yi would appear at this moment, but it was clear that she wanted to use her own body as a shield to absorb the unstoppable blow for him. He reached out for Bai Yi, but it was too late. Zhu Feng's huge fist struck Bai Yi's small figure so hard that Yang Kai could clearly hear the sounds of bones breaking in quick succession. In the instant that she was about to be hit though, Bai Yi drew her longbow, and a feathered arrow in the form of a pair of unfurled wings entered Zhu Feng's chest. Zhu Feng's roar and Bai Yi's muffled grunt rang out at the same time. In their clash of blows, Zhu Feng stumbled backwards while Bai Yi crashed into Yang Kai's arms, sending the two of them tumbling through midair. Before the two of them could land, they heard Zhu Feng roar again. The azure dragon spear that he had snatched from Yang Kai turned into a beam of light that was shooting straight for Yang Kai and Bai Yi, reaching them almost instantly. This attack was so powerful that space was torn apart in its wake. If they were hit by it, then even Yang Kai's dragonkin body would be pierced through. However, at this moment, whether it be Yang Kai or Bai Yi, both of them were basically out of strength, rendering them powerless to resist. Seeing as the two of them were about to be skewered like a bottle gourd, a dragon roar sounded and a glowing dragon head appeared dazzlingly behind Yang Kai. In a flash, the golden dragon head burrowed into Yang Kai's body and disappeared from sight. Following that, there was a crackling sound as a 20,000-meter behemoth appeared out of nowhere within the sealed world. Dragon pressure filled the air. The grand dragon curled up, wrapping Bai Yi in its body. The azure dragon spear plunged directly into the dragon's belly and disappeared completely. At the wound, dragon scales flew out, and the violent pain that took the great dragon caused it to throw back its head and let out a mournful roar. Yang Kai suffered a terrible wound, but Bai Yi's life was saved. The grand dragon suddenly turned around, and its giant dragon eyes glared in Zhu Feng's direction. In the next instant, the dragon swayed and its ferocious dragon head lunged at Zhu Feng. At first, Zhu Feng was taken aback when he felt the terrifying dragon pressure. Even the pain from the wound that Bai Yi just gave him had been forgotten. Even though the Black Ink clan knew of the existence of the Dragon clan, they had essentially never encountered them on the Black Ink battlefield. However, they had heard of a grand dragon showing itself during their attack on the humans at Blue Sky Pass. However, Zhu Feng was not present during that battle, so he was not able to see it for himself. He did not expect to be able to see it today. That meant that this human was no human, but rather a grand dragon that appeared in the Blue Sky Theater. Faced with the charge of a grand dragon, Zhu Feng roared and faced it head-on. His figure seemed so large and tall in the eyes of ordinary humans, however, he was as small as an ant in the face of this grand dragon. Still, one's strength had never been determined by their size alone. Zhu Feng felt that he was currently strong enough to slaughter this grand dragon, so he did not falter. However, when they clashed, Zhu Feng realized he had underestimated his opponent. A terrifying force descended upon him, and Zhu Feng lasted merely an instant before he was pinned down on the ground by a huge dragon claw. A massive crater spanning several dozen kilometers appeared in the ground, with many deep cracks expanding out from it. Zhu Feng was unable to resist his opponent's fierce power. Zhu Feng was furious. If he were not wounded, then he would naturally be able to withstand this amount of raw force. However, after the many injuries he suffered during the previous fight, and the peak he had reached by using that sacrificial secret technique also dissipating, his strength was rapidly weakening, which allowed him to be held down on the ground in disgrace. He struggled hard, trying to free himself from the confines of the dragon claw. However, the grand dragon's head dropped slightly and it opened its terrifyingly large mouth, spewing out a mouthful of dragon breath that enveloped Zhu Feng. The dragon breath cut through Zhu Feng's body and opened wounds all over his figure like a torrent of blades, causing ink-black blood to splash out. With a raging roar, Zhu Feng threw his fist out, hitting the giant dragon with fierce power. In a flash, dragon scales were sent flying into the air as a horrible gouge appeared on the giant dragon that would not recover for a long time. It was now a competition to see who could outlast the other. There was a look of pain in the grand dragon's eyes, as well as a small hint of hesitation. However, those eyes soon turned resolute. A round bead suddenly appeared in the midst of the dragon breath that was constantly being spewed out. The round bead, wrapped in dragon breath, did not move very fast. It could even be described as exceptionally slow as it gradually pressed down on Zhu Feng, who was pinned to the ground. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-14, Dragon Bead. Zhu Feng, who had not panicked even when he had been pinned to the ground by the Grand Dragon, instinctively felt a sense of fear rise in him the moment he saw the round bead. The round bead that was pressing down on him gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, one that was no mere illusion, but a real threat to his life. Without hesitation, Zhu Feng instantly directed his frenzied attacks at the Grand Dragon's body to the round bead instead. In the next moment, something happened that shocked Zhu Feng. No matter what attacks he threw at the round bead, he could not make it budge in the slightest, let alone stop its descent. It seemed like an instant, but also like millions of years. When the round bead landed on Zhu Feng, his chest instantly caved in and a spurt of ink-black blood was forced out of his throat uncontrollably. Violent power rampaged through his limbs and bones, weaving through his body and wreaking havoc within. At the same time, the Grand Dragon also roared in pain. Its 20,000-meter body suddenly shrank and Yang Kai returned to human form, drawing back the round bead into his mouth at the same time with a strong suction force. Without the dragon claw to keep him down, Zhu Feng was free again. Enduring the pain ravaging his body, he suddenly threw out a punch. Yang Kai, who was still dizzy and unable to stabilize himself, was unprepared for this punch and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood as he tumbled through the air, his aura becoming extremely weak. At this moment, Yang Kai was nearing complete exhaustion, not to mention the fact that he had squeezed every last drop of the heritage out of his small universe. As for the round bead that he had spat out earlier, that was his own dragon bead. Back then, in the depths of the shattered heaven, in the divine spirit ancestral land, when Yang Kai progressed from a mere dragonkin into a true grand dragon, a dragon bead was condensed in his body, crystallized from the dragon bloodline's essence in his divine dragon source. It was the symbol of a grand dragon. Only grand dragons were capable of creating a true dragon bead. This bead was the same as the monster cores found in monster beasts. A monster core was the foundation of a monster beast, and the dragon bead was the foundation of a dragon. Nonetheless, a dragon bead was more concentrated than a monster core in terms of both power and purity. When a monster beast encountered a powerful enemy, it would unleash its monster core and use it to attack or defend, as could those from the dragon clan. This was a simple attack, but an immensely powerful one. However, it did have its drawbacks. Once done, the user would be taking a huge risk, whether it be for a monster core or a dragon bead. If it were destroyed, then it would immediately put one's life in danger, and in the worst-case scenario, directly result in one's death. It was for this reason that Yang Kai would never unleash his dragon bead no matter what sort of enemy he faced. After all, he was a master of the Tao of space, so if he could not beat an enemy, he could always run away. This time, however, he was truly forced into a desperate situation. The secret of the purifying light had already been exposed to Zhu Feng. If possible, Yang Kai naturally had to kill him here to avoid future problems. The power inside of his small universe had dried up, so now the only power he had left to use was that of his dragon vein. Faced with a strong foe like Zhu Feng, unleashing his dragon bead was the strongest card Yang Kai could play. Indeed, the dragon bead was able to injure Zhu Feng heavily. Even his chest had been caved in. However, Zhu Feng's flurry of attacks had also left cracks on Yang Kai's dragon bead and almost broke it apart on the spot. What's more, that was the final trump card Yang Kai had. With his dragon bead damaged, Yang Kai could not even maintain his dragon form. He had exhausted his options and no longer had the power to fight. In this match, he and Bai Yi were defeated. Zhu Feng was heavily injured, but he was still not dead. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was hurry and bring Bai Yi away from here. Only, he had no idea whether he would have that opportunity. Somehow forcing himself to stand, Yang Kai's vision was blurry and his head was buzzing incessantly. Even as he stood there, he was shaking too much to maintain his stance. Bai Yi was laying motionless not far away from him. He stumbled over to Bai Yi, and when he arrived next to her, he could finally hang on no more and fell headfirst on top of her. The weight of his body caused a large amount of blood to spill from Bai Yi's mouth, and her aura, which was already weak, became even weaker. Yang Kai grabbed her arm and flipped her over, putting her on her back before struggling to stand up again. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the ground. Following the direction in his memories, he made for the exit. However, before he could even walk a few steps, Zhu Feng's cold voice came from behind. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai ignored the voice and was determined to keep going forward with faltering steps. "Don't even think you can," Zhu Feng shouted in a cold voice as his aura quickly neared Yang Kai. He clearly had the intention to stop him from escaping, but before he could even finish speaking, he began coughing violently as a large amount of ink-black blood spilled from his throat. As the blood came out, his aura rapidly deflated and became incredibly weak, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. The coughing sounds became even fiercer as large mouthfuls of blood poured out continuously. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned back to look. From his blurred vision, he could faintly see Zhu Feng's miserable appearance. At this moment, Zhu Feng was down on one knee not far away from them, ink-black face covering his face, almost pooling like a river at his feet. There were even bloody arrows squirting out from the wounds all throughout his body. It was clear that he could no longer suppress his wounds. Haha, Yang Kai wanted to laugh, but the sound that came out of his throat was hoarse like a wheeze. He was truly reaching his limit. He thought that the only thing left for him to do now was escape, but who knew that the situation could change so unpredictably. The roles of predator and prey swapped almost in an instant. The backlash from Zhu Feng's secret technique had finally manifested in full. This was the moment Yang Kai had been waiting for since he began the fight with Zhu Feng. In fact, Zhu Feng's aura had been constantly weakening all this while, otherwise, there was no way that Yang Kai could have held on for so long. Even so, Yang Kai had still paid an immense price to force this stalemate. At the very last moment, Yang Kai even unleashed his dragon bead, but it was damaged and left him powerless to continue fighting. On the other hand, Zhu Feng still had energy remaining. The victor had already been decided, so if he did not leave, he would only be waiting for death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much confidence that he could bring Bai Yi out of here alive. He could only try and leave the rest to fate. At the critical moment though, the heavens smiled down on him as Zhu Feng finally fell. Perhaps it was not just luck. Bai Yi's desperate strike, Yang Kai's desperate attempt to summon his dragon bead, all of those compounded and accelerated the onset of the backlash of Zhu Feng's secret technique. Zhu Feng's secret technique was very powerful, but now it seemed that the backlash he had to endure was just as terrifying. At this moment, of the three living beings in this sealed world, Bai Yi's aura was the weakest. After taking Zhu Feng's blow for Yang Kai, she was now in a comatose state. Zhu Feng's aura was almost non-existent as well, but it was still just slightly stronger than Bai Yi's. Clearly, he was unable to bear the backlash of the secret technique in his current state. In the end, it was the hobbling Yang Kai with his strength at the brink of being fully drained that had the strongest aura present. Life was truly filled with twists and turns. Crouching down and gently laying Bai Yi on the ground, Yang Kai approached Zhu Feng step by step, still hobbling and swaying as he moved, almost as if a gust of wind could send him sprawling. Halfway there, he summoned the azure dragon spear into his hand. As the spear dragged across the ground, a harsh scraping sound could be heard. Zhu Feng was still coughing up blood, and it seemed like he was going to vomit every last drop from his body. When he heard the scraping noise and looked up though, horror flashed across his eyes. He stood up with great difficulty and turned around, moving step by step away from Yang Kai while trying to act strong by shouting, "Don't come any closer." There was no way Yang Kai would listen to him, of course. When he saw Zhu Feng in this state, power somehow welled up within him, allowing him to speed up as he shouted, "Stop running, you coward. One quick spear thrust and it will all be over. As if I'd listen to you." Zhu Feng cursed in his heart. If he was caught here, then he would surely die. However, even though he wanted to get away from Yang Kai, his extremely weak condition left him moving even slower than a turtle's crawl. A noble territory lord like himself, being reduced to this state, Zhu Feng was desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. Similarly, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After everything that happened today, nobody would have imagined that the battle would end this way. A territory lord and a seventh-order human were now locked in a ridiculous chase that even ordinary mortals would find slow and awkward. It was simply disgraceful. At this point in time though, anyone with any achievement in cultivation would be able to kill both of them. Fueled by his instinct to survive, Zhu Feng dragged his feet along step by step, leaving bloody footprints behind. Yang Kai was doing the same. The backlash from Zhu Feng's secret technique was indeed strong, and after a few moments, Zhu Feng stumbled and fell headlong to the ground. Down on his hands and knees, he was now crawling forward little by little. During his desperate moment, Zhu Feng heard a loud noise from behind him. Turning his head with great difficulty, he saw that Yang Kai, who was coming to kill him, had also fallen to the ground, crawling just like him. "Why go through this trouble?" Zhu Feng said with a heavy voice, "Why don't we both rest first then settle this?" Yang Kai's voice was weak, but he still snarled, "In your dreams. Once I'm close enough, I'll stab you to death with my spear." Zhu Feng said, "Bai Yi is on her last breath. Why don't you go and check on her? Don't regret it when she dies." Yang Kai was unmoved. "Rest assured, if she still has a breath left in her, I will be able to bring her back. It will not be too late if I kill you first." Zhu Feng coldly snorted, "We are both in the same state now, we don't know who's going to die and who's going to live yet." As they spoke, they continued pushing their bodies forward, but they were moving at a similar speed. The distance between them was neither increasing nor decreasing. From how things were, it seemed unrealistic for Yang Kai to catch up with Zhu Feng. Realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared ahead. Zhu Feng's heart clenched. Even though he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had a bad premonition about this, and the speed at which he crawled increased. A short moment later, Yang Kai grinned, "I win." Saying so, the portal of his small universe suddenly opened up in front of him, and in the next instant, a figure instantly rushed out. It was an elderly man holding a sharp blade in his hand. He was dazed when he first emerged, seemingly a bit dizzy, but soon he found his target and charged at Zhu Feng with sword drawn. Zhu Feng was stunned. Frankly, even after fighting with the humans for all these years, he had never met such a weak one before. The humans on the Black Ink battlefield were all at least in the fifth-order open heaven realm, but this old man who appeared out of nowhere was not even in the open heaven realm. This is, the Emperor realm. As a territory lord, Zhu Feng naturally knew much about humans. He knew that the open heaven realm for the humans was separated into 9 orders, and under the open heaven realm existed many other realms, the most immediate of them being the Emperor realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-15, Ants Kill an Elephant. Zhu Feng had heard of Emperor Realm humans, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. After all, an Emperor Realm human would simply be incapable of staying alive on the Black Ink battlefield. Yet he saw one today. If it were any normal day, a simple glance from Zhu Feng would have been enough to cause such a weak ant to explode and die. However, he was now heavily injured and suffering from severe backlash from his secret technique. He was completely devoid of the might that a territory lord should have, so much so that even the appearance of an Emperor Realm human was life-threatening to him. And it was clear that this Emperor Realm human had been brought out from Yang Kai's small universe. The elderly man had clearly received orders from Yang Kai, and as soon as he appeared, he did not hesitate to brandish his sword in Zhu Feng's direction. Zhu Feng's face paled. Barely squeezing out a last breath, he spat out a mouthful of ink-black aura that headed straight for the elderly man. The aura was extremely thin, and it was quite apparent that Zhu Feng could not muster any more black ink strength from his body. However, the elderly man did not care. He protected his body with his strength and moved through the ink-black aura, slashing down and unleashing a sword wave. His sword struck Zhu Feng's huge neck. There was a deep wound there to begin with, so under the power of the sword, the wound instantly widened, going so deep that one could almost see bone. Fresh blood squirted out from the aggravated wound in an instant. After that one strike, the elderly man immediately backed away. Forming a hand seal, he tapped his own body a couple of times, then, without a word, he fell limp to the ground. Before passing out, the elderly man looked in Yang Kai's direction, speaking with difficulty, "Ancestor, I've done all I could." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhu Feng, however, could not help but laugh loudly. "Even an ant thinks he can kill me? You'll need more than one for that." Even though the elderly man's sword had inflicted a serious wound on him, it was indeed not enough to kill him. The wound, horrible as it may seem, was merely a flesh wound to a territory lord. The only regretful thing was that after the ant slashed down at him, he had sealed his strength and forced himself unconscious. Otherwise, with his Emperor Realm cultivation, he would simply be unable to withstand the corruption of the black ink strength. It would only take a few breaths before he transformed into a black ink disciple, and when that time came, he would become a weapon for Zhu Feng to use against Yang Kai. However, if Yang Kai dared to bring him out from his small universe, he must have realized this possibility and would naturally not allow it to happen. The elderly man's self-imposed seal must have been ordered by Yang Kai in advance. Zhu Feng half wheezed, and half laughed, but only for a moment, because he soon saw Yang Kai looking at him with mockery and pity. Instantly thinking of something, he drew a breath of cold air and muttered, "You still have more helpers?" Yang Kai snorted, "I have thousands of them. Just lie down and accept death." Saying so, the portal to his small universe suddenly opened again, and another person came out of it. Just like the elderly man from before, this man had also only reached the Emperor Realm. In fact, he was not even as powerful as the elderly man from before. Just like before, as soon as this man appeared, he charged at Zhu Feng and slashed his sword down fiercely right at the wound on his neck, immediately widening the gash, leaving a mark on his collarbone. After getting one hit in, the man backed away and sealed himself like his predecessor, instantly falling unconscious on the ground. Then, from the portal of the small universe, another man emerged. Zhu Feng cried out in terror and crawled forward on his hands and knees. He was truly feeling the threat of death now. One Emperor Realm human was nothing to him, even two did not matter. However, if they kept coming one after another, sooner or later he would die. With enough numbers on their side, even ants could kill an elephant. Zhu Feng had always laughed when he heard this saying in the past, but he was now experiencing it for himself. Sadly, he was the elephant that was being bitten to death by these ants. One by one, humans poured out from the small universe, all of them in the Emperor Realm, and all of them only having one chance to attack, yet all of them struck at the same spot. Zhu Feng's wound grew worse with each hit, and his neck was soon almost severed. When the fifth person emerged from Yang Kai's small universe, Zhu Feng's head instantly separated from his body when his sword came down, rolling far away. From the wound on his neck, only a small amount of ink-black blood gushed out. Clearly, the blood in Zhu Feng's body had almost dried up already. The last cut that killed Zhu Feng came from a young man in the Third Order Emperor Realm. He was slightly surprised to have finished the deed in one hit, but he quickly imposed a seal upon himself. Before falling unconscious, he cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission." With that, he fell headlong to the ground. Zhu Feng had been beheaded and he could not be any more dead than this, but his eyes still blinked with unwillingness. To a territory lord such as himself, the only worthy opponents in this world were the Eighth Order or Ninth Open humans. Yet, the demise of someone like him came under the combined strength of a few Emperor Realm humans. The light in Zhu Feng's gaze gradually dissipated and eventually, he died with his eyes wide open. Yang Kai was panting heavily. Rolling on his back, he lay with his limbs spread on the ground. His victory had come with much difficulty in this battle. Neither he nor Bai Yi could have expected Zhu Feng to have a secret technique that would allow him to recover so quickly. They had almost fallen into a desperate situation with one mistake. Now, Bai Yi was heavily injured and unconscious. He himself was also badly injured, with cracks having formed on his dragon bead, which was an unbelievable price to pay for this victory. Zhu Feng was saved by his secret technique, but it also became his demise. Fortunately, the backlash of his secret technique broke out in full force at the critical moment, otherwise, Yang Kai felt that he may not have been able to escape with his life. By the end of the battle, he had become a dry oil lamp, completely exhausted. Yang Kai had learned just how strong the territory lords were from this fight. They were not an opponent a seventh-order open heaven realm master could take on by themselves. If he were to bump into a territory lord at his peak alone, then Yang Kai could only hope to escape with his life. But no matter how difficult the process was, the outcome was still a happy one. Zhu Feng was finally dead. On the black ink battlefield, the winner was the king, the loser was the villain. There was nothing more to be said. After consuming a healing spirit pill, Yang Kai silently refined it, and after a full cup of tea's time, he finally struggled to his feet. He was still dizzy and his small universe was still empty. If one were to look into his small universe at this moment, one would see that the world inside had gone gray and dull. Naturally, it was because he had consumed too much of his strength, and that consumption could only be slowly restored later. Now though, the most important thing was to safely bring everyone back. Step by step, he walked up to the unconscious Emperor Realm cultivators and took them into his small universe. These Emperor Realm cultivators had all come from the Seven Stars sect inside of his small universe. The first elderly man to emerge was Sect Master Shang Guanji. The rest were the elders of Seven Stars sect, such as Guan Qianxing. Many years ago, Yang Kai entered Seven Stars sect with his soul avatar and became their ancestor. It was also there that he accepted his two legacy disciples, Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye. Later, he even accepted a third disciple from Seven Stars sect, Su Yi. After sending Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi back to the star boundary, Yang Kai no longer made an appearance in his small universe. This time, if his hand were not forced, then he would not have let these Emperor Realm cultivators take on such a risk. The corruption of black ink strength was too difficult for even an open heaven realm master to resist, much less for someone in the Emperor Realm. So, before Yang Kai borrowed their power to deal with Zhu Feng, he had given them repeated warnings that they had only once chance to strike, after which they should seal their bodies and consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. The Emperor Realm cultivators of Seven Stars sect were very obedient to his word. After all, Yang Kai was too profound an existence for them, and they naturally would not dare to disobey the word of their ancestor. Each one of them made only one strike after emerging before sealing their bodies and falling unconscious. This proved to be the right choice. By now, these Emperor Realm cultivators had already been corrupted by the black ink strength to their cores and transformed into black ink disciples. Only, they were all unconscious, otherwise, they would have attacked Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the young man who appeared last. It was this youth who laid down a great achievement, delivering the final blow that decapitated Zhu Feng. The face of this youth looked vaguely familiar to him. Yang Kai thought for a moment before recognizing this guy as Mao Fei Ping. He was slightly surprised. This was the little one who joined Seven Stars sect together with Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye back then. Now, he had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. If it had to be said, then Mao Fei Ping's aptitude was quite good. The Emperor Qi in his body was also carefully cultivated. If not for him living in Yang Kai's small universe all this while, he could have reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm by now based on his aptitude. It was thanks to the help of these Emperor Realm cultivators that came out today that Yang Kai turned failure into a success. Perhaps he could give them some pointers and show them the way to greater heights in the martial Tao. After putting Mao Fei Ping back into his small universe, Yang Kai hurried over to where Bai Yi was. Bai Yi was still unconscious, and her aura was extremely faint. Her body was marked with wounds and covered with blood. The wound on her shoulder was especially bad, having blown a significant portion of her chest open. This wound was inflicted when Zhu Feng caught her feathered arrow and threw it back at her. Then, she sacrificed herself to act as a shield, protecting Yang Kai and sustaining a direct hit from Zhu Feng that broke a great number of the bones in her body. These wounds were almost fatal, even for a seventh-order master like Bai Yi. If she did not receive help, then she could die here. She had been unconscious all this while, and she had also long been corrupted by black ink strength. Just like the Emperor Realm cultivators from before, she had turned into a black ink disciple. Yang Kai first used purifying light in order to dispel the black ink strength inside of her small universe. Only then did he use his towering evergreen divine manifestation. The illusory phantom of the immortal tree immediately appeared behind Yang Kai's back, its branches dropping down, forming a half-circle of protection, allowing rich vitality to flow out and envelop Bai Yi. Yang Kai then took out some spirit pills and pried open Bai Yi's mouth, pouring them in and then using his power to help her refine them. Even though the sealed world was filled with black ink strength, it was relatively safe. After all, this was Zhu Feng's hidden base, so there was no worry about them being disturbed by anyone else. With a combination of spirit pills and towering evergreen, Bai Yi gradually recovered her vitality, and the wounds on her body also began to heal. It was the same for Yang Kai. The rate of his recovery was even greater than Bai Yi's since he had a dragon physique, so his restoration abilities had always been stronger than average. However, while physical wounds were easy to heal, and the world force of his small universe could also be replenished, the damage to his dragon bead would surely give him a headache for some time to come. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-16, Heart Knot. Yang Kai's dragon bead was hidden under his maw, and when he looked inside now, he could clearly see the tiny cracks covering its surface and its luster had also dulled. Unleashing his dragon bead did succeed in causing great damage to Zhu Feng, but Zhu Feng's counterattack also led to his dragon bead being damaged. This was also the reason why Yang Kai would not dare to simply bring out his dragon bead. Once it was brought out, its power was indeed awe-inspiring, but the dangers were equally immense. Once the dragon bead was destroyed, his life would immediately be put in danger. It was fortunate that the worst-case scenario did not happen. However, now that his dragon bead had been damaged, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that he would not be able to use his dragon transformation anytime soon, much less assume his grand dragon form. He had spent some time in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace inside the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. During his seclusion there, following the refinement of his bloodline purity, Yang Kai had also awakened some of his Dragon Clan inheritance and knew that once a dragon bead was damaged, it was extremely difficult to repair. It had to be gently nurtured with the power of one's own dragon vein, and it was a slow process that could not be rushed. So, while the problem with his dragon bead was not a big one for Yang Kai right now, it was by no means small either. Since he could only rely on his own dragon vein's power to repair it though, there was no point in feeling anxious. As the towering evergreen divine manifestation continued to do its job, Yang Kai inhaled a mountain of open heaven pills before taking out a set of resources to silently refine and replenish his depleted world force. After 2 or 3 days of this, Bai Yi's lashes suddenly fluttered, and she opened her eyes with a slightly labored grunt. "You're awake." Noticing her movements, Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes to check on her. Bai Yi's injuries were serious, and even though Yang Kai had already helped her recover from some of them, he was only an external aid in the end. It was good news that she had woken up on her own. Now, she could recover much faster if she focused on healing herself. Bai Yi still looked disoriented, but she soon remembered what happened before she fell unconscious and was startled. "Where is this? Where's Zhu Feng?" Yang Kai explained, "We are still in Zhu Feng's hideout, and he's dead." Saying so, he pointed to the side. Bai Yi turned her head around and saw Zhu Feng's large body lying on the ground a short distance away, his head separated from it. The eyes on his large head had widened into circles as they stared straight in their direction, almost as if he wanted to stare them down even in death. Bai Yi could not help but feel shocked that Zhu Feng actually died. Before falling unconscious, Zhu Feng's power was still close to its peak. Even though he had also been hurt through the combined efforts of Yang Kai and herself, a territory lord was still not an entity that two Seventh-Order masters could hope to compete with. She thought that she and Yang Kai would not be able to escape death, but who knew that she would wake up to see Zhu Feng's headless corpse? She had no idea what happened after she fell unconscious, but she knew that it had to have been an astonishing battle. "Senior brother saved me?" Bai Yi asked. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. "There is no one here besides you and me. Naturally, it was I who saved you." Bai Yi had a complicated look in her eyes before she sighed. "There was no need to save me." Yang Kai frowned at her words. There was something not quite right with that sentence, but after pausing for a moment, he simply said, "First, heal your injuries. You were badly wounded, so if you don't focus on recovering, you might suffer from lingering danger in the future." Bai Yi nodded slightly and struggled to sit cross-legged, silently circulating her strength. There was silence inside of the sealed world for a while as the two healed their wounds and restored their energy. With towering evergreen nourishing and shielding them, the lingering black ink strength could not encroach upon their position in the slightest. Another 8 days passed, and Yang Kai had finally made a recovery. The injuries to his physical body were basically healed, and the emptiness inside of his small universe was also somewhat replenished. Even though he had not returned to full strength, he was not far from it. Bai Yi was a little slower to recover than he was, but after noticing Yang Kai's movements, she opened her eyes and slowly got up, elegantly saluting him. "Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother." Yang Kai looked at her silently for a moment before speaking. "If you really want to thank me, then live on and kill more Black Ink clansmen. You are strong, so it would be a great loss to the human race if you were to fall here." Bai Yi pursed her lips and nodded. Yang Kai did not notice it previously, but he realized the problem with what Bai Yi said when she woke up now. Bai Yi clearly had a death wish. Perhaps she was determined to die when she stood in front of Yang Kai and blocked Zhu Feng's ferocious blow for him. Yang Kai had treated many Black Ink disciples, so he had seen this condition before. The hands of these Black Ink disciples were all stained with the blood of their own people. To Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was supreme, and they would follow any order given to them without question, even if it meant murdering their own people. After being saved by Yang Kai, these events became something of a trauma for them. It had to be known that those whom they killed used to be the allies whom they fought side by side with, so it was likely that these experiences would continue to haunt them for a long, long time. This was particularly true for Bai Yi. With her incredible archery skills and her powerful Seventh-Order Open Heaven realm cultivation, even Yang Kai suffered 3 serious losses at her hands, so how could ordinary cultivators even hope to survive when facing her? Yang Kai had no idea how many humans had died at Bai Yi's hands, but he knew that it was far more than just 1 or 2. It was exactly for that reason that Bai Yi desired to die. She felt ashamed to return to the side of the humans with her hands dripping in their blood and with their souls lingering behind her. Her perfunctory reply seemed to suggest that she was not taking his words seriously, so Yang Kai frowned and scolded. "1 Zhu Feng is not enough to make up for your sins. If you feel guilty, then for everyone you killed, you must take 10 or 100 from the Black Ink clan. If you were to die so easily, then those who fell to you would truly have died in vain." He hadn't been planning to be this blunt with her, but Bai Yi was clearly not in the right state of mind at the moment, so he had no choice but to use some sharp words. The blood suddenly drained from Bai Yi's face, turning her as pale as snow. Her body trembled and she gritted her teeth. "Senior brother's teachings are correct. I will definitely not let senior brother down." Yang Kai shook his head. "This isn't about whether you let me down or not. It's about your own conscience you have to clear." After thinking through his words, Bai Yi nodded again. As Bai Yi steadied herself, Yang Kai followed up, "That's all I have to say. You think about it on your own. I'm no good at consoling people, so I may have spoken a little harshly, but I hope you don't take it to heart. It would be inconvenient for us to stay here any longer, so let's get out of here first." Bai Yi had no objections. While helping Bai Yi heal, Yang Kai had used his divine sense to look through this sealed world. It was not a large place, so he could naturally examine its entirety without much trouble. Unfortunately, he did not find anything valuable. The black ink nest would have been an excellent specimen to be studied, however, after Zhu Feng used his secret technique, it had already withered completely and broken apart, rendering it useless. In just a short moment, the two of them arrived at the exit, which was blocked by some kind of secret technique. However, this was no problem for Yang Kai. Using space principles, he pried open the world barrier so the two of them could leave. Once they were back in the void, Yang Kai immediately checked his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. It had been almost a month since he had been separated from Dawn, so Yang Kai naturally wondered how they were doing. Back then, Yang Kai had run off chasing Bai Yi. As a result, he ended up on a tumultuous ride that delayed him until now. However, there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much about Dawn. Even without him, there were still 4 7th-order masters to take charge. And, Dawning Light was a far stronger warship than normal. As long as they did not bump into a territory lord, they would basically be fine. However, the last time that Yang Kai tried to use the universe transference law, he was surprisingly unable to connect with the universe array on Dawning Light, which left him a bit puzzled. He had no idea what happened. Once again, Yang Kai used the universe transference law in the silent void. This time, the universe transference law was able to resonate with the universe array on Dawning Light. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could return that instant. However, though he could return, Bai Yi couldn't. So, after confirming that he could connect with Dawning Light, Yang Kai dismissed the technique and turned to her, "Let's go." After saying that, he led the way while Bai Yi followed in a somewhat depressed manner. Even though neither of them was in peak condition, they were not existences with whom ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm masters could compete to begin with, so they did not even bother trying to hide themselves. They had even killed a territory lord, so they were eager to meet some Black Ink clansmen along the way to satisfy their appetites. Unfortunately, they had an uneventful journey back. It was as if the Black Ink clansmen in this region had all been ruthlessly killed off. Not even a single human was seen either. Yang Kai found this very strange, as when he was pursuing Bai Yi, he would still occasionally bump into human or Black Ink clan squads. This was not a safe or peaceful area, and soldiers from both sides had been fighting all over the place just a few days ago. Something was clearly not right about the current situation. It seemed that something big had happened in this region during the time that he and Bai Yi were in Zhu Feng's nest. Realizing this, Yang Kai increased his speed. A few days later, the asteroid where the 4th forward base was located came into view, and Yang Kai led Bai Yi straight towards it. There were naturally human masters who stopped them in order to question them, only allowing them to pass after Yang Kai identified himself. Yang Kai flew straight over to Dawn Squad's camp, and a figure rushed out from within one of the huts a moment later. It was Feng Ying. Feng Ying's eyes lit up the moment she saw Yang Kai, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Squad leader, you've finally returned." They were naturally a bit worried when Yang Kai did not show his face for so long. They had no idea whether something had happened to him. As Yang Kai was a special member of the human race, then the loss they would be incurring would be far greater than the loss of an 8th-order master if he were to die. Yang Kai nodded and looked at her surprised. "Are you hurt?" Feng Ying's aura showed some signs of instability, which was a clear sign that she had been injured. "It's nothing major," Feng Ying smiled casually. Their conversation drew the attention of even more of Dawn's members. One by one, they all came out of retreat and were all overjoyed to see Yang Kai. But although all 35 of Dawn's members were present, most of them were injured, especially the Seventh Order Masters who seemed to be in serious condition. Yang Kai was shocked at this sight, wondering what Dawn had encountered in his absence. He could not help but ask, was there some kind of great battle with the Black Ink clan? Martial Peak, Chapter 50-17, Beginning and End. With Dawn Squad's heritage and the capabilities of the warship, Dawning Light, they could easily crush any small group of Black Ink clansmen that they bumped into. However, that the squad's members all had injuries proved that they had experienced a fierce battle. Perhaps they had bumped into some big army from the Black Ink clan. Shen Ao answered, we were unlucky and ran into a territory lord. Territory lord. Yang Kai frowned slightly, what happened? Shen Ao quickly gave him a rundown of what happened then. When Yang Kai left to chase after Bai Yi, they stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. Then, when they followed the direction Yang Kai left in, they failed to find any traces of him and had to give up. There was a universe array set up on Dawning Light, so Yang Kai need only use the universe transference law to return safely anytime he wished to. And, with Yang Kai himself being exceptionally strong, as well as a master of the Tao of Space, his life should not be in danger even if he were to run into a territory lord. So, Dawn didn't need to worry much about him. Dawning Light continued to roam the resource zone and hunt down Black Ink clansmen as they waited for Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they inadvertently ran into a territory lord. Naturally, Dawn was manned with elites, so they had a back-and-forth fight with the territory lord for a time, and that was how their injuries came about. The battle had also left many of Dawning Light's arrays damaged. Even though the territory lord was fierce, Dawn was not defenseless, so it was difficult for even a territory lord to try to eliminate them. At the critical moment, Su Bo Liang appeared and engaged the territory lord. Every one of Dawn's members were injured, and even Dawning Light had sustained serious damage. Naturally, they couldn't stay on the battlefield anymore and could only return to the forward base first. As for the outcome of the battle between Su Bo Liang and the territory lord, they had no idea. However, within half a day of their retreat back to the forward base, Su Bo Liang also returned. Now, he had replaced Cha Hu as the one assuming command here. After Shen Ao finished his recounting, Feng Ying said, Division Commander Su must have sustained some injuries. When he returned, his aura was slightly unstable. Once he finished hearing everything they had to say, Yang Kai and Bai Yi exchanged glances, their expressions looking a little funny. What is it? Feng Ying was confused. Yang Kai shook his head, it's nothing. Coincidentally, I also met the territory lord who attacked you. Feng Ying was surprised, you saw him too? Did you fight? Yang Kai nodded, it was a big fight. I almost didn't make it back. Feng Ying immediately chastised, foolishness. Even though that territory lord was hurt by Division Commander Su, he was still a territory lord. He's not someone that one or two Seventh Order Masters can fight against. Yang Kai deeply agreed, that's right. Bai Yi and I had to expend a lot of effort in order to kill him. Kill him? Shen Ao and the others were dumbfounded. Feng Ying's eyes also widened in surprise. If they had not heard those words from Yang Kai themselves, then they would not even dare to believe it. Luckily, I managed to ambush him with a point-blank strike of purifying light that greatly damaged his strength. Then, with junior sister Bai Yi's help, it was a difficult fight, but we managed to come out of it with just a scare, Yang Kai explained simply. Everyone was shocked. Feng Ying turned to look at Bai Yi, and Yang Kai hurried over to introduce them. Feng Ying realized, so, junior sister Bai was the one who left squad leader in a mess. Junior sister Bai is powerful indeed. Bai Yi blushed, I was corrupted by Black Ink strength and was not in control of myself. I've made senior sister laugh. Now, with senior brother's help, I've regained my senses. Feng Ying smiled, you must have no idea, but besides me, everyone in Dawn was once a black ink disciple that he saved. Bai Yi looked up in surprise, all of them. Feng Ying nodded, all of them. Bai Yi looked at each one of their faces and suddenly smiled. Bai Yi is honored to greet all my senior brothers and junior brothers. Shen Ao waved his hand and said, since you've returned, then you should kill more black ink clansmen in the future. We should make them pay for our past frustrations. Bai Yi answered with a soft yes. Yang Kai said, I'll bring her to see Division Commander Su. You should focus on recovering first, we can talk later. Nobody had any objections. Yang Kai then led Bai Yi to see Su Boliang. On the way there, Bai Yi clearly looked nervous. Not to mention anything else, she was the one who hit Su Boliang with her arrow back then and wounded him, even helping Zhu Feng to escape. Even though Yang Kai noticed this, he did not try to comfort her. Some things had to be faced head-on. However, after talking with Feng Ying and the others, Yang Kai finally understood what happened that day. Dawn's squad first encountered Zhu Feng, and then both sides ended up in a large battle where Dawn was defeated, and even Dawning Light was damaged. Obviously, Zhu Feng had also eaten quite a loss from Dawn. Afterwards, Su Boliang appeared and Zhu Feng was heavily injured during their fight. During the critical moment, Bai Yi ambushed him with an arrow which gave Zhu Feng the opportunity to escape. Following that, Su Boliang retreated, and Yang Kai managed to take down Bai Yi. Under her suggestion, the two of them then headed to Zhu Feng's hidden nest. Now, there was no way that Yang Kai did not understand why he failed to connect with the universe array on Dawning Light when he used universe transference law that day. It was obviously because of the damage that Dawning Light sustained. Now that the resonance was back, it meant that the universe array had been repaired. Even though the array masters on the human side could not arrange new universe arrays, they could do simple repairs on them. Of course, that was on the premise that the universe array was not too damaged to begin with. Soon, Yang Kai and Bai Yi arrived at where Su Boliang was located and waited outside for a while as they asked someone to pass on the word for them. A while later, someone came to invite them inside. Yang Kai thanked him and stepped inside with Bai Yi. At the end of the long table sat a brave and heroic figure with a dignified look on his face. Yang Kai had seen Su Boliang from afar, and though he did not see him too clearly, he could still tell that this face was about a 70 to 80% match to the face he saw before. It was Su Boliang, no doubt about it. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. Dawn's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Su. Bai Yi also saluted him. Bai Yi greets Division Commander Su. Su Boliang nodded gently and reached his hand out, and then the two of them were lifted by an invisible force. He looked at Yang Kai first, then at Bai Yi. The next moment, his brow rose in surprise. It was you who attacked me that day, right? Naturally, he was able to recognize Bai Yi the instant he saw her. Bai Yi dropped her head. I was not myself then, please forgive me, Division Commander Su. Su Boliang chuckled, it doesn't matter. You were a black ink disciple back then, so it was only natural that you did what you did. However, your archery skills are indeed amazing. I have met many from Divine Feather Paradise, yet there are few who are on par with you. Have you cultivated the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart? Bai Yi answered respectfully, yes. Su Boliang nodded lightly. I heard that it is extremely difficult to cultivate the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart. Inside Divine Feather Paradise, it is rare to find even one each generation that achieves success with it. For you to have reached this level of mastery in the 7th Order, you will surely become a great asset when your order rises in the future. Bai Yi was humble. Division Commander Su is too polite. Yang Kai listened in confusion, but he could guess that the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart must be a type of secret technique from Divine Feather Paradise. Just like the secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven, it was rare to find anyone who could successfully cultivate it. After a few words of encouragement, Su Boliang turned to Yang Kai, you are not bad either. Saving a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is no small merit. On that topic, were you also hiding nearby on that day? Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. Please forgive me, Division Commander Su. I was so determined to capture Junior Sister Bai that I did not help, worrying that I would disturb the grass and alert the snake. Su Boliang nodded lightly. You made the right decision. It's good that you have your own considerations, but it was also a shame that Zhu Feng was allowed to escape. We were just about to speak to Division Commander about that. Yang Kai cupped his fist. After capturing Junior Sister Bai, this junior received critical intelligence from her and was able to infiltrate Zhu Feng's hidden nest. While he was trying to recover, we were able to kill him, as well as 3 of his subordinated feudal lords. Su Boliang was surprised. You were able to kill Zhu Feng. He had fought with Zhu Feng and knew just how powerful that guy was. Even though Zhu Feng was heavily injured, he was still not an easy target to take down, much less with 3 of his subordinated feudal lords present. Yes. Su Boliang looked slightly spirited. How did you kill him? Tell me in detail. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before starting his account from when he and Bai Yi entered the nest, disguised themselves as black ink disciples to get close to Zhu Feng, and then used purifying light to deal a heavy blow to him. Then, Zhu Feng used a secret technique to recover his strength while his 3 subordinated feudal lords came forward to buy time for him. The fight ended quickly, and after dealing with the 3 feudal lords, they laid down a flurry of attacks on the black ink nest. As a result, Zhu Feng used some kind of sacrificial secret technique to rapidly recover. Yang Kai described their desperate fight at the end in great detail. Su Boliang's expression kept on changing as he listened. Even though Yang Kai and Bai Yi now stood before him unharmed, suggesting that the fight was less risky than it let on, he could almost feel just how perilous it had been. If the 2 of them were less fortunate that day, they would have died there. When he heard that Zhu Feng was actually killed by the combined efforts of 5 Emperor Realm cultivators who beheaded him, Su Boliang also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a territory lord like Zhu Feng to die in such a manner was truly sad. Nobody would have expected that Emperor Realm cultivators would actually be able to achieve such a great feat on the black ink battlefield. However, if all had to be said, then Zhu Feng's death was not only the result of Yang Kai and Bai Yi's efforts. It had to also be attributed to his fights with Dawn and Su Boliang. Yang Kai and Bai Yi knew that they had only picked up a bargain at the end. So, the Black Ink clan can actually use black ink nests to recover rapidly. I have never heard of such a thing before. This is a very important piece of information you've brought back. This knowledge may be able to reduce unnecessary casualties on our side in the future. They had never encountered such a thing before, mainly because of how precious the black ink nests were for the Black Ink clan. They were all placed in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, so no human had even seen a Black Ink clan master use one to recover their injuries like this. Had it not been for a coincidental opportunity, then Yang Kai and Bai Yi would not have learned of this either. They had also paid a steep price because of their ignorance. In any case, the 2 of you have rendered a great service this time. Su Boliang looked approvingly at them. Yang Kai smiled. Division Commander Su, if we did a great service, then does that mean we can ask for some benefits, too? Su Boliang scolded while laughing at him. Smelly brat, what sort of benefits do you want? Let's hear it. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Junior Sister Bai has only just rid herself of her black ink disciple status. This junior asks that Division Commander please register her and assign her to my Dawn squad. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.